Welcome to the second hearing of the committee's inquiry into the proposal to develop Rosehill Racecourse. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the land on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander persons who are joining us here today. My name is Scott Farlow and I'm the chair of this select committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence that they give today. However, it does not apply to witnesses in what they say outside of the hearing, and I urge witnesses to be very careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants, and I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those procedures today. Now, our first witnesses. Welcome, Mr McGorran and Mr McMahon, and thank you both for being here today to give evidence. Could each, starting with Mr McGorran, please state your name, position that you're appearing today and swear either an oath or affirmation.
My name is Peter McGorran. I'm the current chairman of the ATC. I'll take the oath, Mr Chairman. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr McGorran. Mr McMahon.
Stephen Kenneth McMahon, Head of Membership and Corporate Affairs, the Australian Turf Club. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before the committee today?
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I was appointed to the board of the ATC in February 2022 as an independent director and was elected chairman of the board in August of that same year, 2022. I'm a former Chief Executive Officer of Thoroughbred Breeders Australia and Ozhorse Marketing, a former Executive Officer of Racing Australia, and I've held senior roles at Tabcorp and at Racing New South Wales. The recent past has seen an extraordinary era in racing in Sydney. Racing New South Wales leadership through a period of growth in wagering has seen prize money levels that are the envy of the world, including the creation of the Everest race at Royal Randwick, which has drawn record crowds and introduced a whole new generation of 18 to 35-year-olds to racing. However, with a downturn in wagering over the last few years, the Australian Turf Club is looking at a challenging future. It's certainly headwinds ahead of us. The ATC's revenue received from Tabcorp distributions provided via Racing New South Wales has declined from a high of $90 million in financial year 21 to approximately $72 million in financial year 24. There will be very few businesses that could lose almost $20 million of its revenue of that kind. The year-to-date trend shows that Tabcorp distributions are down around 7.5%. Now, what Racing New South Wales does, it provides us with a floor of $83 million. So even though we would only receive $72 million from Tabcorp this financial year, Racing New South Wales has always undertaken to give us that floor of $83 million. Importantly, the ATC has paid $220 million in prize money in financial year 24, but $150 million of it was provided by Racing New South Wales. So the ATC provides approximately $65 million from our own income. So you can see almost the entire TAB distribution goes out in prize money. Now, coming to the specifics of your inquiry, Mr Chairman, the ATC is exploring the possibility of developing Rosehill in order to secure a financial future with an income stream unreliant on wagering, to prosper, not just to survive, but to prosper and to build the facilities for racegoer and horse alike. We need hundreds of millions of dollars. The way people interact with sport and the fan experience generally is rapidly changing. There's new and different forms of media that are influencing the social changes and trends. And there's never been more competition for people's sporting and entertainment attention. In addition, we have an ageing member, audience and fan base, and we have to find new ways to appeal to those 18 to 35-year-olds that will take racing through the next 50 years. The current facilities at all of our 4 racetracks do not meet the expectations of many of the people that we need to attract as both members and racegoers. Separate to patrons' facilities, we need to continue to attract the best trainers, jockeys and horses to provide the very best racing. Large and ongoing investment is required to maintain and continuously improve our racing and training surfaces and our stabling facilities to ensure they're world class and certainly competitive with Victoria and other states, all of whom are heavy investors in facilities and training centres. The ATC does not have a sustainable business model to do all these things. For our club to grow and expand, it's incumbent on us to look at options like the potential development of Rosehill. It's only through looking at new financial structures that we can generate the type of return that will allow us to secure and transform our future. The examination of the potential sale of Rosehill Gardens is about the future. You either have a commitment to look ahead and to plan and to invest, or you accept the status quo. My own view is that the facilities currently enjoyed by members and racegoers will be frozen in time. You will be going to Warwick Farm and Rosehill and Royal Randwick and Canterbury and either enjoying or tolerating what you have now. So for hardened racegoers who love racing the horse or the punt or the social aspects of it, that's fine. But it's like the suburban football grounds. There is new demands on the type of facilities, the luxury, the access, the viewing platforms and so on. On the 26th of October last year, my esteemed colleague, Mr McMahon, raised with me the idea that a full development of Rosehill might yield a return of approximately $5 billion if a metro station was developed at this site. And if I can emphasise, although I'm sure members of the committee are well aware, if there wasn't the metro station, we wouldn't be having this discussion. Rosehill Gardens would never be sold because it wouldn't realise the significant funds which would allow us to address some of the challenges I've outlined. So my first reaction was, Mr Chairman, you don't sell racetracks. I've been in racing all my life as a boy, as an amateur jockey, then as a racing steward and later as a racing administrator. We are a turf industry. And turf tracks are hard to maintain and they're valuable wherever they're located. But my concern for the ATC and its future and that of the overall industry led me to conclude that this was an opportunity that we needed to explore. I saw an opportunity to enable the ATC to reinvigorate and reimagine Sydney racing for the future for 50 years or more. I therefore considered, as did my board member, my fellow directors, that it was our fiduciary duty to fully investigate the opportunity. It wasn't for us to automatically, on the spot, reject the potential of a $5 million dividend. After getting an initial indication from both government and our regulator, Racing New South Wales, that neither were opposed to us pursuing this idea because either one could have, if they withdrawn their support, have rendered the whole exercise a waste of time and money on our behalf. So early soundings were made of both the government and Racing New South Wales as to whether or not they supported us exploring the idea. Consequently, we decided to engage in a non-binding process with the government via the unsolicited proposals process. Our Stage 1A submission was lodged on the 28th of March 2024. As part of stage 2 of the process, we're currently undertaking due diligence activities using a range of financial and planning experts, as well as further consultation with stakeholders. This stage 2 is non-binding and will assist us to determine whether to proceed to negotiating binding agreements with government at stage 3. If it doesn't stack up, then we won't proceed beyond stage 2. If we don't negotiate what we need from the government in stage 3, we won't proceed. It's a member's decision. Under the Registered Clubs Act of 1976, the racecourse is not permitted to be sold unless a majority of members vote in favour. If members vote against the sale of Rosehill Gardens, that will be the end of the proposal and the members' decision will be respected. I would hope to have sufficient material to enable members to make a fully informed decision later this year or in the first quarter of next year. I thank the committee for inviting me here today and hope I can be of assistance.
Thank you, Mr McGorran. Mr McMahon, did you have anything further to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. My name is Stephen McMahon. I'm Head of Membership of Corporate Affairs, the Australian Turf Club. Been employed by the ATC since 2016 and have held a number of senior roles in that time. I have a passion for racing from when I was a boy, and Mum would take me to the races during school holidays. As a consequence, I've spent much of my professional life employed in the racing industry in various capacities. I've worked for participants as the CEO of the New South Wales Trainers Association, and I've spent time in government working for a previous racing minister. I've also served on the Racing Industry Consultation Group in the past as representatives for the Trainers Association and now for the ATC. I've owned shares in a few racehorses, albeit slow ones, and currently have a small share in one. I disclose that I've been a member of the Australian Labor Party for many years. I've been a candidate, a councillor and a mayor. I have friends and colleagues from across the political spectrum, and I have also been friends with Chris Minns and his family for around 25 years, and we served on Hurstville City Council together. For as long as I've been at the ATC, I've been involved in plans for the Rosehill Camellia precinct around the edges of Rosehill Racecourse. This has included discussion with neighbouring landowners and with government in relation to potential rezoning and also seeking a metro station for the site. Throughout that time, there have been many changes of policy direction, and we have been navigating a challenging planning process. My experiences of those years, as well as a number of meetings and discussions with government and other stakeholders over the course of that time in 2023, all led me to consider whether the development of the racecourse at Rosehill and the member and trainer benefits that would ensue should at least be explored by the ATC as an option. In 2023, I had a number of meetings and discussions with stakeholders where it became clear that only increased housing density would make a metro station at this location feasible. In August and October 2023, myself and members of the ATC's property team had two key meetings where it was indicated and discussed that housing density would need to be in the order of 40,000 dwellings to justify a metro station. The first was a meeting on the 14th of August 2023 with the newly formed Independent Metro Audit Review Team. The second was a meeting on the 25th of October 2023 with the newly appointed Secretary of the Department of Planning. After those meetings, a couple of things stood out to myself and the property team. Firstly, the timeframe to secure a metro station was closing rapidly. Secondly, having a metro station at Rosehill would significantly increase the rezoning and housing potential and therefore the value to the ATC. Thirdly, having a metro on the ATC's land would reduce the cost to taxpayers because it was already in alignment with the metro line and had a lower contamination and flood risk than neighbouring sites. All of that led me to conclude that there was a big opportunity for the ATC and also benefit for the wider community, and that I needed to raise that with the ATC's chairman and CEO for further consideration. On the 26th of October 2023, I briefed the chairman and CEO on the concept. We discussed the potential for this to deliver significant funds needed to provide a real step change to our training, track and spectator facilities and make them the envy of the world. It would also provide a means of securing our financial future, independent of wagering. We agree that it was incumbent on us to explore the opportunity for the benefit of ATC and its members. We agreed that I would meet with the Premier. We wanted to ensure that we weren't expending ATC's limited resources on a proposal that the government would be opposed to. We also wanted to confirm the appropriate process for such a proposal. On October 30, 2023, I met with the Premier and his Chief of Staff. They confirmed they were interested, it was an interesting idea, but would need to ensure there was a proper process and probity. Shortly after, the Cabinet Office confirmed to me that the unsolicited proposal process should be used and that confidentiality was key due to probity requirements. We also agreed in our team that we should brief Racing New South Wales, our regulator, to ensure that they would not be opposed. And we did that on 1 November 2023. After that, the Cabinet Office provided confidentiality deeds which were executed. The ATC board was briefed on the proposal in the USP process on 21 November 2023. They agreed to progress the proposal and sign a memorandum of understanding with government, which was a statement of intent to work with them on the USP process. After that, I was involved in briefing a number of parties and stakeholders across racing government everywhere. This included a meeting on 19 December 2023, along with our Vice Chair Tim Hale, CEO Matt Galanos. We briefed members of the opposition, including Opposition Leader Mark Speakman and yourself, Mr Chairman, amongst others. Since that time, I've continued to have discussions with members and industry stakeholders regarding the proposal as it's developed. We lodged the Stage 1 submission under the USP process on 28 March 2024. We are continuing to pursue due diligence on the proposal. Once all the facts and details are known, the ATC members will be asked to vote on the matter. At this stage, there is not enough information for an informed decision to be made. At all times in this process, I've acted in the best interest of ATC members, ATC and its members as a whole. Not just because it's my job, but because I want to see the ATC and racing thrive for many years to come. And I thank the committee for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your opening statements. So your evidence is that this idea emanated on the 26th of November. That was following a meeting you had with the Department of Planning, is that correct?
This idea emanated over an 8-year period since 2016, gestated. I guess you could say that it came to a closer fruition at that point in time as an idea.
Okay. So prior to that, on the 25th of October, you'd indicated to planning, according to those meeting minutes, that there were no plans at all to sell either Rosehill or Randwick Racecourse, and that racing would continue permanently on those sites as the premier venues.
That's the position of yes, because that meeting wasn't the appropriate time to discuss any USP, and it was also, I had not had that discussion with our chairman or CEO.
At that point, had you contemplated a USP?
We had, so if we go back to the August meeting, so when the Metro Audit Committee first, and that meeting was held in August, as I said in my statement, I was asked in that meeting, had we ever thought about the racecourse being developed? And at that time, the answer was no. It's a premium racecourse, no. And that's when the discussion was, well, you really need 40,000 homes or about that figure to justify a Metro due to the cost of the Metro, and you have to be paid with developer contributions and the like. And so I guess that's when the idea was first put into our heads, and we had a chat with the property team after that time, and then thought about it, and then we had it again after October.
Thank you.
Chair,
So,
before we go, is it possible to ask for a copy of Mr McMahon's opening statement?
indeed,
to be
happy if
circulated?
Mr McGoran and Mr McMahon both have opening statements, if they can hand those up to the committee for the assistance of hands up. Thank you.
Just by way of clarification, it was in Mr McMahon's head. The first I knew of this was 26th of October, but he was perfectly right to respond to every inquiry by the officials that the ATC had no plans and hadn't contemplated selling Rosehill Gardens. So what at first might look like deceptive or misleading comments were actually exactly the policy of the ATC until it began to reconsider its position after the 26th of October.
Thank you. And Mr McMahon, so in terms of that determination, or did anyone else suggest to you that...
Get to you at the end. Sorry, I just need to refer to it. Sorry.
You indicated that it was your idea to come up with the sale process for Rosehill Racecourse. Was there anyone else who had suggested that to you at all?
Only in our property team, internally, that's it.
Okay. And with respect to the meeting you had with the Premier on the 30th of October,
Yes.
when did you seek that meeting?
Oh, would have been after the 26th.
Okay. So
Around
within
that
those few days, you, texted the Premier, emailed the Premier?
I think I rang his chief of staff and
Okay.
asked for a meeting.
Okay. A fairly urgent meeting to discuss this proposal.
Yep.
And in that meeting, did you indicate that you wanted to seek an unsolicited proposal at that stage?
I discussed, to the best of my recollection, it was to discuss the idea and the process.
Okay. So you, at that stage, did not suggest an unsolicited proposal?
I asked advice on the process and was referred to the Cabinet Office, and that's where I was advised about the USP process.
In that meeting, did the Premier suggest you should seek an unsolicited proposal?
No.
Okay, thank you. Who did you receive advice from with respect to the completion of unsolicited proposals? Was that the Cabinet Office, or did you have an independent advice with respect to that?
Well, initially, the Cabinet Office provided some advice, but also our property team are familiar with the process, so they also had some information.
Okay, and when would you say you received that advice from the Cabinet Office?
Shortly, early November.
Okay. And in terms of that advice, when was Project Wattle effectively stood up?
I
From
don't know
your
when it was
understanding?
called Project Wattle. I didn't make that name up.
Okay. Was that shared with you at any stage?
The name Project Wattle?
The Project Wattle, yeah.
At some stage, but I wasn't asked about it.
Okay, that was before an unsolicited proposal was initiated, though?
No, it was after discussions had been undertaken with the Cabinet Office. It was before we submitted, because we didn't submit till the 28th of March.
And with respect to the unsolicited proposal, who's doing the due diligence on the proposal?
Obviously, we are, our board is, and I believe Racing New South Wales are also undertaking due diligence on the proposal.
Okay.
But we're being, if I may add, Mr Chairman, we are being careful not to duplicate the work that Racing New South Wales as the regulator is undertaking for their own due diligence. They've made it clear to me from the outset they act on behalf of the entire industry. They don't act on behalf of the ATC or the government. So we are coordinating with them to make sure we're not commissioning the same studies.
Now, original documents show that the plan was originally to relocate racing from Rosehill to Warwick Farm. When did that change?
What do you mean, relocate Rosehill to Warwick Farm?
Relocate racing from Rosehill to Warwick Farm was in the original documentation, that was the original proposal, as suggested around November, that racing would be relocated from Rosehill to Warwick Farm.
No, I'd like to know which document you're referring to. I believe you're probably referring to an early draft of workings for a board paper that was probably captured in the Section 52 call for papers. Is that what you're referring to?
There's several documents that have that indication.
Yeah.
So-
In either draft media releases or
exactly.
in commentary back and forth.
No, I agree with you, Mr Chairman. And particularly in the presentation to members, which took place at Rosehill in early February and Royal Randwick, yes, we re-envisaged Warwick Farm as the replacement track, and we would invest on widening the corner, extending the straight, building new stabling, building new spectator and member facilities. So you're quite right to say that the idea of Homebush being an alternate premium track came later, but we did say from the announcement on the 6th of December we would be looking at another racetrack. And it's our belief that the Homebush site, in terms of infrastructure, location and potential, there's a railway station, there's a car park, it's closer, it's in Western Sydney, down the road from Rosehill and so on, needed to be examined. So I think that sort of dawned on us late 2023, early 24. But initially we didn't identify Homebush. We had it in mind, as we do other sites, but we didn't commit to it until probably March or April.
So you've committed to Homebush, have you?
Committed to exploring it and assessing, because it's such an ideal site. So there'll be engineering, environmental and ecological works underway.
Have you visited the site?
Yes.
And you visited it with the Sydney Olympic Park Authority, or?
No, I visited on my own, so I could walk it and drive it and make an assessment for myself. Okay. There'll be challenges. Those of you who have been there will know there's challenges.
The committee has been there, yeah.
Oh, good.
So with respect to the Olympic Park site, though, this is a site that was ruled out for development when it came to the Olympics, the biggest infrastructure project in the state's history. But what's changed in that process that now would allow for a racetrack to be constructed on that site?
I think firstly the vulnerability of the green and gold belt frog has eased considerably. Its endangered status has been modified to an extent. There are environmental challenges because of the wetland area that you would have seen for yourselves. So we have to address that. But otherwise, it's an uncontaminated and non-environmentally sensitive area, apart from those areas that we need to address. Largely, it's brick pit, an industrial site. You obviously, and I think one of your earlier witnesses said, you'll have to drain the brick pit. You would, of course, be potentially constructing a track running around the cliff top.
And have you done any sort of inquiries about the size that you need for a track around that space, or indeed how you would need to stage that track with the light rail that is going down the road right next to that site?
Those matters are under consideration.
Thank you. I'll hand over to other committee members. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Mr. McGoran, you said you've walked around the brick pit. Can you explain to me how you did that, given that it's fenced off and we required Sydney Olympic Park Authority to open the gates and lead us in? How did you manage to walk around the site?
I went to public areas. You must have accessed it at the bottom.
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
we
right.
did indeed.
No.
And it's very clear to us that the challenges that you would have in putting a Class 1 racetrack there with the short straights and the very tight turns would be nowhere near the quality of a track that you get at Rosehill. You'd be aware of that, right?
I don't accept that because I haven't yet got the engineering and
But you-
ecological studies. But if I
You've put that forward as your solution to having a replacement for a Class 1 racetrack. Do you believe that you can put a Class 1 racetrack in the footprint of the brick pit?
I want to examine the possibility, and
You better be doing more than examining the possibility if you're preparing to sell Rosehill and reducing New South Wales to only one Class 1 racetrack.
you speak of the brick pit. The racecourse is nowhere near the floor of the brick pit. So when you walked around the bottom of the brick pit, that's got.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the surface area. If I was to put a plan view of the the top-down view of the brick pit, the lengths of the straights and the tight turns that are required to keep a racetrack within that footprint is nowhere near, I believe, what is going to be acceptable as a Class 1 racetrack. So
Well-
what are you preparing as an alternative for a Class 1 racetrack if you sell Rosehill?
Well, I'm suspending judgment until the experts.
Well, you'd be better be doing more than just suspending judgment, Mr. McGoran. You had better.
Let's let him
have-
answer.
Point
I
of
think
order, Chair.
I think he has something
Point
to
of
say.
order.
on
There's a
this
point of
question.
order. There's a point of order. Mr. Namber.
Chair, the procedural fairness resolution requires that a witness be afforded the opportunity to answer
If
a
I can
question
ask,
that's been
Mr.
Okay,
Fang, if you
understood,
could please let Mr.
understood.
McGoran answer the question.
Mr. McGoran.
No, I'd like to answer your
yes.
earlier points. Thanks. You made several. Firstly, I'm suspending judgment on the suitability of the Homebush site as a future racetrack until I have more information particularly from the engineers, to address your practical concerns. There's other sites that we're looking at, which I'm not going to flag publicly because commercial property issues. So it really is a matter of us concluding the stage 2 so we can answer your questions more fully.
Okay, Mr. McMahon, you've been a former staffer, correct?
Yes.
You'd be aware of, I guess, the requirements in making proposals to government. You know, given your vast experience in government previously.
Not an expert in it, but I'm aware of them, yes.
Yeah. Do you think it's appropriate that you would approach the Premier as the first point of call with such a significant proposal?
I'm pretty sure that you would, well, maybe you wouldn't agree, but it is commonplace in a number of situations before you invest resources from a member base that you want to make sure that they're not going to be automatically opposed to such a thing.
How much have you spent so far on this?
Pardon?
How much have you spent so far on this?
Approximately $320,000. I got the figures out yesterday.
No, go ahead.
Last week you would have, or this week, you would have seen a suggestion that the delivery of this new railway station may in fact extend the delivery of the Western Metro by an additional between 3 and 5 years. Given that time frame, is this project worth pursuing?
It's still worth proceeding until we have all the information.
So, in other words, if it's not, the train station will not be delivered potentially till 2035 or 2037. In those circumstances, would you be recommending to your members that they proceed with this proposal?
It's a long-term project, always was from the outset. Racing at Rosehill would have continued between 5 and 7 years anyway.
Well, are you the Premier was suggesting to the New South Wales Farmers Conference last week that Rosehill Racecourse will be closed down next year. Is that in your planning?
No, of course not.
So when the Premier said you won't, to the New South Wales farmers, you won't be able to hold your meeting here next year, that's because he had envisaged that the
Bulldozers were coming in.
Racecourse will be in fact closing next year.
No.
So that's not on the proposal. So the proposal you're taking to your members potentially, and it's a bit unclear what that proposal is going to be, but potentially the delivery of a railway station in 2035, 2037.
But, well, two things. I haven't seen the Premier's comments. They're at odds with the unsolicited proposal because Rosehill will be sold in stages, so as to preserve the racing and training aspects. Secondly, depending on how the funding is derived for portions of the sale, then it is a long-term project. This is a bigger project than Green Square, and Green Square took 25 years. So this is a 40-year project.
Well, you're suggesting, though, that there's going to be a return to the ATC of $5 billion. How did you get to that figure?
That's a calculation provided to us by experts in the area that are, after all the contingencies are subtracted.
Well, who are those experts?
Those experts are Mostyn Copper.
And they've been involved, have they not, in relation to this proposal since 2016, aren't they? The property consultants that Mr McMahon was talking about earlier that he has been dealing with since 2016?
That's correct. But there have been few, if any, to my knowledge, large-scale developers who've contested the estimate.
So, well, what would be the... that might be right, but given that they probably don't know all the parameters of what the proposal is, it's a bit difficult to understand what the estimate is going to be. But let's put that to one side. When in 2016, the proposal, of course, was to the Rosehill / Camellia site, was it not? How many dwellings was that proposal mooted to deliver?
Approximately 3,000, best case scenario.
And the curtilage around the racetrack?
I'll defer. The 3,000 I'm talking about the James Roos land, non-core of the ATC, but for the other developers, I think it's another 20-odd thousand dwellings.
Yeah, I think the original plan from 2016, which again changed a number of times, was around about 10, and other developers believed it was higher.
So the non-sale component of if you weren't selling the racecourse, there were proposals which you were working on over a period of time, which could have delivered up to 13,000 potentially more dwellings.
No, the maximum for the ATC's land is 3,000.
But in terms of the site generally,
correct. Fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point, but it's not anywhere near the minimum number for a metro station, and it's the metro station that's the key to all this.
So just to be clear, Mr McMahon, in 2016, I think in your earlier evidence, you had this in your mind.
Not the racecourse sale, the Camellia precinct that your government raised, yes, definitely.
Yeah. And when did the sale of the racecourse actually jump into your mind?
Not until probably after the audit committee in August.
What date was that?
In August 14. I refer to in my opening statement, but it was August
see,
14.
The proposal for the delivery of the Western Metro had been ongoing for some significant period of time.
Absolutely.
Why wouldn't you have made a submission to the previous government in respect of the delivery of a railway station and the sale of Rosehill Racecourse?
We've been dealing with your government for a long time.
You may have been, but why didn't this proposal jump into? This is the first we've heard of this proposal. When did this jump into your mind?
So we've been dealing with the government for a long time. There'd been a lot of changes in policy. There was going to be Camellia, there was going to be a metro, then there wasn't going to be. Then Lucy Turnbull through the Greater Sydney Commission got involved, and there wasn't going to be, then there was going to be. There'd been a lot of changes. So we were trying to get a metro for our racecourse. And after the August meeting, when it was talked about the need for 40,000 dwellings to make the metro feasible, after that meeting, we thought to ourselves, we should at least look at this. How can we make this happen? Let's look at the numbers.
Did you ask that question ever before? About what would make a station at Rosehill feasible? Have you ever asked that question before?
Yes, for over the 8 years, yes.
Okay, And was that because you had in mind selling the racecourse?
No, it's because we wanted a metro station to replace the railway station that, with respect,
And did
your
anyone
government
tell
took
you?
away.
Did anyone tell you in the course of those negotiations you would need 40,000 dwellings?
Over the last 8 years, no, because we never got a decision from government on the rezoning and on metro.
So you in fact came to your board with this proposal after you'd met with the metro to say, give us 40,000 dwellings and we'll give you a metro.
It wasn't as simple as that. After the metro meeting, as I outlined in my opening statement, after the metro meeting, and then after the other meeting with the Secretary of Planning, after we'd done some more work behind the scenes, I took the matter to our CEO and Chairman for further consideration.
Well, that was the next day, wasn't it? After the meeting with planning? It was
Correct.
the next
Yes,
day.
correct.
And
Sorry, Mr. Tudor.
Mr McMahon, did you speak to a members' consultation meeting last month about this proposal?
Yes.
And did you say to them what you thought the value would be of the land if it went on the market today?
I believe I did, yes.
Yeah, and that was an amount of $2 billion?
I believe the full context was that if, depending on how you cut it, if you were to sell it at right here today, it'd be worth around $2 billion, but over time it would be worth 5 or even more than that.
Does that worry you, Mr McGorran? You said earlier on no one's contested the $5 billion amount that came from Mostyn Cooper. Your
sold
staff
today. It was
member
sold
has...
today.
Sorry?
If it was sold today.
If it was sold today, well,
no
your proposal
rezoning.
is to sell it, what, in the next 12 months? So your estimation of $2 billion today is obviously relevant to what you're planning to do. So
no
isn't that a
rezoning.
clear contradiction that this $5 billion figure is not credible and it's not from a professional valuation?
No. The best advice we've had, if you wanted to sell Rosehill Gardens, as is, no rezoning, walk-in, walk-outs, 1.6 billion, not 2 billion,
1.6.
and of course that's a paltry return for the loss of a premium racetrack. We wouldn't even let that bid through the door.
But why do you think you're guaranteed to get a metro? It's only under consideration. There are flooding concerns, contamination concerns. Nearby Camellia was ruled out for a metro because of flooding and contamination. And as Mr Tudhope's pointed out, the project's been delayed. Apparently, the Premier's been briefed that because of the Rosehill complexity and putting a metro box, it wouldn't happen until 2035 at the earliest.
I can't comment on the Premier's
have you
deliberations.
gone back and asked your valuers to say what impact would that have?
I can't comment on the Premier's deliberations, but the siting of the metro station is midway between the ends of the grandstand facing James Roos Drive.
When does that
if it-
metro station need to open to make your $5 billion valuation valid?
If the unsolicited proposal stage 3 is agreed on, where the government gives us the rezoning and the metro station, and we agree to the sale, that is binding not just on the government of the day, but all future governments. It's an unsolicited proposal.
Yeah, that's not answering my question. For your $5 billion amount to be valid, when does the metro at Rosehill need to open?
We have valuers looking at all that now, giving us options as to when and how you'd sell it, when the returns might be available. This is unique.
So it's worth $1.6 billion today, but you don't know when it'll be worth $5 billion. But you made that statement on the 7th of December on behalf of the ATC.
Do you mind re-asking the question? I don't.
Well,
fully
it's worth $1.6 billion today. You don't know, according to what your evidence today, of when it would be worth $5 billion, yet that was your definitive statement on the 7th of December at the press conference.
I'm yet to find any valuer or large-scale experienced property developer who disagrees with $5 billion. Now, the challenge for us, Mr.
$5 billion when?
The challenge,
let Mr. McGorran finish, please.
The challenge for us is how to capture that. It's such a big project. How long would a developer take a risk for? Because you build 800 dwellings a day. So I agree with you. We do have to have an answer to that question, and we do have a very significant
You don't have that
firm
answer
of
today?
valuers looking at it.
You
now.
don't have that answer today.
No, because we haven't finished.
had it on the 7th
we
of
haven't
December.
finished our due diligence.
Okay. Mr McMahon, what happened at the meeting with the Planning Secretary on the 23rd of August?
It was the 23rd of August.
Yeah. You said you met with the
October.
independent Metro
25th of
audit
October.
team on the 14th of August.
Yes.
Then you met with the Planning Secretary on the 23rd
Of October.
20,
of October.
Yes.
Okay.
was that the 25th of October?
Let me just check so I don't mislead you all.
Yeah.
Yes, 25th of October.
And what happened on the meeting on the 14th of August where you thought this could now be viable? What was said about a metro at Rosehill that made you think a full sale could happen?
Yep. So on behalf of the ATC, we were advocating, as we had been for years, for a metro station at Rosehill to service our racecourse. And the discussion came that if that was going to happen, that to make it feasible, it was likely that more density would be required. And as you would be aware, over the last 8 years, there have been decisions to explore a metro there and then others to not and to do so. Our point at those meetings was that a metro station on our land would save the taxpayers money because the Rosehill Racecourse land is less contaminated and less flood prone than the perimeter sites. And I think some of the sites that were being investigated prior to that were around the perimeter, so it would have been cost prohibitive, so it never really got off the ground. So in those meetings, we were advocating for a metro with the existing plans. And then discussion in that meeting was you really need close to 40,000 to make it feasible for anyone to do it. So that's when we started thinking, well, let's have a look at the numbers, but we were
so
opposed
you're
to
starting
it.
to think, and when was the meeting with the planning secretary?
The 25th.
25th.
25th of October.
Okay.
Yes, and that meeting was about...
Right, that's where you told them that there's definitely no plan to sell Rosehill.
So that meeting was to brief the new secretary on the plans for all of our racecourses. And again, the conversation came up, I believe from them, but I could be wrong, about you'd need 40,000 to make a metro feasible.
But the following day, you spoke to your chairman and said we should go forward with the full sale.
No. So when we left that meeting, we had furthered a conversation with our property team and said, look, this has come up again. We want to get a metro off the ground. So we did some numbers, and then we got some numbers and they were quite attractive. I then rang the chairman and our CEO to say, look,
on the 26th.
I think we need to explore this further. We were very conscious that in all public notices, and we've got one here from the Herald, that it was very clear that the government was close to making a decision on the metro. And if we did not at least make a move to explore that opportunity then, the train station would literally have left. So we needed to make that decision. Hence, I guess, a lot of the haste in having those decisions.
Yeah, Mr. Maguire, before going to the state government to say you wanted to sell the full Rosehill site,
To explore it.
Shouldn't you have got a board decision to authorise that? Like it's the most important asset you own at the ATC. You're going to the Premier of New South Wales to say, let's work together to sell this, without a board decision to authorise that action.
There are 2 board meetings beforehand. A board meeting on 21st of November, and then a board meeting on the 21st of November. There's 2 board meetings
Well, it's the
beforehand.
same
With
day.
due
We had
respect,
2
Mr
meetings on
McGoran,
the
it was
same
the
day.
30th of October that Mr McMahon went to see the Premier about selling Rosehill Racecourse.
Yes.
And Mr. Latham's point is, why was the cart before the horse, so to speak? Why didn't you raise with the board whether that should proceed at all?
Firstly, an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, had been flagged. Secondly, I wanted Mr McMahon to test the government. This was a very big idea, so I wanted to be sure that the government was supportive of us exploring the issues.
Yeah, but because it's a very big idea, aren't you duty bound to get a board decision to go forward to the Premier of New South Wales with your very big idea?
No, I don't believe so, because the board was fully informed and met on 2 occasions before the announcement with the Premier on the 6th of November.
Which was
6th of December.
6th of December. Can you provide the board minutes to us where there's an authorisation of the announcement you made at Rosehill on the 6th of December?
I'll take legal advice on that, Mr Latham, because clearly we're not a government agency, we're not a statutory authority.
But you have responsibilities under the law, the Corporations Act and other statutes of New South Wales.
Let me take legal advice on that matter.
Okay. And
Mr McMahon, have you had any further discussions with the Premier in relation to this proposal?
only superficial at functions and different conversations, and along the lines of, how's it all going? Yep, we're working on it.
Well, did Mr. Will Murphy from the Premier's Department suggest to you that this unsolicited proposal was the way to go?
Yes.
So it was the Premier who asked, Premier's department that asked you to put in an unsolicited
No,
proposal.
they didn't ask us to put it in. I asked the question as to the correct process, and I was advised that.
And there were four potential processes, were there not?
So you say?
Weren't you advised that in fact by Mr Murphy that there were four different proposals, a direct dealing proposal, an unsolicited proposal, they could compulsorily acquire it. There were a number of potential options, and it was the Premier's department who in fact solicited from you an unsolicited proposal.
No, well, that's not quite true. I asked what the process was. The idea and the proposal.
But it was them
ours.
that suggested the unsolicited proposal was the best way to go, wasn't it?
As the mechanism, yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
So they solicited an unsolicited proposal
No, they
from
didn't
you.
solicit it. They recommended that was one of the processes that was advised as the best form of process.
Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Final question.
Yes, Mr.
If I
Latham.
could, to Mr McGoran, in explaining this Rosehill sale decision to the trainers at the racecourse itself, why did you say that the track needs to be sold because there are too many Indians living in the Parramatta region?
Oh.
Isn't it the job of the ATC to attract people from all ethnic backgrounds to racing and gain their patronage and support for this particular industry?
Well, that's offensive in the way you phrased it, Mr Latham. I can recall saying that the demographics, including the high Indian population, was affecting crowd sizes. But there are other groups, community groups, and we have some research that are attracted to Rosehill. So it was purely an examination of the likely target audience.
No, it was more than that. It was a reason why Rosehill should be sold. That the demographics, as you call it, too many Indian families mean there's not enough interest in racing in the Parramatta region. That's what you put to them, wasn't it?
I didn't say there's too many Indian families. You're suggesting that I might have a problem with Indian families. What I've said is that Rosehill is suffering from a decline in attendance. Much of this is due to the removal of the heavy rail station, but a lot of it's also due to. But a lot of it's also due.
Families
A lot of it's also
in explaining
due
why the
to
track had to be sold.
changing demographics in the region.
Why did you mention Indian families as a reason for why the track had to be sold?
That was one of many reasons why I wanted to consider it being sold. I'm still waiting myself, Mr Latham, for all of the evidence, but I wouldn't be putting this proposal forward if I didn't have the courage of my convictions to argue its merits. But it's my job to present all the information to the members who then make the decision. I don't see the political conspiracy here or what the ATC board has done wrong.
Isn't it your job to work with the Indian community to get their interest in our great sport of racing and get them to Rosehill?
I think that's an asinine question, and you know it.
Why is it an
Thank
asinine question?
Mr.
You're paying a lot of money
Mr.
to
Latham,
do that.
Mr.
Anyway.
Latham, Mr. Nanva's got the call.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. McGoran and Mrs. McMahon, you've both stated in your opening statement that the ATC has been seeking to redevelop Rosehill since 2015. In that time, there have been a series of changes in portfolio ministers, so would it be fair to say that on each occasion the ATC would revisit plans with each change of minister to try and progress, I suppose, a vision into a reality?
Absolutely.
It's not unusual for well-established plans, is it, to be rethought, reconsidered, redesigned, if it would help turn a stalled plan into an outcome?
Yeah, as I articulated in my opening statement, we endured several changes, several ministers, several changes of policy, and we adapted and worked with the government on each of those. And so, similarly, when you see a change of policy again from a new government, you adapt to that. And seeing that a government requiring housing, wanting a metro, having a metro audit review committee, it made sense to try to adapt to that. Given the lack of success that the previous government had in actually enabling that.
The idea of increasing density and housing around a metro station has been a proposition put forward by the ATC since 2018, is that correct?
2016, I believe, Mr. Nemba. It was
2016?
announced in, 2015, the Camellia precinct was first floated by the New South Wales government, and the metro project was announced in 2016.
Okay. I just want to take you to a meeting on public disclosures of Mr Anderson's disclosures of the 18th of October, I believe, 2022, where I understand the Homes Minister was present at that meeting.
Yes.
Did Minister Anderson organise that meeting with the then Homes Minister?
It's a question for him, but I believe the ATC would have requested that through Kevin Anderson as the racing minister at the time.
So
That-
presumably the Housing Minister
best of my
thought it was a
recollection,
good
that
idea
sounds correct.
to be present at the meeting?
Sorry.
Presumably the Housing Minister thought it was a good idea to be at that meeting?
I believe so.
Did you discuss building additional housing and density at Rosehill in that meeting?
That meeting was about the original Camellia precinct, so it wasn't about the racecourse itself. It was about trying to get the government to deliver a Camellia rezoning that was feasible and workable with a metro station there.
So the previous racing minister, the previous government was well aware of proposals to see additional housing at Rosehill,
They should have been, yes.
predicated on a metro station being delivered.
Absolutely. And it wasn't just the ATC advocating for that, it was also the surrounding landowners around it.
Could I just take you to the, I suppose, the future of the industry? You've noted the revenue headwinds that the industry faces. Is a significant proportion of revenue that the industry is reliant on from gambling sources?
Yes. Thoroughbred racing, like the other racing codes, differ very much so from other sporting codes in that we derive the bulk, perhaps as high as 80%, I stand to be corrected, but around 80% of our income comes from wagering, whereas obviously for the football codes, to take an example, 80% would come from media rights and a much smaller amount from wagering.
With respect to the long-term financial security of the club, would it be your view that the board should be exploring and considering diversified revenue sources so that the club's recurring revenues can keep up with the costs, the need for improved infrastructure, spectator experiences, tracks, stabling?
Yeah. Very much so. I strongly believe it would have been a breach of the board's fiduciary duty not to pursue this concept. Whether it's voted on affirmatively or negatively by members, or we don't reach agreement with the government, so be it. But I was not going to take it on myself, and nor were my fellow directors, to reject an opportunity like this. Look, the ATC breaks even. If we break even, it's a good year, and we only broke even in financial year 2023 because we restructured and saved ourselves $5.5 million. But we have very heavy costs. For instance, our subsidy for training, which is obviously trainers and owners directly, on ATC training tracks was $7.9 million we lost in the financial year 24, and it's estimated to be $8.6 million in the next 12 months. And even so, the trainers will tell you we're not keeping their facilities, apart from the tracks, but their stabling and added facilities up to standard. You need hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and people think, well, just go to Racing New South Wales. Even they don't have the sums that the ATC needs to leapfrog into the future. Everything else will be patching up what we've got. And as I said earlier on, you'll be going to Warwick Farm and Canterbury in 20, 30 years' time, and you'll have the same experience you have today. And if you think young people and the future generations are going to tolerate that, then I think you're mistaken.
Can I just go back to the timeline of events, if I could? So, you were advised that the best way to proceed with the proposition that was put through an unsolicited proposal process was in November of last year. That's correct?
I believe so, yes.
And the proposal of the stage one, the instigation of the stage one part of that proposal is effectively triggered in March of this year. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. 28th of March.
28th of March. A bit has been made of the publicly stated position of the ATC around not seeking to sell the Rosehill Racecourse, but a publicly stated position on a plan that's been stalled since 2015 shouldn't disqualify an organisation should it, from changing its plans and putting new proposals forward?
Correct. Absolutely.
The brick pit proposition, this proposal isn't contingent on the brick pit from proceeding, is it? The USP process has a long way to go. There are multiple stages. Presumably that'd be the subject of further discussion, negotiation, but the point at the moment is to keep an open mind.
I'll defer an answer to that to our chairman, but what I'll say is that we are very early into the stage 2 process where all of these matters need to be detailed. The very name of stage 2 is the detailed assessment. So we're in the middle of getting all of those details. So that's still to be determined by our board and by the government and everyone involved. So it's early days.
Can I ask a clarifying question on that point then, Mr. Namber?
Oh, I haven't finished with my questioning.
Would you mind if I ask a clarifying
let Mr.
question?
Namber continue.
There's obviously a desire to have a number of Group 1, Class 1 tracks. That's correct? Whether that's the brick pit,
Quality racetracks, yes.
quality racetracks. Is there anything that would... is there any reason why Warwick Farm couldn't be upgraded to a quality track?
But the plan is to upgrade Warwick Farm to be a better track than what it is today.
Group 1?
Yes, absolutely. With the longer straights, with the plans that we've already gone through with the trainers and members and the like, to lengthen the straight, make it wider, make it safer, make it better for punters, make it better
Cambered.
for everyone. Yep, cambered, safer, better. So absolutely, that's part of the plan if this deal were to go ahead.
If this deal were not to go ahead, is the status quo sustainable
don't
with
think we have
respect
the money
to
at all.
revenue, costs, the current state of infrastructure? As the chair of the club, would you feel comfortable with the status quo without an alternative plan?
No, I don't. If you look to the future, and at fear of repeating my earlier comments, it all depends on whether or not you want to plan for the future, and you're not assuming that racing will always be as popular and as it is today. So, frankly, I want to avoid the scenario where racing becomes a niche or minority sport, as it has in other countries. So if you don't plan for the future, then you're hostage to it.
The ATC is a public company, correct?
No, we are a company limited by, it's a not-for-profit company limited by guarantee, so that we have to reinvest all of our funds for the benefit of members.
There has been a range of witnesses that have expressed concerns about what would happen to any revenue that would result from the sale of the racecourse. Being a publicly listed, being a company owned by effectively members, presumably that money would go to the members for the members' benefit to pursue whatever infrastructure upgrades
And the industry. So obviously, it's freehold land owned by the club at Rosehill Gardens. Any sale proceeds belong to the ATC.
There's no law, regulation, or any other standard that you're aware of that would mean that those funds would not go towards the benefits of the industry and the members as a whole.
Correct.
Mr. Chair.
If I can, Mr. Martin, and I think Ms. Fairman wanted to call.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm conscious of time. I'll try and be brief. Mr. McGoran, you provided some items in your opening statement, and we've referred to them in Mr. Namber's line of questioning. A lot of items from the income statement. Do you mind if we turn to the balance sheet, and can I ask you how much the ATC owes Racing New South Wales?
Yes, this was a feature of earlier witnesses. We have loans of $113 million to Racing New South Wales. They are not 200 million, and they are indeterminable loans, meaning they are only refunded if we sell certain assets. And if we sold Rosehill Gardens, theoretically, because I don't want anybody to think that myself, the board, or anyone at the ATC, let alone members, think it's a certainty or a done deal. If the sale did go ahead, we would have to return about $50 million to Racing New South Wales on the basis of those interminable loans. The rest of the loans are associated with Royal Randwick.
Okay, so they don't need to be repaid?
They don't need to be repaid
Unless
you sell, and only then the $50 million attached to Rosehill.
Okay, thank you.
Ms Fairman.
Mr McGoran, who gave you the $5 billion figure before you gave that figure at the press conference? Who gave you that figure, $5 billion?
Our property consultants,
So they gave...
Most and Copper.
And they gave that to you the day? Was that in a full valuation, that $5 billion? And you were able to table that as well, please, for the committee?
I'll take legal advice as to that, as to the commercial in confidence nature. If I can, I undertake to do so.
So that was in a written valuation, that $5 billion figure that you were presented with. Was it the day of the announcement?
The figure has been worked through by the property consultants who engage other consultants who are experts in this field looking at all of that. And then since that time, and it's subject to the USP process, so subject to the legal advice and commercially in confidence, it's been tested further by other appropriate organisations that do that kind of work. So the methodology behind it is sound, and it depends on how you cut the pie at the end.
So the $5 billion, does that include any value capture component to be repaid to the state government? Like they give you a railway station to get this up. Do you expect that the increased value, some of which will be recovered by the state government for the purpose of developing the railway station, potentially that it will deliver and other infrastructure to that site?
Yeah, so the valuation certainly captures the infrastructure required as per normal development applications and constructions. Naturally, and through the USP process, there would have to be a negotiation in regards to
So the $5 billion
all
is
aspects of that.
fictitious in those circumstances.
Well, it
if
could
you
be
don't-
better than
if
$5
it-
billion.
Well,
So
but
it all
it
depends
could be a
on
lot
the work
worse.
being done now.
It could be a lot worse.
Very unlikely, sir.
Could be a lot worse if, in fact, the requirement of the government is that there is hospitals to be built, roads to be built, water and sewerage infrastructure to be delivered, a railway station to be delivered.
But of course-
They may say that giving you an uplift of $5 billion from 1.6 to $5 billion, we want our cut.
Well aware of that.
Yeah,
It's all factored in.
in which case, stage 3 of the unsolicited proposal, where these matters are negotiated, including the gifting of Horsley Park, we wouldn't agree.
So Mr. McMahon,
Yes.
you're a pretty good tipper, aren't you? In fact, someone in my office tells me that you know how to tip. You'd have to say this is a pretty bad tip at the moment. This isn't going to proceed, is it?
I'd have to declare that I have provided your staff with tips. 5 out of 6, I believe, at last carnival. I should disclose that openly. Look, no, I think it'll be up to the members, and until the members see all of the information, and until we've done all of the work, until we get to that final stage, no one can make an informed decision. But on the basis of the work we've seen...
Well, I'm a member. I'd like to know, in the $5 billion valuation, what's the assumption made there about the opening of the metro?
You'll see all of that information when you get to have your vote.
In the $5 billion has been touted, you've used it publicly repeatedly. It must have an assumption built in as to when the metro will open, given that the whole value, or majority of the value of the $5 billion is contingent on the metro.
But the model, as I'm sure you would understand if you do talk to property people, once the government confirms a rezoning, once the government confirms that a metro is going to be built, then developers will make those based on those assumptions. So when it's actually constructed, it depends on how you cut the pie. So having the station physically built obviously makes it easier to sell properties for people, but when people know it's coming and have that assurity from the
That's
government...
not answering the question.
And that's
The
one thing that we
$5
can do
billion
for
is
the
contingent
members.
upon the metro opening on a certain date. What is that date?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It all gets made relative to the deal that you cut.
Mr. McGoran, in the answer you gave to Bob Namber, you indicated that the brick pit was mutually exclusive to the sale. Are you saying that the sale of Rosehill Racecourse will not necessarily guarantee an additional racetrack being another Class 1 racetrack in Sydney?
Well, he can still put the question to it.
But can it be rephrased, Mr. Chairman? I don't fully understand.
Are you indicating to this committee that the sale of Rosehill Racecourse will not necessarily deliver Sydney another Class 1 racetrack?
Our objective and our negotiations with the government will be in regard to the Homebush site. And we have to wait to see.
So if you're not
we
able,
have to
if
wait
you're
to
not
see
able
their
to,
response and how we respond in kind.
So if you are not able to be given the opportunity to develop the brick pit, you will not sell Rosehill Racecourse.
that is an option available to us. I won't commit to it because we're still in the early stages, and there's other sites that could be available to us.
So Mr. McGoran, as part of this program, and I guess this goes to the $5 billion question as well. So $5 billion is achieved through the proceeds of sale of Rosehill. I take it to a developer is what you're envisaging. You're not envisaging developing it yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as part of that, that isn't $5 billion profit to the ATC, so to speak, because you will have some form of contingent liability to pay for another track in Sydney. Now, you've used the term the gifting of an
Horsley
area,
Park.
or the gifting of Horsley Park. So you don't envisage that you would be paying the taxpayers of New South Wales any money for that site?
It's all part of the negotiation.
Part of the negotiations, my friend reminds me. But if we're to assist the government with a metro station, the location of it, and all the economic and cultural...
But the government's
and social-
assisting you with $5 billion, as you put it.
If we are doing a land swap at its basic between the metro station and Horsley Park, that's one aspect. Then you've got the other aspect of where a future premium racetrack could be constructed. These are matters for negotiation, and it's too early to enter into those. It's a stage 3 issue.
But if you can develop on the brick pit site, as you say, shouldn't the government just be turning the brick pit into housing then?
I didn't say...
On their own site?
Price is different.
I didn't say...
Where a metro is also going to go?
We might want to look at the Hansard, but I didn't say we could develop a racetrack at Homebush. I said we're examining it. Prima facie, there is space, but let's see what the engineers come up with.
But Mr. McGoran, your evidence as well before was that the status of the green and gold bellfrog that held up development during the Olympics is apparently wonderful now, and we don't need to concern ourselves with the brick pit site and any conservation of the green and gold bellfrog there.
I didn't say we didn't need to concern ourselves with the frog. I said it's not on as endangered a species as it once was, which was the automatic blocker back in 2000.
I think I made the point we don't need to worry about the frog.
Well, if I can, and thank you for affording us a little extra time, but just one last question. Mr. McMahon, in reaching out to the Premier for that meeting, or the Premier's Chief of Staff for that 30th of October meeting, did you indicate what the meeting would be about?
I believe, to the best of my recollection, I said I wanted to present an idea that I think would be mutually beneficial for the community and for the racecourse, for the ATC.
And they didn't ask for any further detail?
No, but I think,
They granted you a meeting just on that very vague...
Well,
He's a mate.
it is
okay,
quite
fair
extraordinary on
It's
the
on the
basis
public
of that
record.
to be able to secure a meeting with the Premier within 3 days, which is then listed simply as a meet and greet in the Premier's diary disclosures. So,
Well, I didn't list it like that, but yeah.
well, thank you.
No, that's right, Mr. McMahon, you didn't.
Thank you.
The Premier did.
Thank you both for your time and evidence here before the committee today. I don't think you've taken anything on notice, but you have taken on notice the requests of documents that members have put. So
Correct.
if you could return, and the Committee Secretariat will be in discussions with you following this about that
Thanks, Mr.
material
Chairman.
which you've undertaken to investigate in the
Indeed.
committee. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Chair, just as we asked the other witness... cancel any testing of the division bells?
I don't think it's testing. I think it's the LA is sitting.
Ah,
The challenges of us being in here when the LA is sitting. It's not testing.
Well, that's...
But if you was...
Is Ms. Carolyn Searcy, who is here present, and Mr. Tim Hale is joining us via video conference from Singapore. And if he could be brought up on the screen, if possible. Thank you very much. Mr. Hale, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, welcome both Mr. Hale and Ms. Searcy, and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Now, before I ask you to either take the oath or affirmation before you, I want to just outline, Mr. Hale in particular for you, Thank you for agreeing to appear today via video link from Singapore. I understand the Secretariat has been in touch regarding the application of parliamentary privilege to your evidence today, given you appearing outside of the jurisdiction of New South Wales. While witnesses in jurisdictions in Australia outside of New South Wales are protected by national defamation laws, this is not the case for witnesses in overseas jurisdictions. Witnesses in these jurisdictions should be aware that their evidence to the committee may be open to being adduced into court proceedings in that jurisdiction, although they are fully protected against any proceedings being brought against them here in New South Wales in respect of the evidence that they may give. I also understand that given this scenario, the Secretariat suggested you seek your own legal advice, of course, noting you're a senior counsel yourself, should this be required. I've asked committee members to be cognisant of that particular circumstance of your appearance, and we look forward to hearing your considered views on the terms of reference today. So thank you very much. Now I will ask Mr. Hale if you could either take the oath or the affirmation, and please state your name and position title.
Yes, I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hale. Ms. Cersei, likewise, if you could take either the oath or affirmation and state your name and position title as well,
Yeah, my
please.
full name, Caroline Searcy. I'm a director on the board of the ATC, and I'll take the affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before the committee today?
I would.
Ms. Searcy, we'll start with you in the room and then we'll go to Mr. Hale.
Okay. Well, as mentioned, I'm Caroline Searcy, Director on the board of the ATC. I came on the board in February 2023. I have my own media business. I host and produce a couple of shows that go on Sky Racing that I fund through the industry, about promoting racing and the breeding industry and the rehoming of thoroughbreds. I've been involved in sporting and racing media for over 35 years, and I've closely observed racing administrators for a large part of that, 30 years of that time living in Sydney. I've bred and raced my own thoroughbreds, and 4 of them are now back in my care post-racing. I by no means have the commercial ability to play at the top end of the racing and the breeding game, so I fully understand the huge investment that so many people make without a return in the racing industry just for the passion that they have for these horses. I'd like to make a few points in particular about the proposal to sell Rosehill Racecourse. The board of the ATC has not agreed at this point to sell Rosehill. We're currently investigating a proposed sale, but no decision has been made as yet by the board. When we signed the Memorandum of Understanding, I made it very clear I was signing this document with a view to discussing it further with government and consulting with industry and, of course, the members. So there's been no binding agreement at this point, and the priority for me has always been the club and its members and industry stakeholders. Personally, my first instinct, same as our chairman said, is that you don't sell racecourses. I didn't get on this board to be selling assets that are as important and as big as Rosehill Racecourse. I've lived in Adelaide, I've seen racetracks disappear, and I think it's not been for the benefit of the racing industry, particularly in somewhere like South Australia. And I know they're trying to regain, some ground within the public sphere to make sure racing has the relevance that it really needs. I think it is the duty of the board, as our chairman said before, to investigate what could be an incredible revenue stream for the club and our members and the broader stakeholders and industry. And if, and it is now, obviously, with all the questions being raised, not just in this room, but also by the wider industry, if there's the potential to pay for our wish list regarding improvements to Randwick, Warwick Farm, Canterbury, the track and training infrastructure and member and spectator facilities, then the board has, the duty to explore that fully. The club's funding, as you heard also, is obviously very much challenged at the moment due to the changing wagering landscape. So the board has to look at this potential opportunity of a major influx of funds that could secure the club's financial future independent from wagering. I do believe, however, in reference to some of what's already been discussed, that having a 4th track located close to the centre of Western Sydney is an absolute must. It is obviously the 3rd biggest economy in Australia, the Parramatta region, and I think having that footprint there is absolutely vital, and I certainly would not approve the sale of Rosehill without that 4th racetrack as a Group 1 facility for the racing industry. Obviously, there are strong headwinds. We know about the wagering landscape at the moment. And as I said, racing needs to remain very visible outside the racing industry. We need to engage with local communities, sponsors, take advantage of that growing business environment in that region of Western Sydney and the opportunity that it creates for racing itself. I know a lot of people in the racing and breeding industry, so I've spent a lot of hours talking to all sorts of different stakeholders, from owners, breeders, trainers, jockeys, past chairmen, former stewards, to really understand exactly what the sale of this course would mean to people whose businesses rely on the racing industry. And also those for whom racing is more of a leisure pursuit. So I'm looking forward to the board having the full details after the due diligence is completed to really know where we stand. And of course, as has also been mentioned, the sale cannot proceed without the vote of members in favour of that sale. So again, I want to stress the board has not made a decision to sell the course. I have an open but somewhat sceptical view about whether it will transpire. And I'll continue to act in the best interests of the club and the members as a whole. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms Searcy. And Mr Hale, and just Mr Hale, before you continue, just to let you know that the person in the background is somewhat visible on the screen, despite the green screen effect, unfortunately. But yeah,
Yes.
apologies for that. But I thought you might like to be aware of that before
Thank
proceeding.
you.
Thank you,
Yes.
Mr Hale. If you'd like to make a short opening statement.
Yes, my name is Tim Hale. I'm the Vice Chair of the Australian Turf Club and have been so since August of 2022. I am an elected director of the ATC. I was elected in November 2020, taking office on the 1st of February 2021. I'm the Chair of the Members Subcommittee of the Board, Chair of the Members Consultative Committee. I'm a member of the Finance and Audit Subcommittee, and I'm a member of the Remuneration and Nomination Subcommittee. I am a practicing barrister. I was appointed Senior Counsel for New South Wales in 1999 and Queen's Counsel, now King's Counsel for Western Australia since 2000. My areas of practice include property law, property development and valuation law, and I have over the decades appeared for government, councils and property developers, and I have that familiarity with
Mr Hale, I'm sorry. I've had points of order raised by committee members in terms of, unfortunately, the individual is still visible in the background. I don't know if that's... I know you might be in a tight space in Singapore, unfortunately.
Yes, I am. Yes.
I know what it can be like in Singapore. So,
Is that
possible? Yes, that is out of screen now. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I do apologise for that, and it is a tight space I'm in. So my areas of practice include property law, property development and valuation law, and as I say, I've appeared and acted for property developers, government and council over a long period of time, and therefore have a familiarity with property development. I'm here today at the invitation of the committee, and I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Now, both Mr Hale and Ms Searcy, you were both singled out by Gai Waterhouse in her evidence at the former committee hearing, saying that she is infuriated by the mendacity of the ATC board and associates, but I exclude from criticism members Tim Hale and Caroline Searcy. Just wondering why are you both excluded from her wrath, so to speak?
I would say, and I hadn't spoken to Gai since the first forum, or before the very first forum, where she was pretty aggressive about the role of the board and what the board should be doing. But I think perhaps Gai has heard about the fact, I know Tim in particular as well, and myself have spent a lot of time, as I said before, in speaking to a lot of people in the industry. So we're not pushing the potential sale of Rosehill. I think we're probably more listening to what members and stakeholders are saying. So perhaps that feedback has gone back to Gai, but you'd have to ask Gai about that.
Thank you. Mr Hale, anything you would like to add to that?
Yes, I did not know she was going to say that. I think my comment's much the same as Ms Searcy. I spend at least an hour to 2 hours just about every Saturday walking around the members, speaking to the members, and obviously this is an issue. I listen to what they say, and I think it's possibly because I have made it known that I regard the integrity of the process as fundamentally important for the vote, and I strongly adhere to the idea that the members' vote will be decisive and determinative of this. So I think perhaps that those views and this amount of time I spend talking to members of the ATC has probably led to this.
Thank you. So for both of you then, in terms of those consultations you've been having with members, what is the feedback from members and what is your expectation of what any vote of the ATC would produce?
Well, I think at the moment, certainly we don't have the detail to give members as yet, which is very frustrating because obviously, you want to be able to say this is what this would cost, this is what it would cost to, do up anything, whether it be Warwick Farm or to have Horsley Park built as a training centre or any of that. We obviously don't have that information as yet. However, the majority of the members that I speak to at the moment, a handful will say, look, you have to explore this, you must actually get that detail to the members. But I would say at the moment the majority are very much opposed to the potential sale.
Mr. Hale?
I imagine I've spoken to many, many hundreds of members, and overwhelmingly the view of those who attend the races is strongly against the sale of Rosehill. Now, a number of them say, I haven't got any detail, I have no information to make a judgment, but I would have thought a substantial majority of members will vote against this proposal when it comes to the members, if things stay as they are.
So with that being the case, and we've heard the evidence that $300,000 has been spent already by the ATC, why is it continuing in this fashion when it's wasting effectively your members' money and the New South Wales government's money, and we're essentially not going to end up with any transaction?
Well, I think there's the duty... I shall leave it, Mr. Hale.
It's a bit difficult to answer that because there have been discussions at confidential level within the board about expenditure. So it's a bit difficult for me to I would be disclosing confidential information if I answered that, but of course if I'm directed to answer, then I will.
Thank you. Ms. Searcy?
I think all along it has been the role of the board to do that due diligence and to actually find out whether there is any merit in it. So I think to stop right at the moment I don't think there is a lot more money being spent. I think what has been spent is being spent. Racing New South Wales, it's also been publicly documented, is doing their own due diligence, as was referred to before, and taking some of those costs away from the club. So we're not actually spending a lot more money at the moment on that due diligence to find out at least what is possible with the proposal. As right from the outset, my view is it's going to be a very hard thing to have happen. And as I said, I'm pretty sceptical about it. But on the other hand, why would you stop now when right from the outset it was like that? So, you're following process to see where it goes before the next stage.
Thank you. And now I think we've heard evidence today that the first time this was taken to the board was the 21st of November. Is that both of your recollection as well?
That's right.
And
Yes, that's correct.
was it the sale of Rosehill, was that ever discussed prior to the 21st of November by the board?
No.
No, definitely not. And indeed, we only learnt about the proposed sale on the 21st of November after we had each signed confidentiality agreements with the state government.
Were you shocked that this was taken to the state government prior to the board being appraised of this situation?
I think it was surprising, definitely. I can see why, as Mr. McMahon said, that you wouldn't go any further if you didn't have government and you didn't have Racing New South Wales's approval or at least support for it. But certainly from a board point of view, it's perhaps not the best governance.
Just a point of order. Mr. McGoran's evidence when the question was asked about the proposal being brought to the board after after the government had already been made aware, he said that there were two board meetings and he indicated 21st of November was one of those. Mm-hmm. Are you saying that was the first time?
He said that twice.
Yeah, the first time was 21st of November and then there was a meeting on the 23rd of November, if I'm correct.
Right.
Mr. Hale?
That's correct. That's correct.
Thank you.
And with respect to that meeting of the 21st of November, or that meeting of the 23rd of November, was the estimation of 25,000 homes the only estimation that was put before the board, or were there other figures that were put before the board?
In the original board papers that we received on the 21st, it did say 24,000 homes, I think it was. Okay. But there had been discussion as well that if it was just Camellia, there would be the 3,000 as opposed to, the greater amount if the course was sold.
Mr. Hale, what is your recollection with respect to that?
I think there were a variety of different figures referred to at various times, but 25,000 ultimately was the figure that was referred to.
Was 12,000 ever put before the?
That was my recollection. There was a reference at one stage to 12,000, and I think that might have been at the very first board meeting.
Okay, thank you. And who you advised were doing the due diligence on the project? Was it, the valuations on the project, and were they presented to the board?
This then comes down to confidentiality, but has been touched on, I think, by Mr. McGoran about there's only been one valuation provided to the board.
And that was the valuation of Moston Copper?
The 5 billion, yeah. I think.
No. Well, we weren't actually. Sorry.
You go.
I'm a bit careful here because we are talking about confidential matters, but we have never been provided with a valuation showing 5 billion. We've been told the figure 5 billion, but we've not actually been provided with a valuation.
What have you been provided with?
We have been provided with one valuation that Mr. McGoran referred to earlier.
1.6.
Showing what, 1.6?
Yeah, correct.
Well, how can the chairman of the ATC at the press conference with Chris Menz and subsequently be effectively misleading the membership that we're talking about $5 billion here when no such valuation's been provided to his own board and the current value is 1.6? What's going on here?
I can't answer that, but the figure of 1.6 that Mr. McGoran referred to was sometime after the statement that was originally made in December of last year.
So you've got no faith in this $5 billion amount because you've never seen it?
And that's correct, and also because in my professional capacities, I understand valuation, and I have a great deal of difficulty in accepting, and I have never accepted that figure of $5 billion. I'm assuming it is 200,000 a dwelling for 25,000 home sites.
This is some kind of sad joke, isn't it, on the membership of the ATC? We pay our fees, we go to the races, we love our industry, and we now find out that the money that's been touted for the sale of the most important asset owned by the ATC is not even accepted or regarded as credible by the board. Is that what you're saying?
I can't answer that question.
Well, that's how it appears, isn't it? It's obvious.
Can I?
And Mr. Hale, if I could just follow on from that and ask, from your experience in dealing with developers and what you do for a living, is it your understanding that that is how developers determine the payment to an individual in terms of a price per dwelling of, let's say, 200,000 in this instance, as you've estimated?
Well, the answer to that is no. But what usually happens in terms of valuation, you rely on comparable sales. That's the way we all look at it, when you buy and sell a house. When it comes to more complex developments, that's not always possible. So what is done is the hypothetical development method. And under the hypothetical development method, there are a whole lot of assumptions, which must indeed, what's the ultimate sale price, what will it cost, how long it will get there, profit and risk, and matters of that sort. And so it has to be discounted over, if it's a long period, like 30 years, or the figures that Mr. McGoran referred to, of course, the figures have to be discounted to bring them back to present value.
Thank you, Mr. Hale.
So,
Mr. Tudor.
Can I just take you in a different direction, relating to some of the evidence which has been given is in respect of the funding which you received from Racing New South Wales? Is there a set formula for the funding which you get from Racing New South Wales in relation to betting returns?
Yeah,
sorry,
Sorry. You go.
The answer to that is yes. It's quite complicated. It's under the Totalisator Act and a number of other acts. But in substance, under those various acts, there are agreements entered into in the late 1990s with Racing New South Wales and the industry that the ATC and other race clubs get a percentage of wagering turnover from the TAB.
So one solution to what potentially we see as a reasonably precarious financial position would be to have a better return in terms of racing revenue, would it not?
Absolutely. And it
Agreed.
is something we bring up quite regularly about, and it's been brought up obviously in the discussion about Rosehill, is the funding model and the fact that the TAB revenue that the club gets, they had a monopoly when this was all agreed on with the Act back in 1997, that they had the monopoly, and now the corporate bookmakers, or through Racefields, they've taken a huge percentage of the market away from TAB, and that money is going to Racing New South Wales. Whereas potentially, if you could have a better return for the club, would certainly have a better cash flow position.
Well, that
100%.
raises the point, why isn't the ATC leadership pursuing a new funding model to solve these financial difficulties instead of wasting so much time, effort and money and dividing the industry and dismaying the entire membership with what increasingly seems like the absurd pipe dream of selling Rosehill?
Absolutely. I mean, it is something we keep asking, but at the moment, with the process going through as far as Rosehill,
So where is the barrier
that's
to
been the answer.
Where is the barrier? Where is the resistance to negotiating a better funding model?
Well, I think at the moment, the way it's been told is we are focusing on the Rosehill proposal and see where that leads within the next few months, and it is only a few months until the members would have the vote if it gets to that point where the board says there is enough information to say it's worth pursuing, continuing on to a member's vote. And then I think from that point, you'd be looking at other models. But certainly, as I said, we've been asking about this funding model regularly, month in, month out.
And what is the response you're getting?
We need to see what happens with Rosehill, basically.
And who is that response from?
I think within the executive that are trying to work out the best way to make ends meet, to make the club be able to do what it needs to do financially, and also from the chairman of the board saying this is the direction that we're taking at the moment.
Can I ask?
Yes, Mr. Primrose.
In terms of conducting the ballot of members, what's the formal process that would involve? Is it, if a decision presumably is made by the board to conduct that, who would conduct it? Under what rules is it conducted? Is there a proposal put out? Are there a number of proposals, a for and against case, like a referendum? How does that actually take place? Under what auspice? Would you be able to ask someone such as the Electoral Commission to do it? How does that all work? And where's that written down? Can you tell us, please?
Well, as to the Mr. Primrose, as to the detail leading up to the vote, there has not been any information provided at this stage. I would assume there would be a for case and an against case. As far as the voting is concerned, I assume the voting would be conducted in much the same way elections for members, for directors is conducted, which is by an independent organisation. So it would be online voting conducted by an independent party together with those who attend at the general meeting.
Okay. Can I just ask, do you believe the question to be put to the members should be, do you support or oppose the sale of Rosehill, rather than a suggestion the question might be, should Rosehill Racecourse be declared non-core land for the purposes of the ATC to get around the provisions of the Licensed Club Act?
I believe currently the non-core land is the question that was raised at a members' consultative committee meeting, that would be the vote about the core versus non-core land.
So that would give...
Which, if it was carried, if the members were tricked into thinking that it's just about a classification under a statute, rather than the sale or maintenance of Rosehill ownership, it would give the power to the board to sell it without reference to the membership. So isn't it clearer and more honest and transparent for the members to have a question that asks, do you support or oppose the sale of Rosehill?
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Yep.
And I would agree with that. I would agree with that too.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee?
Can I just throw one in? Sorry.
Yeah, Ms Hurst?
Thank you. And thank you for coming today. I'm just wondering if you're worried at all about the chairman's relationship with the CEO of Racing New South Wales and whether that relationship has created any influence within your organisation as well.
I mean, obviously, there is a close relationship between the two, but I think, the role of the regulator, and this has been the case with, I think, other boards in the past as well and past chairmen, I think it's a very strong role that Racing New South Wales has in the way it's not controlling, but affecting the way that the ATC operates. So I'm not sure that there's any difference necessarily in the fact that our chairman and the CEO of Racing New South Wales are close. I think that there's been that level of not sort of telling a chairman what to do, but I think there's been that relationship for some time before that relationship.
But are you concerned that that would have some kind of influence on his position?
I think there are certainly instances where I think the club should have a little bit more autonomy and not be quite as controlled by the regulator. I think it's very important we have a very good relationship with Racing New South Wales. Vitally important, obviously. However, I think it does often go beyond what it should be in terms of the control over even getting down to staff, what staff are able to do. I think it possibly goes too far, but I'm not sure it's necessarily because of that relationship.
Thank you.
Just one final one. In
Yes,
terms
Mr.
of
Latham.
corporate governance, to both of you, are you concerned that the day before the board even considered this matter, so the 20th of November, Mr McMahon, a staff member from your organisation, was working with the Cabinet Office to draft a press release for the Premier supporting the full sale and 25,000 new homes as, I quote, a once-in-a-generation opportunity? That even before the board considered it, you had a staff member drafting a press release for the Premier, meaning your board has been treated as sort of like mushrooms or a rubber stamp.
Yeah, as I said before, I think that discussing with government before and Racing New South Wales before the board knew is not necessarily the best governance. I can understand that, but certainly as far as the announcement, and I've made that clear myself in other deliberations, is that we initially wanted, as I said myself, that the announcement would say that the board had signed the MOU purely on the basis of continuing discussions, etc. And so, yes, that press conference being about housing, I think probably was a negative in terms of the racing industry suddenly being told effectively we're selling. So I think that could have certainly been handled better.
Well, who's running the ATC, the board or Mr McMahon?
Well, as I said, whether or not that's come from Mr McMahon or from other discussions that have taken place, I'm not entirely sure, but that's obviously the way it was done. And yes.
It's a funny old organisation, I've got to say.
I didn't think it was right either.
Thank you. And just one final question from me. In terms of how it was presented to the board that the idea emanated, what was the evidence that was presented to the board as to the origins of this idea for the sale of Rosehill?
The way that Mr McMahon described it, in terms of the discussions that had been about Camellia, and then it had come up that potentially there could be the overall sale of the land, and that would obviously, with the metro station there, return an amount that could, at that time, have been something that could set up racing in New South Wales for the future. But as we've heard since then, there's a lot more that we found out that makes it highly sort of unlikely that it's possible, given the time frames, given the detail of what the valuation of the land is at the moment.
Sorry, Chair, just
Ms.
when you
Fenwick.
said you didn't think it was right either, did you take those concerns to the board? Has the board discussed their concerns with the actions of Mr McMahon without the board's authority? Has that happened?
No, because at that time it was agreed between, I assume, the chairman and Steve that was the way that they handled it. So we've discussed.
So you didn't raise it with the board at all? The board has not had a discussion?
It was much later that it came out.
So the board hasn't, as a board, just to be
Yes.
clear, just a bit once, that the board hasn't had a discussion about the actions of Mr McMahon and that being inappropriate, and that that should have gone to the board?
Not to my recollection in terms of the actual timing of it. But in terms of the press announcement, yes, that's been discussed.
We heard earlier this week, and you probably heard the evidence given earlier, that this whole scenario is predicated on the delivery of a new railway station at Rosehill. Given that the announcement earlier this week was that it may be as late as 2035 or 2037, and this is to you, Mr. Hale, in terms of the potential value of that site, given that the timing of the delivery of the infrastructure. In those circumstances, does that make the property, because of the extended delivery of the railway station, more or less valuable?
I would have thought less valuable.
So the $5 billion, which was touted, would probably be a reduced figure in view of the circumstances of a delayed delivery of the railway station.
That would be the case, because the way it works in development, the developer has to put up a lot of money up front.
Yes.
And there's considerable time before the developer gets the money back.
Yep.
The longer that takes, the greater the holding costs, and therefore the less the profit, and therefore reduces the value of the land.
And the value would certainly also be impacted upon any requirement to deliver by way of some sort of value capture to supporting infrastructure, whether it's roads, sewage, water and sewage, hospitals, train stations. That would also impact on potentially the value which would be returned to the members.
Well, the assumption, and as I say, I haven't seen the $5 billion valuation, but that I am assuming is based upon a rezoning of the land. And to get the rezoning of the land, there would have to be provision for that infrastructure. So the developer would be taking that into consideration.
Yes, Mr. Neva.
Thank you, Chair. You would agree that the opportunity of putting billions of dollars, regardless of the specifics of the proposal itself, but putting billions of dollars into world-class facilities would provide New South Wales with a competitive advantage in the industry compared to other jurisdictions?
Oh, it would certainly be something that would improve racing, and you know, as I said, there are a lot of headwinds in the racing industry to be able to have, as you heard before, not only the racing surfaces, the safety for the participants, the hospitality, to have everything improved through a great influx of money. Certainly would be a fantastic thing for racing in New South Wales.
We have heard. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say that's certainly the case. Yes.
Trainers have made public statements, prominent trainers have made public statements that Warwick Farm's a substandard track, no one attends the races anymore, that Royal Randwick stables are coming to the end of their useful life. It'd be fair to say that no change or even limited change is simply not a viable option for the racing industry in New South Wales.
I think there's a school of thought which we've heard earlier in the inquiry in terms of what you can do if you were to sell off part of the land around Canterbury, if you were to do the Camellia development, all those things, change the funding model. Again, you're only talking potentially hundreds of millions, so it doesn't quite future-proof the same way this would if it was to come to pass, which, as I said, is problematic in itself. But I think those tracks, Warwick Farm, I'd love to see it done to a point where you could have some Group 1 racing there, but I don't believe Warwick Farm, I think the trainers are right, that you could hold the 22 race meetings that you have a year at Rosehill on top of what they already have, which is close to around 20 anyway, to be able to make that the replacement for Rosehill. I think you definitely, as I said before, you need a fourth track, I believe, in Sydney to maintain, for the safety of the racing itself, the track maintenance. When one track's out of play, you're doing it up, you can have another one. I don't think Warwick Farm or Canterbury, no matter what you do up, would have the capacity to take over from Rosehill.
I mean, we've heard previously about the importance of racing to Western Sydney, something that I wholeheartedly agree with. But we currently have 25 race meetings, as I understand it, at Rosehill, 9 Group 1 races, which is about half of what you probably see at Randwick. So clearly there is a problem attracting racers to Western Sydney. There's a problem with the spectator experience. There's a problem with the facilities. There's a problem with the infrastructure. Quite clearly, as members of the board, you would welcome that part of the proposal that would invest significant funds in upgrading all of those things.
I think there are certainly ways that you could do up Warwick Farm, Canterbury, without having to spend enormous amounts of money. Certainly the tracks are going to take an enormous amount. Warwick Farm has never been rebuilt, the course proper surface. There are a lot of things like that you must do for the actual sport itself. But I think the actual infrastructure and some of the facilities you could do up without having to, raise the whole building, whether it be Canterbury or Warwick Farm. And I'm an optimist that I believe you can get more people back to racing in Western Sydney. I think it's a huge growth area, as we can see with any other sporting code wanting to be there. I think we don't want to lose, as I said earlier, the opportunity of growing racing in that growing region.
But you welcome all parts of the proposal currently, but for obviously that part that involves the sale of Rosehill Racecourse.
Yeah, as I
Would that
said,
be a fair
I
assessment?
don't like the thought of selling Rosehill at all. But, we need to explore this. As I said, it's looking less and less likely from the time frame, from the current valuation, all that side of things. But, you still, if you can look at billions potentially, you must take that to the members and have a look at it.
Isn't it a complete paradox that Racing New South Wales is buying up a raft of properties in Bull Street and Manning Street, Warwick Farm, training stables, instead of spending that money on actually upgrading the racecourse?
I think you'll be hearing from Peter Landis and Graham Hinton shortly, and I know that there is a model that they are working on, which is sort of a buffer around racetracks to make sure that there's not an encroachment of more and more housing, and you keep that area for racing around the tracks. But you can ask them more detail on that.
Okay, I think we will unfortunately have to end it there. We're significantly over time, but thank you both for your appearance here today. Thank you in particular to Mr. Hale for coming to us live from Singapore, a couple of hours behind as well. So thank you for that. I don't think you took any questions on notice. However,
No.
Mr. Hale, you did flag on several occasions with respect to confidential information, and the committee may consider that further in our deliberations. So,
And we have supplementaries, don't we?
and we do have supplementary questions. So I just wanted to foreshadow that. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I could call our next witness, Mr. Gary Charney. Welcome, Mr. Charney. We'll give you a moment to get yourself sorted.
Sorry, just give me a moment. Very disorganised course.
That is more than fine.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to give evidence today. Could you please state your name, your position title, and then either swear the oath or the affirmation?
My full name is Gary Sam Charney. I am a member of Racing New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Charney. Would you like to make a short opening statement today?
I would, and if I run over, I seek your indulgence, but I won't be much over.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. My name is Gary Charney, and I've been invited to appear before this committee. I did not seek that invitation, nor have I put any submissions to it. That said, I'm an advocate of greater transparency and welcome the opportunity to assist the committee in any way possible. For clarity, the views I express today are my own and not those of Racing New South Wales. I am a member of Racing New South Wales. That appointment commenced on 20 December 2022 and expires on 20 December 2024. I've been a member of the ATC since the merger and before that the STC. I am currently chairman of Centuria Capital Limited, a listed ASX 200 real estate fund manager with circa $21 billion of funds under management. I am also the chairman and founder of Wolseley Corporate, a Sydney-based corporate advisory house operating in Australia, Asia and the UK. I know a bit about development deals. I only mention those last two positions to give the committee some background with regard to some of my relevant experience in assessing the Rosehill proposal. Critically, I want to make it clear from the outset that I have at this point in time reached no final view as to whether the proposed Rosehill development is in the best interests of racing in New South Wales or not. I've been racing and breeding horses for over 35 years and am a member of the New South Wales Thoroughbred Breeders Association. I have also served on the advisory board of Magic Millions. My first horse was trained at Randwick in the 1980s by the late Betty Lane, who, as an aside, was the first female trainer to be granted a trainer's licence by the AJC. Jerry Harvey once described me as a racing tragic. I do not cavil with that description. With regard to the proposed development of Rosehill Racecourse, I believe there has been a remarkable outpouring of emotion on all sides of the debate, consistent with a group of people who all love the industry. Unfortunately, much of that discussion has been misinformed or based on limited information. Even today, that misinformation continues, and the lack of sophistication around an understanding of what the proposed deal is remarkable. The only real fact we do know is that New South Wales has a housing crisis and that the Premier and his government are trying to solve it. If racing in this state, as part of its social licence, can assist the government in that endeavour, whilst future-proofing the industry, then that can be no bad thing. However, my lens is as a member of Racing New South Wales with statutory obligations, an owner, a breeder and a lover of the industries, and in those capacities the jury is out. We simply have insufficient facts to make an informed decision. Today there are more questions than there are answers. Questions such as, what is the land really worth? What level of development risk will the ATC have to take on to get it done? Can we find a suitable site or sites on which to build a new and better racecourse and training facilities? How long will the process take? Will our trainers be properly looked after? And is it in the best interests of the industry? That due diligence is currently being carried out. And once we have those facts, I am hoping that all stakeholders will have a civil, informed and respectful discussion so that a decision can be made that behooves them, acting in the long-term interest of an industry that is part of the fabric of this country. We have a plethora of issues that face this industry. The terms of reference suggest this committee will be looking at some of them. Good. Our social licence is being challenged. Our financial bedrock is diminishing. We have to do better on welfare. We need better training facilities. We need an avenue for young trainers to build sustainable businesses. Small breeders are being squeezed out. We need more women in senior board and executive roles. We have to stop the squabbling between the states. We must fix the pattern. There is much to do. Finally, if I might take the opportunity to correct one very specific error of fact in Mrs. Waterhouse's evidence before this committee on 22 July. I first declare an interest. Not only is Gay an icon of the industry, but I've known her for over 20 years as a friend and someone who has trained horses for me. Indeed, she's about to get another one. She is also the mistress of the hyperbolic one-liner. At page 8 of the transcript, she said she knows no one on the board of Racing New South Wales. She went further and said no one would know who they are because they never attend the races, you never see them on the racetracks or at the training tracks. They're a headless group of people, poor things. So, for the record, I just wanted to remind Gay that she does in fact know who I am and where to send her bills. She does in fact know that I attend the races and track work, often with very helpful advice. And last time I looked, I had not become the third leg of a trifecta with Anne Boleyn and Marie Antoinette. That aside, as I said earlier, I'm happy to assist this committee in any way possible.
All right, good luck with your horse. Thank you, Mr. Charney, and thank you for appearing here with your head as well. Mr. Charney, just if you could outline, from your understanding, what the role of Racing New South Wales is with respect to any transaction on Rosehill.
Well, the role of New South Wales, of Racing New South Wales, is outlined in the Act. It's to control, supervise and regulate horse racing in the state, including the economic development and strategic development, to initiate, develop and implement policies considered conducive to the promotion, strategic development and welfare of the horse racing industry. That's what it is.
No, but specifically with respect to the Rosehill transaction or any proposed Rosehill transaction.
It falls within that remit. There is a substantial asset, perhaps the substantial asset owned by the ATC, in fact the only asset really owned by the ATC, and they are proposing to sell it. It would have a fundamental effect on the ATC and on the industry. And as the regulator, it's essential that we keep an eye on what's going on. That's our job.
Thank you. Yes, Hurst.
Thank you, and thank you for coming here
Pleasure.
today. So you've been on the board of, you've been a member of the Board of Racing New South Wales for nearly 2 years.
Nearly 2 years, that's correct.
What do you think is an appropriate time for someone to either remain as a board member or a chief executive in any kind of organisation?
I think they're two completely discrete questions. I have a very strong view on the length of board tenure, not just on the regulator, on all boards. On my public company board, we have a very strict rule about tenure, and the general consensus is about 10 years. And I think that's probably about right. It takes you 2 to 3 to know what's going on, another 3 to 4 to do something constructive, and then a couple more to work out you have to leave. So that's about the rule of thumb for a board, and that's consistent. I think Katie Page did a report for the New South Wales government at one stage suggesting that that type of timeline was appropriate, and I endorse that. I think chief executives are a different question. By and large, I like to see a regular turnover. I don't think you can put a number on it, but, and there is always an exception that proves the rule, and I think it's very, very case specific.
Would you say that 20 years is too long?
So you're talking about Mr. Volandis. Let's just say what it is. If you ask me in a vacuum, I would say it's getting towards the end of a good period. However, I would also say that we are in extraordinary times, and whether you like him or don't, he is the most effective tool I've seen for a long time. He knows how to get the job done, and with regard, but for this Rosehill proposal, I might have had a different view, but in the current circumstances, I'd have to have a long think about it.
And does he remain as a full-time employee?
He does.
What's a full-time salary for a CEO of Racing New South Wales?
I think that's a confidential piece of information, and I'm aware of the number, but whether it's appropriate to disclose.
Could I get you to maybe take that on notice and see if you are able to provide some details around it?
Yes, I can take
Yeah,
that.
plus bonuses.
Thank you.
Sorry?
Plus bonuses, base plus bonuses.
Yes, it's base plus bonuses, yes.
A number of submissions that we've received have raised concerns about the equine welfare fund and how it's being spent. Does the board receive any reporting on how that funding is being used?
We receive monthly reporting. We get P&Ls of each individual section of the business, and we're taken through it, yes.
And so that includes a breakdown of that equine welfare fund?
Yes, I've seen a breakdown of the equine welfare fund.
And have you ever heard of that equine welfare fund being used to actually fund the purchase of property?
No.
That's not on any of the sheets that you receive as the board?
No.
Are you able to provide on notice, and I understand if you would do it confidentially, those monthly breakdowns that the board receives, perhaps over the last 2 years?
I'd have to take that on notice, but as Mr. Hale said earlier, you can compel me to, so yeah.
Thank you.
So, sorry, I should qualify one question. That answer of have they bought any property on the P&L of that, I might qualify that a bit because I just haven't looked closely enough. By and large, we don't, and I don't think we have ever put that in the welfare category, but I'd have to have a look. So
okay, if you could double check that,
yes.
and if you could take that on notice whether
Yes,
or not there was any
happy to.
property used as part of the fund, that would be really useful. Does Racing New South Wales have an HR representative?
An HR representative, I actually don't know the answer to that.
Okay, can you take that on notice and find out for me?
I can take that on notice, yes.
Thank you. Are you aware of any staff at Racing New South Wales being required to sign a deed of release or a non-disclosure agreement in relation to a payout that they've received?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware of that ever occurring? No,
I'm not.
Does Mr. Volandis need board approval to commence legal proceedings on behalf of Racing New South Wales?
There are delegated authorities, and he is entitled to commence proceedings up to a certain projected cost amount. So if it's going to cost more than a certain amount, he's...
And what do you know what that amount is off the top of your head?
From recollection, I think it's $1 million.
So anything under $1 million, he has that delegated authority to make that decision without the board?
Yes, he does.
And is that based on an estimate, I'm assuming, when you're talking about potential defamation cases? It's hard to know how much they're going to cost.
Yes, it would be based on an estimate.
Were you, did you say you started on the board in December 22?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
My first board meeting was in February 23.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any complaints of bullying or harassment in relation to Mr. Volandis?
No, I'm not.
Would the board receive a complaint if there was one? Would that come to the board for consideration? Is that the process?
I would expect it to come to the board, yes.
Are you aware of any accusations of sexual harassment in regards to Mr. Peter Volandis?
No.
Accusations I'm talking about.
Well, look, there's scuttlebutt throughout the racing industry. Has anyone ever come to me and made an accusation? No. Has there ever been a formal accusation? No. So, no, I am not aware of them.
Not aware of, but you're aware of rumours?
Look, Chair, I don't think this is about Rosehill anymore, is it?
No, it is. Well, look.
Could I comment on that? Yeah, sorry, just to comment on that. Obviously, we've had various allegations about abuse of power in regards to the CEO of Racing New South Wales, and that abuse of power also results in a push on the sale of Rosehill, and that's what I'm looking into.
Well, look, if I could rule that there are the terms of reference for the inquiry, the terms of reference in the inquiry are that a select committee be established into an inquiry into a report on the proposal to develop Rosehill Racecourse, and then in particular there are many other points that are outlined. The impacts on the racing industry in New South Wales is one of those. If the member can constrain her comments to the terms of reference, that would be within order.
Thank you. Could I also ask you to, do you receive copies of the Racing Industry Consultation Group minutes as part of racing?
Yeah, yes, we do.
Are you able to, and I understand you may need to get advice on this as well, are you able to provide the minutes of those meetings?
Look, all those documents are actually Racing New South Wales documents rather than mine. I'm here in a personal capacity. You should ask Racing New South Wales for those documents. You've got powers to get those documents. That would be the appropriate course, I would have thought. But yes, they're available.
Yes, they're available. And you receive them? How often do you receive them?
In our monthly board pack.
Thank you. And you're not willing to take it on notice to get advice as to whether or not they can be given to this committee?
No, I don't think I'm the right person to ask. I think there's an avenue for this committee to get those documents, and you should go through the correct door.
Okay, thank you. You started on the board soon after the death of Marina Morell, who died in February 2022. Did that come up at any point while you were on the board of Racing New South Wales?
Yes, that has come up.
Have there been concerns about the trainer or the property that came to Racing New South Wales prior to her death, as far as you're aware?
When you say concerns, sorry, if you just clarify that.
I guess I'm talking very broadly. Was anything raised with regards to the trainer or the property prior to her death?
I don't think I was on the board prior to her.
You weren't, no.
No. So, look, it's come up in a report. I just don't... I know the unfortunate incident, but I can't recall details.
Okay, so there's a board report.
Like all things, we get good reporting on what's going on, yeah.
And you mentioned before the delegated authorities that come to the CEO of Racing New South Wales.
Yes.
Do you have any concerns about the parameters of those delegated authorities? Should the board have more input into what's actually the functions of the CEO, whoever that is?
Look, the delegated authority is a thorny topic on all boards and with all CEOs. CEOs want more, boards want less. The delegated authority that currently exists in Racing New South Wales is somewhat old, I believe. Could it do with a fresh pair of eyes to look at it? Yeah, I think it probably could. That's probably my assessment of it.
Is it the most broad delegation to a CEO that you've seen in your corporate experience?
Look, I'm not on the Qantas board, so, but
I'm not
other
asking
than
about
that,
Qantas.
it is a broad delegation, yes.
It's the broadest you've seen in your corporate experience.
I'd have to go back and think about every delegation, but it's broad, yes.
Just lastly, would you support some kind of external audit into Racing New South Wales?
When you say an external audit, do you mean an audit of the books or an audit of the structure or an audit of the people? I don't quite know what that means.
I guess of the structure and of the books.
Would I support it? I wouldn't be opposed to it. But do I think there's a screaming need right at the moment for it? No, I don't.
Well, just to that point, you would be aware that there was legislation which passed through this Parliament, which in fact may have had the impact, if passed, to ensure that Racing New South Wales was subject to the oversight by the Auditor General.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Was potentially subject to referrals to the ICAC and the like, and oversight by a committee of the Parliament.
Yes.
In the manner in which you're appearing now.
Yes.
Was the board consulted in relation to those proposals?
Consulted? No.
About whether you would agree that they would be a set of proposals which Racing New South Wales would agree to be subject to?
I was aware of the proposals, but no,
the
there was no board meeting where we discussed it and said let's form a position from the board. No.
But you would have thought that if in fact that had been brought to the board would not have had an objection to that level of oversight, would you?
I've learnt never to speak for a board. I can't answer.
But, well,
I can't answer.
For yourself, though, I think in your answer to Ms. Hurst, that you would, on the face of it, have no objection to that level of oversight?
I fear no light being shined in dark corners.
Thank you. Mr. Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Just with respect to the proposal, the
Thank you.
Racecourse proposal,
Yeah.
you would agree, we heard evidence earlier that the proposal was formally submitted in March of this year. You would agree that we are at the start of the process, certainly not at the midpoint, at the end of the process, would you not?
We are.
In that context, would you agree that the ATC's board and members should keep an open mind to the proposal?
I think all people in the world should keep an open mind on a range of subjects, but yes, in relation to this, yes.
An open mind with respect to the costs, the benefits?
Absolutely.
Thank you. One of Racing New South Wales's functions is to, as you say, facilitate and supervise the economic and strategic development of racing in New South Wales. Do you think that it is sustainable for an industry to subsist predominantly on gambling revenue without looking to diversify in the long term?
No, I think if we continue the way we are going, there will be no industry in 50 years' time, and I think there has to be radical change, and that gaming is going to decrease, the gaming revenue is going to decrease, our social licence to engage with gaming revenue is going to decrease in some ways, and it's hugely problematic. So yeah, there has to be changes.
So we've heard evidence earlier regarding the funding model and how that is ostensibly carved up between Racing New South Wales and the clubs. Would you agree that the funding model is entirely predicated on gambling and doesn't resolve the long-term revenue problem
at the
faced by
moment
the
it is,
industry?
yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Charney. You mentioned earlier on that the CEO has a delegation up to $1 million of expenditure. So I'm assuming then in Racing New South Wales launching legal action against Tabcorp that must have been a board decision, because clearly you spent much more than $1 million.
You're talking about in relation the most recent one they're talking about. No, that was not a board decision. It was brought to the board after the proceedings were commenced.
But that would be outside the $1 million delegation, wouldn't it?
No, because I don't think the costs on that would have been $1 million.
What have been the costs?
I couldn't tell you. I can take it on notice.
Does the board receive a report on the total litigation costs Mr. Volandi's engaged in, including his own personal expenses for defamation and the like?
In the time that I've been on the board, there has been no defamation cases, so I'm not aware of that. In relation to the Victorian litigation, yes, we got costs. In relation to the Tabcorp, no, I haven't seen a cost estimate.
What were the costs for the Victorian litigation?
I'd have to take that on notice.
More than $1 million?
I'd have to take.
Do you believe that was a board decision or unilateral action by the CEO?
Well, the Tabcorp decision.
No, the Victorian one.
Before my time.
Before your time. The SO52 documents available to our chamber show the Board of Racing New South Wales signing NDAs regarding the proposed sale of Rosehill. To the best of your memory, when did that occur, and had the board at that time actually made a decision regarding the sale?
That occurred on the 21st of November. I think that was the date. That was the board meeting where we were first told about the Rosehill proposal, and no, we had formed no decision when we signed the NDA. We actually didn't know what we were signing an NDA about at that point in time.
Just say that again. You didn't
We
know
didn't
what
know
you were
what
signing
we were
the
signing
NDA
the
about.
NDA about.
And it was an NDA for which you hadn't been involved in any questions as to whether the board supports the sale or not.
No, not at that point in time.
Right. So how then did Mr. Volandis and Mr. Balding go to the state government, the Cabinet Office, on the 17th of November, 4 days earlier, with a whole range of very important policy decisions to support the sale, to take all the proceeds from the sale, to decide how to spend the money, to reform what they basically said was the hopeless ATC board, not to be keen on the redevelopment of Warwick Farm and to take Kembla Grange into freehold? Were any of those major policy decisions board decisions?
No.
How can Mr. Volandis and Balding go to the state government if they're not actually policy decisions of the board?
You'd have to ask them that.
Okay, we shall. And furthermore...
Mr. Latham, just last question.
Last question. You were part of the delegation of very prominent racing participants to Chris Minns on the 25th of July.
I was.
Seeking no extension of the term of the chairman. What was the purpose and outcome of that meeting?
Well, sorry, if I can correct one thing in that statement, that we didn't go to see the Premier about not extending the term of the then chair, because at that point in time there was no suggestion. I mean, his statutory period had expired, and as far as that we knew, that was that. There was no suggestion.
But it came up in the discussion.
There were no individuals discussed at that meeting. The purpose of the meeting was to impress upon the Premier, to meet the Premier and put forward where the industry was at, but also to express a view that it was time, we believed, at least the 4 people in that meeting, that board renewal was important, that the gender balance on the board was hopelessly inadequate and remains hopelessly inadequate, and that there were insufficient younger members coming through, so there was no real succession, and basically, the board was, old, male, stale and white.
And what did the Premier say about board renewal, given that the chairman's term was about to expire, for example?
The Premier listened to us and took on board, I think, our comments, but he didn't say a lot more than that. I mean, it was very hard. He didn't argue and say that boards need renewal and that boards need gender balance and that boards need younger people. I don't think there was any argument about that. But other than that, he didn't say much.
Okay. We're unfortunately at the end of our time, Mr. Charney. Thank you very much.
Can I actually make a comment, since nobody's asked me the most relevant question for me to be here, which is this conversation about what Rosehill Racecourse is worth? Because this has not been discussed, and that's the most critical issue here. And if the committee would give me an indulgence of just 60 seconds...
We discussed it earlier.
But indeed, Mr. Charney, if you wish to add that from your perspective.
The value of... There's a lot of contingencies in this debate, but the $5 billion number is completely wrong. Completely wrong. I think Mr. Latham might have asked a question earlier about what the current value is, and it was $1.5 to $2 billion. If you go and sell the racecourse today, in my view, that is the correct number. If you do a 30-year development with a developer over on what I would call normal terms, taking some development risk, the value of this development is closer to $20 billion to the ATC. And that number has not come out, and I don't know why.
Well, it's not the ATC proposal, that's why. They're proposing to sell it.
No. They're proposing to sell it, but there is a lack of sophistication in all the discussion about, like, you don't just sell an asset like this. It's not how it works.
They're proposing to.
They need a little bit of help.
Just in terms of
Just,
getting to
I
a
think
break
we're
at
at time,
some
but
point.
thank you, Mr. Charney. I don't want to silence you in that, but thank you for your evidence on that front.
Okay.
I don't think you took anything on notice today.
Oh, yeah, there were
But
a couple of
however,
issues from the
sorry, you
service.
did take things on notice. Well, Secretariat will be in touch with you in order to determine getting those answers back. And I think you also flagged in terms of if you were directed in such ways, and that may be open to members of the committee.
That's right, but
following this
I reiterate, Chair, that I think Racing New South Wales documents should come from Racing New South Wales rather than from me.
Indeed. Thank you. Considering we are running over time, we will take a short break, and I would suggest for committee members if we are back at 11:25.
Yep, agreed.
So a shorter break. Thank you very much all.
Thank you.
We're ready to go? Yep. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much. Now, welcome Mr. Richard Callender. Mr. Callender, would you like to state your name, position, title, and then take either the oath or the affirmation for the committee, please?
Thank you, sir. My name's Richard Callender. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales Trainers Association. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. Mr. Callender, would you like to make an opening statement before the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. All I was going to say is in relation, I'm not sure if everyone's got the letter that I replied to Mr. Farlow. Thank you for inviting me here today. I, like many people, only learned of the concept and the sale and the development of the Rosehill Racecourse being considered by the government and the board of the ATC via the nightly news. I'm the CEO of the New South Wales Trainers Association, which we provide daily assistance to New South Wales trainers across a range of issues and make recommendations to the governing body. I've got no position of consultancy or employment with the Australian Turf Club, the owner of Rosehill Racecourse, and hence I don't have any intimate knowledge of what their board may receive and consider. You previously invited our association to make submissions to the inquiry. The problem that we found was that the current concept is very much underdeveloped idea, and the New South Wales Trainers Association could not materially comment, survey or our members or make any meaningful comment until the concept was developed to a point where an information memorandum containing a detailed feasibility was generally available for consideration. More pointedly, whatever the views of the members of the New South Wales Trainers Association may be to such a concept, we were of the belief that it would then have to be to the members of the ATC for them to consider what they may consider appropriate with their core asset. In my other role as a media commentator, I've been very vocal in relation to the no sale of Rosehill Racecourse, which I write for Australia's leading platform, racenet.com.au. I've also been quite vocal in the trainers' meetings we've had that I don't believe the sale of Rosehill would go ahead. But all I say on behalf of the New South Wales Trainers Association is that we're going to monitor what goes forward and how any feasibilities develop. And once we know the details, we would then seek the views of our members in relation to the proposed sale of Rosehill. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. So it's fair to say that from your opening statement, the New South Wales Trainers Association has no official position with respect to the sale of Rosehill, or its the proposal as put forward by the ATC. Is that correct?
Well, we have no rule position. All to say is, I think, like majority of us and like a lot of witnesses have said today, your first thought is no. I've grown up in the racing industry all my life. It's a great asset. I've lived in the west of Sydney for the past 26 years. I lived 8 years further out at Blacktown. I'm a little bit closer, but I'm still in the west of Sydney. I think Rosehill is one of our great assets. So in relation to the Trainers Association, it was hard for my board, which particularly the independent directors of my board, to make a serious recommendation without any detailed information. Even every time we've attended any information centre, it's really just been we could do this, we could do that. So my board found it hard to make a detailed submission in relation to the proposed sale of Rosehill.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. But you've outlined your personal perspective and something you've outlined
I
publicly
thought I'd
as
make
well.
that clear, that my personal view, without knowing the details, and I've made that on many occasions in my columns, that I don't think the sale would go ahead. I don't think it's in the best interest of racing, and I don't think it's in the best interest of Sydney, and particularly the people of Western Sydney, who I think for a good degree have been forgotten about. But everyone gets forgotten sometimes in life. The punters, who are probably our true heroes of racing, I think they get forgotten in a lot of things.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. Mr. Latham.
Richie, thanks for coming along. You were invited here primarily out of some evidence at our first day of hearing related to the very important question of parliamentary privilege. Yep. Because while politicians aren't as popular as we used to be as a group, it's still true that it's similar to telling a witness not to attend a Supreme Court hearing. Yep. You end up in deep trouble. And questions were raised, allegations were made, and under our procedural fairness provisions, you get a right of reply. Yep. So, did you speak to any of the witnesses scheduled to appear here on our first day about the nature of their evidence?
About the nature of the evidence? No, I didn't encourage anyone to go, not to go.
No, the nature of their evidence.
I I assume you only speak because haven't spoken to Mrs. Waterhouse in a long time, so you're only talking to Mr. O'Shea. We're in a meeting at Randwick. I think Mr. O'Shea leaned over his shoulder and after Mr. McMahon had told us, because all of us are naive to what happens in parliamentary inquiries, and Mr. McMahon said that they'll ask you this, they could ask you that, they could ask you that. John O'Shea then said to me, "Is Chris going?" And I said, "I've got no idea." He said, "I'll have to think about it." I then had a conversation with him on the phone. I think the only conversation we spoke, because John and I are both on the same thought process of no Rosehill sale. We're both that perhaps that the funding mechanisms need a rethink. In relation to the only thing that we, John and I spoke about, or any trainer, well, a lot of trainers have asked me questions, what happens, and I've basically said nothing, I don't know. But in relation to John, we spoke about being up to date and being aware of the animal welfare situation and the best practice that we have in New South Wales in case we got some questions in relation to the animal welfare.
Right. Did you discourage John from attending
No, I
because
did
of the
not.
concerns that animal welfare would be raised?
No, we spoke about that they will be raised. Discouraged from coming? No, that's not true.
Right. Did you speak to Chris Waller in advance?
I spoke to Mr. Waller. I spoke to a lot of trainers, yeah.
And what was the conversation with Chris?
I spoke to Chris, basically the same things we spoke about. I speak to Chris, I'd say, on a daily basis about different matters in racing, and we spoke about Chris appearing here. And the funny thing is, if you'd said to me, name 3 trainers in New South Wales who you couldn't change their mind about, it'd be John O'Shea, Chris Waller and Gay Waterhouse. So, I spoke to them about the animal welfare, about being over the subject. That was all.
Did you discourage Chris from attending? 'Cause
No,
he
I
dropped
didn't.
out.
Sorry?
'Cause he dropped out from attending on that first hearing day, so did you discourage him?
No, I did not.
Were you asked by anyone to speak to Chris Waller or John O'Shea about their appearance?
No, I spoke to a gentleman, I apologise, I can't, but he did mention you when I spoke to him, and I can't remember his name, because he was helping Chris about things, and I spoke to him, but neither of us discouraged Chris. I just said, my only interest, and it's my job.
What, he was going to give me a good tip at the races or something, was it? Or?
I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he said he knew you well. He spoke, it might have worked for you. I can't remember the exact details.
Mark's got a lot of friends.
But no, we never spoke about encouraging, discouraging, and no pressure's been applied to me from anyone.
So at no stage did
because
you
I came.
Yeah, sure.
Hadn't
But at
been
no
there.
stage did you say to any of our witnesses, look, it's better off for racing if you don't go?
Not at all.
Thank you. Ms Hurst.
Thank you. And thank you for attending today. Just to follow on from Mr. Latham's questions, have you spoken with anyone at Racing New South Wales about the evidence that you'll be giving today?
About evidence? No.
Not at all?
No, not my evidence. No one knows my evidence. I'll be honest, I don't know it yet.
Did you have any conversations, though, about what you might talk about, what you might not want to talk about? And there's actually nothing wrong with having conversations prior to giving evidence. I just want to know if they existed.
The only person I've asked 2 people for really advice. My vice chairman of the association and my father, Ken. And Kenny said, just go in there and relax.
Okay.
And that was all he said. Tell the truth and relax.
So you haven't spoken to ministers, ministerial staff, nothing?
I don't know any of the ministers.
Fair enough. And you didn't speak with Mr. Peter Volandis about the inquiry at all?
No, I've only spoke to Mr. Volandis once in the last couple of months, and that was, he gave of his time like I did 2 weeks ago. A young family that lost their father with 6 children. We both spoke I hosted the function. He spoke and made a contribution to the family who lost their father. So that's the only time I've spoken to Mr. Volandis. 99.99% I haven't spoken to him outside of that function, which was 2 weeks ago today. Yeah.
Chris Waller's a good friend of yours, is that right?
He is a friend of mine, yes.
And what were the welfare issues that you had been discussing about that could be raised, that there were concerns about?
Well, during each carnival, whether it be in Sydney, whether it be down at Warrnambool, there's always the placards out the front. Some of them, I'd say, are less than truthful in the placards. I'd like to say that horse racing, particularly in New South Wales, I can't speak for other states, but we're certainly best practice. All our trainers this year, to gain their licence, had to attend a welfare seminar point blank. You did it, or you didn't get your licence, with an American professor who came out to Australia to speak. And so I just wanted Mr. Waller, like myself, to make sure we push forward the barrow that, you know, as much as we race horses, my trainers have their upbeat care at the number one priority, the animal. And for those who don't, they're dealt with appropriately by the authorities. But I just wanted Mr. Waller, we often speak about different matters, and that was one of the matters we spoke about.
You're the CEO of the New South Wales Trainers Association. Can I ask how, who hired you? What was the process of getting that role?
It was over 4 years ago now. I remember going for an interview with a couple of gentlemen that aren't even part of the association now. I think there was being a reshape of the association. I had no dealings with the association prior. I went for a chat, and I really can't eventually work out, specify exactly how it happened, but all I know is
maybe
that...
could you take that on notice and give
I
me
can
some
go
more
back and have a look
details?
how... I remember, I remember going for a whether it be informal or a formal discussion in relation to it, and I'm probably proud to say that I don't think there was probably anyone better credentialed to push the barrow of the trainers, because I understand that they carry the financial strain of our industry on their backs.
And I assume that perhaps one of the concerns about what might be raised at this inquiry is, there was obviously, you were fined for breaches of the Australian racing rules in relation to dishonest and fraudulent actions, and fined $10,000, disqualified for 6 months. And then very soon after that, you did find yourself in this job. And there's obviously...
I wouldn't say soon after.
It was less than 4 years after?
4 years. So this was happened well over 10 years. Look, we've all made mistakes. I read about a gentleman breaking a taxi driver's arm, but that's in years gone past. But I'd like to say that I made
to catch than you, Richie, when I chased him, mate. Don't worry.
I'd like to say that I've made a positive contribution to society with so much of, and I'm not here to push my barrow about my charity work, but I'd like to say that I spent a lot of time doing a lot of charity work. You can come next Friday if you like. We've got 550 people to raise awareness and funds for brain cancer research. But also to push the barrow of the trainers. I'd like to say that I think in my 4 years, trainers have had a lot of positive results, and I represent all their interests, whether they're out at Dubbo, whether they're down at Albury, whether they're up north. I was speaking to a lady the other day. We've got an appeal on from an older trainer next week, and I certainly I go into bat for their rights, and that's my only objective every day when I get up. If my wife had a way, I wouldn't be doing this job, because it plays on my mind.
You mentioned that you raise significant sums for charity, and I understand that is the case.
Yep.
And you mentioned a recent lunch, I believe it was in August, with where Mr. Volandis was present.
That was last year, 12 months ago.
12 months ago, that one. Did any of the money that was raised at that event go towards the New South Wales Trainers Association at all?
Only would have been the cost. It went to the Mark Hughes Foundation, and the costings in that relation. I'd have to take that on notice and check exactly what. But the Mark Hughes Foundation, who, with my late brother Matthew, who built up a great relationship with the NRL and the Beanies for brain cancer. So they were the recipients of the money from that function 12 months ago.
And so you believe that any money that went to New South Wales Trainers Association was just to cover the costs?
That's what my understanding is. I'd have to check whether... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the case, but I'll take that on notice and get the exact detail, the exact number if you like.
Yeah, could you let me know the exact figure from the sums that were raised that went to New South Wales Trainers Association, and then also details of how that actually covered the costs as well? Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry.
I didn't quite hear the last part.
And how that also then covered the costs?
Yeah, well, we pay for the function, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, but how that... So say it was $50,000 that was taken from what was raised, how that associated with the costs that it took to put the event on?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problems.
Mr. Callender, with respect to the Rosehill proposal, of course, one element of it is the relocation of training facilities at Rosehill to a new centre of excellence, the Sydney International Equestrian Centre. Have you been abreast of those proposals at all?
Well, we've given some drawings Details and specifics, no, I wouldn't say that we're across, and that's why we couldn't make a detailed report in relation to that. But we've been shown some pictures that certainly, from my trainer's perspective, on a majority, you wouldn't say it's something that they're for. They certainly don't believe that the racecourse at the Brick Pit is viable or is going to happen. I think the majority feeling is we think that's up
fanciful.
Fanciful.
Yeah.
It's fanciful.
And Mr. Callender, with respect to the Sydney International Equestrian Centre, and have you been out to that site and had?
I've driven past it many times. I haven't stopped. No.
Okay. And what's your understanding in terms of the proposal that would be there for training facilities? Would it be a track similar or equivalent to the size of Rosehill, or?
I can't give you specific. I can't. I know that it was a lot of colours and a lot of pretty lines, but we didn't find there was a lot of detail in it. Our biggest worry for my trainers is staff, and there's no transport out there. So we found that an interesting place to try and put a training centre where you need to have hundreds and hundreds of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. And Mr. Callender, with respect to that proposal, do you think that if that were to be the case and we were to see Rosehill cease to operate and trainers relocated to Sydney International Equestrian Centre, do you think we would potentially endanger trainers in New South Wales and may see them go to other states, for instance? Or?
Oh, I think that's certainly a possibility. Look, I think that at the moment, New South Wales, I think it's fair to say, lead the way. But there's a lot of work to be done. In relation to Rosehill, I think it's a hugely important part to the west of Sydney. I love Rosehill. I'm more of a Rosehill person, a Canterbury person, than I am a Randwick person. So I think it'd be a massive, massive loss to the industry to lose Rosehill Racecourse as a track.
Thank you, Mr. Callender. Any further questions from the committee?
Just one more, Richie, your association with Mr. Waller. Have you ever spoken to any of the executives at Racing New South Wales seeking assistance for Chris Waller on an integrity steward or investigations matter?
No, I have not.
Never? Not on Little Caesar?
No, I've not. No, certainly not. No, certainly not.
That's your evidence under oath?
I didn't speak to anyone about... I went in there. It was, for those who don't know, it was one era in my life that we sold a horse and we didn't disclose that we took a commission prior to the sale being sold. All the owners had agreed to sell. If I could go back in time, I would.
Well, you took a commission and Glenn Schofield took it, who sold it into Hong Kong. How did Liam Pryor get a commission, given he wasn't an owner and wasn't involved in commissioning the sale?
How did Liam Pryor? Liam Pryor and I were great friends. We're still friends. We don't see each other much because he doesn't live in Sydney now, but Liam was working for Chris Waller at that stage.
How did he get a commission?
Well, a lot of the horses whether Liam and I bought horses for our friends, we put in, whether it's his friends, my friends, and that's how we did our horses. We did a lot together.
Did Chris receive any commission?
Not to my knowledge.
I have a point of order on foot.
Thank you. Point of order. To my knowledge. And I propose to raise these continually from now on, if obliged to, and that is, Chair, can I ask which terms of reference this
Thank you, Mr. Latham.
We have related matters and also the health of racing in New South Wales. Peter Volandi's probably made a tactical error in this when he went to the Cabinet Office of your government
Mr. Latham,
on the 17th of November. You're asking me?
To rule.
Oh, the chair to rule. Okay.
Yes, no, and I'm asking for Mr. Latham's submission with respect
Thank
to...
you. Yeah, that on the 17th of November, Peter Volandis went to the Cabinet Office and said he'll take the entire proceeds from the sale.
Related matters have to relate somehow to the previous
terms
of reference.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm prepared
finish?
to rule on this, and I think that there are broad terms of reference when it comes to point F in particular with respect to racing in New South Wales. I think, however, in terms of this is probably out of scope of those terms of reference. So I will uphold the point of order raised by Mr. Primrose.
All the questions were answered.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Callender, thank you very much for your evidence today. I do believe you did take some items on notice, so the Secretariat will be in touch with you to be able to direct you in how to answer those and the time frame in which you'll have to comply.
No problem whatsoever.
Thank you very much, Mr. Callender, for your evidence today. call our next witnesses, please. Welcome, Mr. Volandis, and welcome, Mr. Hinton. Thank you for being here with us today. You'll see you've got the information in front of you. I'd like to ask if you could please start with Mr. Volandis in stating your name and position title, and then either taking the oath or affirmation before us today.
Okay. Peter Nicholas Volandis. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Racing New South Wales, and although I don't think it's relevant, I'm also the Chairman of the Australian Rugby League Commission, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Volandis. Mr. Hinton.
My name is Graham Hinton. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Racing New South Wales, and I'll take an affirmation today. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. If I could invite each of you to make an opening statement, if you wish, a short opening statement.
Yes, I'd like to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Volandis.
Well, firstly, thank you for allowing us to appear today. I should say from the outset that Racing New South Wales is a regulator. One of our main roles is to get rid of the cheats and the undesirables, especially the ones that are cruel to horses. I'm aware that some of them are using this inquiry to undermine Racing New South Wales. However, I make no apology in taking a zero tolerance to cheats, liars, and those that are cruel to horses. Accordingly, their submissions are not credible. I'm aware of an email that's going around that's basically saying, this is your chance to get rid of Volandis, so make up whatever you can, put a submission in, doesn't matter if it's the truth, doesn't matter if it's lies, but just smear him. And I don't think this inquiry is what the intention is, to smear people, it's to look into Rosehill. So I'm concerned that some people have made a complete fabrication in this inquiry, and I'd like to correct some of those falsehoods. Firstly, I want to say that it was left with a perception or an inference that Racing New South Wales and myself stopped persons from coming to this inquiry. I wrote to the chairman and basically told him that that's completely untrue. We have never, ever tried to persuade anyone, directly or indirectly, not to attend this inquiry. Sorry, I just lost my...
Happens to us all.
Oh, the other complete fabrication and falsehood, that it was Racing New South Wales's idea to sell Rosehill. Completely false. When I found out about Rosehill being sold, I was actually in Washington. Unless it was Joe Biden's idea, it certainly wasn't mine, because we never ever put the idea forward to the ATC to sell Rosehill. We were aware that they've been discussing that precinct since 2017. I got a phone call from my Chief Operating Officer while I was in Washington about the possible sale of Rosehill. So we absolutely had nothing to do with the Rosehill sale. The evidence told by Mr. Hamish Espin was also completely false. He mentions the Bears, sorry, not the Bears, that's the rugby league team, the Mayor's bonus. He stated that we got rid of it because he wrote a letter to the Minister objecting to Mr. Balding being extended. We were not aware of any letter. That process took 6 months. And he said that there was no communication. We wrote to Mr. Esplin and his organisation advising him that we had concerns that the Mayor's bonus wasn't working, and gave them the opportunity to put a submission into the board if they had any input. They came back to us seeking more information. We then responded to that information. Then the analyst at Racing New South Wales did an analysis of the Mayor's bonus, and it was his recommendation that we do not proceed with the Mayor's bonus. That went to the board. That was a board decision. At no time were we aware of any letters that were sent by the Breeders' Association, and to suggest that we made a decision because they sent a letter to a minister is complete rubbish. He also mentioned that we don't attend the Racecourse meetings. Every time I've been invited to Racecourse, I have attended. Every single meeting. He didn't point out that Racecourse only meet quarterly. The board has also met Racecourse on a number of occasions in joint meetings. So to say that we don't attend RICIG, again, is completely false evidence. And in the Act, it states that either the Chief Executive or the Chairman attends RICIG. And in this case, it's always been the Chief Executive that's been invited. So accordingly, I go. And I have been to countless RICIG meetings. I also go to Country Racing New South Wales meetings. I go to ATC meetings. I go to anywhere I'm invited. So I don't understand how he could say that we don't attend RICIG meetings. Also, I should point out right here and now, Mr Chair, that I'm very concerned that I received a letter late last night from the Breeders Association basically trying to intimidate me not to give evidence at this inquiry. I'd like to table that letter because I think that letter should be tabled to the Privileges Committee. It states I'll read it to you. Well, it states that any evidence that I give at this inquiry will be used against me in a court. So they've threatened legal action to intimidate.
We can assure you, Mr Valandis, that you're covered by parliamentary privilege here
No,
today.
I appreciate that, but I'd like to table the letter because I just think I think that's in contempt of this inquiry. We get accused and smeared about this inquiry that we're trying to stop people from coming to this inquiry. Yet the Group 1 hypocrisy. We then get a letter saying that our evidence should be tampered.
Mr Valandis, if you'd like to hand up that letter.
No, I'd like to hand up that letter because is that it?
Yep.
Thank you. No, we gave the redacted version, Mr Chair, because there's other wild allegations in there that need to.
Order, I mean, if the letter's going to be tabled, it's got to be the full letter, not one that's selectively.
We can provide the full letter. I've just given you
on notice, and the committee will make a determination.
I've got no problem providing the full letter. It's just that we wanted to give the section, and we've received senior counsel's advice that this is contempt of this inquiry. So we'd like it referred to whatever department there is, because if you're going to smear people and you're going to do people, you should be ready to also be allowed for me to give evidence and protect myself and be given due process and natural justice.
That's indeed, Mr Valandis. And look, we will determine it in a deliberative later on, but I would say that we will have a look at that document in the meantime, and if you have the full letter as well, you can supply that to the committee even in confidence, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely. And my evidence today will absolutely destroy what they've written in that letter anyway, because none of it's true. The other thing that was said in Parliament, which is completely false, is that I interfere in stewards' inquiry. In the 20 years I have been at Racing New South Wales, I have not interfered, and I want to say this under oath, in any stewards' inquiry. The only time that I ever say anything at a stewards' inquiry is to ensure that the participant gets due process and natural justice, and they're given every opportunity to defend themselves. So to say that I interfere in stewards' inquiries is completely false and quite untrue. Now, the biggest fallacy that's been put to this committee, Mr Chair, which I want to correct, is the funding of the industry. And I'm going to take a couple of minutes on this because it's so important, because what you've been told is complete rubbish. Complete rubbish. When I started in the racing industry, the TAB was the only wagering operator other than on-course bookmakers. It provided 80% of the revenue to the New South Wales racing industry. About 20 years ago, I can't remember the exact time, corporate bookmakers domiciled themselves in the Northern Territory, and in order not to pay the racing industry to bet on their product. The first thing I did when I started at Racing New South Wales was I sought copyright advice to see if we could enforce copyright on those corporate bookmakers to pay a fee to use our product. Without boring you, that ultimately led to Racehill legislation. That Racehill legislation was challenged by the corporate bookmakers over a 3-year period, and although I'm being smeared here in this inquiry, during that process I'll probably receive more smears than any person because I was fighting for the racing industry. After 3 years, we won that court case, and corporate bookmakers and other wagering operators had to pay the product fee that we set. That has generated the racing industry since that time over $1.65 billion. Without that $1.65 billion, there would be no racing industry because they wouldn't have been paid a product fee. So the clubs that used to receive all their money from the tab distribution continue to get their money from the tab distribution, but we were also getting this revenue from the corporate bookmakers. And what we did, we made a decision, because when the TAB was privatised 20-something years ago, when it received all this extra money, none of it went back to the participants. The race clubs got this money and they expended on everything other than the participants. So what Racing New South Wales has done is basically give the clubs and pays the prize money. So to ensure that the money is spent correctly, we give it to them and they the prize money. And I'll go through some of the figures in a minute. Since that time, we also prosecuted a case about parity in how the TAB's gross wagering is shared, because every other state was getting an advantage over New South Wales on the share of the TAB gross revenue. We were able to convince the government that it was unfair and it was making the New South Wales racing industry uncompetitive, and they provided the same tax rate as they do in other states. We also, there was a speaker at the first meeting talking about the investment in TVN. That investment was probably the worst investment the racing industry has ever made. It lost between $50 to $100 million, and the reasons that these clubs are in such financial stress is because they lost so much money on their media rights. Since then, we've been able to negotiate new media rights, and they've received $30 million a year they weren't getting before. So on top of the tab distribution, they're getting $30 million. We also negotiated digital rights and international rights, which gives them another $30 million. So without those negotiations, we also negotiated a deal for PGI, which is pooling in the Isle of Man, that the racing industry gets another $10 million. We then prosecuted a case with the New South Wales government that they would be affecting our ability under Racefield legislation to charge the corporate bookmakers, and they needed to give us a share of the point of consumption tax. Again, we were successful, and although we received the lowest share of the point of consumption tax in Australia, we still received a share of it. Now, where's all that money gone? That money has gone back to the clubs and into infrastructure and prize money. And let me just explain something. The people that fund the industry isn't the punter, isn't the government, it's the owner of the racehorse. Owners of racehorses, in order to keep a horse competitive, spend around $350 million a year. This is, although it's probably more now, it's $400-something million a year. And our prize money doesn't cover that. It's $100 million short. So they are subsidising the industry to $100 million. Now, what the funding has done, I'll just quickly show you. In 2004, minimum prize money at Randwick was $45,000. It's now $160,000. Midweek was 20. It's now 60. There was no highway races, which are purely for country horses, is $120,000. Provincial went from 9,000 to 42,000. Country tab went from 5,000 to 30,000. The most of the money that we were able to generate from these additional sources went to country. To say that we're starving the country clubs is completely false. Picnic races, which is the lowest form, went from 1,500 to 7,000, a 367% increase. Since 2016, returns to owners has gone from 196.4 million to 407.1 million, an increase of 107% in 8 years. Trainers went from 17.4 million, which is
point of order from Mr. Shipper. I think I might anticipate what it is. But yes.
Yeah, the general time which is allowed for opening statements. Mr. Volandis has chosen not to make a submission. This material could all be included in a submission. If he has a document that he's reading from that he wants to table by way of a submission, I think it would be appropriate for him to do so, rather than, in fact, take up the questioning time of the committee with him continuing to read from very voluminous. I don't quibble with the material that you're seeking to elicit, but it is eating into the time of the committee, and it is much more than the normal time generally allowed for an opening statement.
Mr.
Can I just say
to
this,
that point,
though?
if you'd like to
I'm
conclude your
responding.
remarks.
I'm responding to the evidence which was given in the first day and the second day. So it's hard to make a submission until I've heard the evidence. But
and many of these questions may be put to you as well, Mr. Valenti. So if I could encourage you to be brief.
Okay,
in concluding your remarks.
And the other thing to say that we don't spend any money on infrastructure, we spent $153 million on a grandstand at Randwick. We spent $24 million at Rosehill. We've spent $16 million on polytracks, $18 million, and we've spent $100 and something million in regional areas. The race clubs in country and regional areas are now in the best financial position they've been in the history of racing. In relation to animal welfare, which is another one, although I can leave that for questions if you like, but there's been a lot of misinformation on that, because I'll say one thing, that Racing New South Wales leads the world in animal welfare. Even though some of our participants want to bring it down, we have the best program of any program, and I challenge anyone to say against it. The irony is, I thoroughly agree with Madam Chair. I do not.
Don't misgender me.
The Deputy
Madam
Chair,
Deputy Chair,
the
maybe.
Deputy Chair, although she's taken a dislike to me, but without knowing me, the thing is that I actually agree with her. I do not tolerate, and I have zero tolerance on anyone on animal cruelty. So we have the best program anywhere in the world, and I won't go into it, as Mr. Tudor Hope said, but I can certainly give you some figures and certain things that prove that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valandis. Mr. Hinton, did you have anything further to add?
I'll be brief, but thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions that come up today. I'd just like to start with, there's a saying in racing that you back self-interest because at least you know it's trying. The role of Racing New South Wales is to be independent of government, to represent the 50,000 participants in this industry, and to act with neither fear nor favour to overcome that self-interest for what's in the best interest of all. Some of what's been put forward to this inquiry so far is clearly driven by that self-interest from a few different sectors, and clearly not driven for the best interest of the industry as a whole. There's a specific matter I will cover off that was debated this morning and happy to take questions on, which is around the Homebush site that is being explored with the ATC and us. I'd just like to say that a replacement track in Sydney is very important if Rosehill is to be sold. Deriving wagering turnover is what pays prize money. Prize money is what funds the participants in the industry, and that is not lost on us. Designing that track and finding that track is a very, very critical part of what needs to be done. We're early in the due diligence process. We have identified that there's significant benefits of Homebush as a site. It's close to public transport, it's in a major event precinct, it's closer to the centre of Sydney than Rosehill, and overcomes a lot of the shortcomings of Rosehill in terms of access to the site that we hear on a regular basis. Anyone who's attended the Golden Slipper or the Golden Eagle in the past few years would have witnessed what is a very difficult venue to get in and out of, and that is only going to get worse, not better, in coming years. However, Homebush is still early in the stage of due diligence. I will say, for those that have been to the site, you probably viewed the site through the lens of the brick pit footprint in itself, not the brick pit precinct. There is a broader area that reaches beyond the ring road that runs around that site that is equivalent to the size of Rosehill. We see our role as thinking big on these ideas so that we can discharge our duties and not be derelict in our duties in making sure that we consider all possible outcomes that are the best in the interest of the industry. We look at Homebush as an opportunity for a 20-year, 50-year opportunity for the industry, not something that's easy to achieve, not something that's driven by short-term interest, but something that needs to be assessed absolutely in its completeness. And that's the job that we see ourselves needing to do. So as that due diligence project progresses, I'm sure we'll be able to answer far more detailed questions of this group and any others, and also ensure that information is available to the ATC members and to the broader industry as they consider what is the right course of action. So I thank you again for the opportunity to appear today and look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hinton. And I'll start off there in a sense. In terms of the Rosehill proposal, Mr. Valandis, it's been reported that you have indicated that you'll have the final say on the proposal. Just wanted to give you the opportunity to explain what you mean by that.
Okay, one of the agreements that we have is called the Intra-Code Agreement, which is from the privatisation of the TAB. The ATC is required to conduct a minimum amount of metropolitan meetings and at specific tracks. They need our approval in order to vary that agreement. That agreement then is backed up by legislation, the Totalisator Act, that we can give directions to the ATC, or any race club for that matter, in order for them to honour those agreements. They have to, they've got no choice but to honour those agreements. And in those agreements, they have to conduct races at Rosehill, and in order for them to sell Rosehill, they would need our approval, because that agreement would need to be varied.
Thank you. Now, you've outlined the identification of additional track. Is that part of your criteria for determination in terms of approving any final sale?
Absolutely. We believe that there should be a replacement track. We need another track, another metropolitan track, and that's why Homebush was identified, and I appreciate that there's these beautiful frogs there, but all the studies that we have done, that we can cohabitate with those, and as part of the due diligence, it's been we've had environmental experts, etc., and engineers and surveyors look to see if we can put a track on that Homebush Bay. Early indications are that we could put a track there that is bigger than Rosehill, that has bigger... One of the things that we require in order for it to be conducive to racing is wide turns and long straights. At this stage, and it's only early, that can be done. And what the objective would be that we only race 23 to 30 times at Rosehill. We would like then to provide that facility, of course with the approval of the ATC, to the residents as a parkland for the rest of the time. So we'd only use it for racing purposes. We would not accommodate horses at that racecourse other than at race meetings, and then that could be used for the residents, which is a high density area, as a open space land.
So why is Racing New South Wales undertaking this work rather than the ATC?
Well, we have to make the final decision because our statutory requirement is to act in the best industry of the industry as a whole. So the ATC surprisingly, is not the biggest in New South Wales. It only makes up 49.7% of the wagering turnover, which is 80 to 90% of our revenue. It's the provincial and country clubs that make up the majority of the turnover. So we have to consider everybody. The hardest part of my job is to balance the interests of everybody: jockeys, trainers, owners, breeders, bookmakers, etc., punters. And as Mr. Hinton pointed out, self-interest is king. Some people are looking at this through a lens of self-interest. I have to look at it through the lens of the industry as a whole. So if Olympic Park is scratched as a starter when it comes to this proposal, have you got any alternatives? Look, there is other alternatives that the ATC are going to put forward, and we will look at those. But I'll make it very clear that they will need a second track for this to proceed. So the bottom line is that for this proposal to proceed, there needs to be a second track. Warwick Farm isn't good enough? Look, we would look at Warwick Farm, but as I mentioned, we want a track that is conducive to competitive racing, which gives both the horse less injury. It gives the punter the best opportunity to win, because the wider the turn, the longer the straight, it's conducive to competitive racing. So if an engineer can show us that Warwick Farm can accommodate all those minimum standards that we have on the radius of the turns, the length of the straights, etc., we'd certainly look at it. Canterbury certainly can't. It won't fit. Warwick Farm may be a possibility. So minutes of the meeting that you had with the Cabinet Office indicate that Racing New South Wales proposed legislative reform, and I'll quote, "to ensure that revenue derived from the ATC proposal is reinvested to benefit the racing industry as a whole." Is it your belief that the proceeds of any sales should also come to Racing New South Wales rather than just being vested with the ATC? If you look at those minutes carefully, it doesn't say that. What we said, it's incongruous if you looked at both the statements. We said that because the ATC is going to receive so much money, that they should have relevant skill on that board in order to manage that money. So if we were going to take the money, why would we want somebody on that board that had the relevant skill? What we said was that we wanted oversight to ensure that they spent the money on racing infrastructure. Because at the moment, just to give an indication, the ATC receives $256 million from Racing New South Wales, $256 million. They receive $6 million from members. The majority of the investment in that club comes from the racing industry. So the racing industry should have some say in how that money is being spent. We were never going to take the money, and that's not what the minutes say. We said we wanted oversight. The board minutes at Racing New South Wales, which I can table for you,
Thank you.
shows exactly that. That we said that we want oversight because my previous chairman's concern was, which I shared, is that we didn't want to see the money spent on members' indulgences like ski chalets and resorts in Fiji and resorts in Paris. We wanted to make sure that the money was spent on the core objective of the race club, which is to promote racing. If you look at their constitution says their core function is to promote racing. So we wanted to make sure that they met the core objective of their constitution. And that's all we did. At no stage did we say we were going to take the money. And as I said, if you look at the minutes carefully, it says that we wanted a relevant person with skill to be able to manage the money, and then that we wanted oversight to ensure that it was spent on the racing industry.
It doesn't mention oversight.
That's their minutes. That's what we said.
Okay. You're disputing that the minutes aren't accurate.
No, the minutes are accurate, but it's depending on how you read them. But let me just say about that meeting. So just so you're aware, we didn't ask for that meeting. What happened is the ATC requested that we contact the Secretary of the Premier's office to get further information.
Who at the ATC? When you're saying the ATC, who?
Well, I wasn't here, so it was the chairman of the ATC asked Steve McMahon, who contacted my chairman and asked if he could get a briefing from the Secretary of the Premier's office. I was still in Washington, so I wasn't here. So I only came in late to the meeting. But I can tell you at that meeting, and I can assure you that the Secretary of the Treasury, the Premier's Department will tell you the same thing. We never ever said that we wanted to take the money. We said we wanted oversight.
So are the minutes wrong?
Look, I haven't got the minutes in front of me, Mr.
Well, it
Layden.
says that reforms to ensure that the revenue derived from the ATC proposal is reinvested to benefit the racing industry as a whole. Now, there's no way in the world the ATC is going to take the money and invest it in Tamworth Course or Albury. Why would they do that? So any logical person reading that element of the minutes would think there must be a proposal for someone to allocate money beyond the ATC tracks around New South Wales to benefit the racing industry as a whole.
But if you look at the previous minute, Mr. Layden...
I know what it says about the ATC
previous minute.
board. You said they're not much chop. But that's not...
Mr. Latham, I'd like to respond to your question. That's one of the standing orders, is to allow the person to answer the question. So if you're going to speak over me all the time, I would like the chairman to overrule you, because you can't overspeak to the witness. If you want to intimidate and bully me like you normally do, fair enough. But I've put up with bullies all my life, so I know how to handle it.
Good on you, Peter. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, the question is, I just told you basically that we never sought all the money. We wanted oversight. And if you look at the previous sentence in those minutes, it says that we wanted somebody on that board, legislation, to ensure that they had a person with a relevant skill to be able to manage that money.
But why would the ATC, if they take all the money, reinvest it right across the racing industry as a whole?
Because they might. And
they're going to donate...
also...
Let Mr. Volandis finish, please.
Yeah. Also, if you'll recall, they also have non-returnable loans of around, $100 million. So we could reinvest some of that money into the other part. But my statutory role is to act in the best interest of the industry as a whole. And that's what I said at that meeting.
Thank you. Further questions? Well, look, if you want a second,
Going to those minutes, I had a question. The minutes state that Racing New South Wales is very supportive of the proposal. Is that correct?
We were supportive of the proposal if it sought the monies that were being indicated. But we always said to everybody that we would be doing our own due diligence to ensure the information we were getting is accurate, and that's exactly what we're doing.
If you're very supportive of the proposal, why would your due diligence be independent and objective?
Well, the proposal was
ticked it off.
Well, the proposal was to put in a proposal to government to look at it. So that's the proposal. The proposal at that stage wasn't to sell Rosehill. The proposal was to put in unsolicited, whatever that's called, an unsolicited
proposal to sell Rosehill.
UPS, whatever it's called. Yeah.
To sell Rosehill.
Yeah, that was the proposal. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that you're going to sell Rosehill.
But you're very supportive of the proposal to sell Rosehill.
I'm supportive of a UPS, and we said at the time and continue to say that we were always going to do it with due diligence, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The other matter that you were brought here for, Mr. Volandis, was regarding the parliamentary privilege questions. You addressed them in a letter that you sent to the chair and the committee. Can I ask, have you spoken to any of the witnesses to this inquiry about the nature of their evidence?
No, nobody.
That's Mr. Hinton.
Except for Mr. Hinton, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Hinton.
Can you just repeat that under oath?
Yep,
My question is, have you spoken to any of the witnesses to this inquiry about the nature of their evidence?
No, I haven't.
You didn't have a 2-hour meeting with Mr. Charney on Wednesday?
Other than my board and my...
No, that wasn't your answer.
No.
Your answer was no.
Well, I thought you meant other participants.
No, I know what I mean. I asked you a question. Any
Mr.
witness...
What I'd like to...
Mr. Latham, let Mr. V'landys
I'd like to clarify that. Other than people in Racing New South Wales, no, I haven't.
Why didn't you say that in answer to my question?
Well, I forgot that Mr. Charney was actually here, and he was here as an individual. So I with the exception of Mr. Charney and Mr. Hinton, no, I have not.
Has Mr. Hinton spoken to anyone?
Mr. Hinton, can you answer the question?
I was in the room when Mr. Charney was in our office on Wednesday. I can confirm as well, I talked to Richard Callender on a weekly basis, and at some stage during that he mentioned he was attending, and I told him I can't talk to you about that, and that was the end of that conversation.
The only other meeting I had was with Chris Waller, but the inquiry was never raised.
You've never asked Mr. Waller or Mr. O'Shea or asked someone to ask them not to appear?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Never.
Is that as reliable as your first answer about Charney?
I think, Mr. Chair, you're trying to do
Mr.
a gotcha
V'landys,
moment,
Mr. V'landys, stop for a
Latham.
moment.
It's
I have
not
a
working.
Mr. V'landys,
As I
stop for a
said,
moment. Mr. V'landys, please
Yeah,
stop.
but if I'm
Mr. V'landys,
yeah, but
please
one
stop.
of the
Mr.
standing
V'landys, you will
orders-
get your right of reply. I have a point of order on foot from Mr. Nanva.
Mr. Chairman.
I understand,
Well, misleading under oath.
Mr. Latham, Mr. V'landys, please just one moment. Mr. Nanva, point of order.
Chair, procedural fairness resolution paragraph 19 requires witnesses to be treated at all times with courtesy. I'd argue that that hasn't been happening, but I ask that it be upheld on this occasion.
Yes, I will uphold the point of order. Mr. Latham, you can put questions to Mr. V'landys, but not make statements.
Thank you. My question, Mr. V'landys, is the nature of the evidence that's been presented to this inquiry. A number of very senior people who've worked at Racing New South Wales have made scathing commentary about your administration, and these come from a range of sources. One of them, for instance, points to a toxic culture and environment of fear and reprisal at Racing New South Wales, including that staff have CCTV surveillance of them, they have their email and their web traffic monitored personally. Is this what's happening at Racing New South Wales?
Absolute rubbish. Again,
I've got a point. I'm sorry, Mr. V'landys, to do this to you, but I have a point of order from Mr. Nanva.
Chair, I don't quarrel with the seriousness of what's being put, but I would argue that the subject matter does not fit within paragraphs 1A to 1G, the terms of reference of this inquiry, and I'd ask that you uphold that the questions not be...
I'll take the submission of Mr. Latham.
We know from the minutes of the meeting on the 17th of November that Mr. V'landys has said he'll be a major player in the sale of Rosehill. I think they read that taking the money and obviously doing the due diligence. So he put Racing New South Wales, its efficiency, its administration, its reputation at the centre of this inquiry as a related matter. And these are submissions that have been made to us of very serious matters. Under procedural fairness, the witness should be able to respond to the allegations made. It's a related matter. It goes to the health of racing in New South Wales, and it's directly relevant.
Look, I don't mind answering.
And I was going to afford you that
Latham's
opportunity,
whole
Mr.
intention
V'landys.
is to smear me for some wealthy breeders. I'm aware of that.
Well, the wealthy breeders aren't making these submissions against you.
And as I said to you before, we're a regulator. I've been there for 20 years. We're going to put the cheats and the liars and the undesirables out. Of course they're going to put submissions in. There's been no complaints whatsoever about a toxic culture. In fact, we take pride that the culture at Racing New South Wales is very vibrant and happy. And I've never had a complaint from any person about the culture. Other than the normal security cameras that are in all buildings, there is no surveillance as such. I'm unaware of anyone emails being looked at other than after they have left the employment, because naturally we look at them after they've left to ensure that all the things that are unattended have been attended. So again, Mr. Latham, you can smear me all you like, but there's absolutely zero credibility to what you're saying.
Well, these are not my submissions, you see.
But
These are submissions that are being made against you to this committee,
who
and I'm raising them with you.
Well, who are they?
Well, my question to you is...
Who are the submissions? Put up the evidence. Someone can say that, you got charged for domestic violence. I've got no proof of that. So
No one's
how
made
can
that
you make
submission.
allegations and smears against somebody with absolutely zero evidence, Mr. Latham?
Well,
Zero evidence.
Mr.
Zero.
Valandis-
Zero.
Yeah, Mr. Valandis, no one's made a submission about me to this committee, but many
Well,
many
have you
people.
ever been charged with
your
them? Have you
former.
ever been
Okay,
questioned?
okay,
I'm not
both
too
of you,
sure
please
that's,
come to
what
order
we're
because
inquiring.
No, I'm not withdrawing it because he
no,
has
I'm not
smeared
asking
me
Mr. Valandis. I'm not
through the
asking you to
whole
withdraw.
process
Mr.
with
Valandis,
no evidence.
Mr. Valandis, please. Mr. Latham, you can put questions to Mr. Valandis. We're not going to have an exchange where both of you are going back and forth. Question,
Yeah, I have
answer,
been, I have
please.
been asking questions. You didn't address the question of the web traffic being monitored.
No. Again, if not to my knowledge, if the web traffic was maybe if there was an investigation about a certain staff member, we would have looked at it, and that was looked at independently, not by me.
And the meeting you had with Mr. Charney on Wednesday,
Yeah.
what was the purpose in terms of his evidence presented today?
Well, Mr. Charney come and consulted me about his appearance and sought a briefing on the relevant information, which I provided him. As a CEO, he's a board member, and I briefed him on any questions that he had, which is proper corporate governance.
Mr. Valandis, have you in the past 5 years ever written a letter to a trainer threatening to no longer accept nominations of their horses, that is to rub them out of the industry, without a steward's inquiry, without any charges, without even alleging a breach of the rules of racing?
You have to give me specifics. I can't recall any letter to any trainer in that case. You'd have to give me specifics of who the trainer is and what the reasons were. I think you just can't cherry pick something with no information.
Well, you're the regulator. I'm asking a question.
but
Can you recall writing to a trainer in the past 5
Point of
years
order,
to rub them
Chair.
out of the industry? This is a question.
I don't understand how this is relevant to
Yeah,
Rosehill.
and look, and I'm going to.
It's
hear
just a
the-
smear
I'm
campaign.
I'm going to hear the point of order.
Chair, the witness may well seek to answer this, but again, I would suggest that those questions and the subject matter of those questions are not relevant in accordance with paragraph 9 of the Procedural Fairness Resolution.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Latham on the submission.
Well, the same point I made earlier on. Racing New South Wales has put itself front and centre to the nature of this inquiry by virtue of the meeting with the Cabinet Office on the 17th of November. The efficiency, administration and reputation of Racing New South Wales is a related matter that we should inquire into, particularly the large number of submissions that have been received about these problems that seem like institutionalised problems at Racing New South Wales.
From
Further
cheats
to the point of order.
and undesirables.
Mr. Valandis, look, I am going
And
to
people
determine.
cruel to horses.
I'm going to determine on this occasion that I don't think it fits within the terms of reference. But I'd ask Mr. Latham if you have anything that would relate to the terms of reference to please direct that to Mr. Valandis.
Well, on the brick pit, we visited there, and the experts, the people who run the place, said that the cliffs are at a 90-degree angle and won't stabilise until they get to 30-degree eroded angle. They're subject to landslides right now. How can anyone build a racetrack around it knowing eventually the track will slip into the middle of the pit?
Yeah, good question, Mr. Latham. That's why we're doing due diligence, and that's why we've got all the relevant experts, all the engineers, to look at that. I don't know because I'm waiting on that information from the due diligence. And as I said, we have commissioned all the relevant experts to enable us to do that.
Have you spoken to the Olympic Authority who provided this evidence to the committee that those cliffs will landslide down until they reach a 30-degree angle, making a racetrack absurd?
I'm sure that the people that are commissioned to do the due diligence will be doing that.
Okay. The committee's received credible evidence of you, Mr. Valandis, interfering in the work of investigations and integrity sections of Racing New South Wales, with prominent trainers you favour treated lightly while others are fully investigated. Under procedural fairness, you have an opportunity to deal with that.
Complete rubbish. Absolute rubbish, and it's got no relation to this inquiry, Mr. Latham. You continue to try to smear me. You're taking submissions from undesirables and people that are cruel to horses, that want to take horses to knackeries.
Chair, on a point of order, the smear now, on a point of order, the smear from the witness, the smear from the witness, who doesn't know where these submissions have come from, former credible senior staff of his own organisation, is just making up the allegation that they're cruel to animals. The opposite, the exact opposite is true for any of us who've read the submissions.
Well,
Mr. Valandis,
If I could just rule on this, Mr. Valandis,
the committee is open to submissions from all parties. Some of those submissions are confidential submissions. Some of those submissions we aren't even aware of where they have come from. So these are allegations that are being put to you by Mr. Latham. You, of course, have the opportunity under procedural fairness to be able to acquit yourself of those allegations if you so wish.
Well, I take pride in that I give everybody due process and natural justice in these situations. I haven't seen these allegations. I don't know what the allegations are. I don't know who they are or if they're credible. So how can I answer it? And I'll take them all on notice because I don't know unless you give me specific details.
And that is open to you, Mr. Valentis. Yes.
Sorry?
That is open to you.
And I'll take them on notice because unless I have information... Well, let me say again, under oath, Mr. Latham, I have never, ever, ever interfered in a steward's inquiry. Ever.
Investigations and other inquiries?
Investigations... I'd have to take it on notice to see exactly what that investigation was, because sometimes if I receive from a whistleblower that somebody is cruel to horses, I will instigate an investigation. Absolutely.
Well, in fairness to you and the people who've made submissions, they're living in fear of reprisals, repercussions and losing their jobs. That's why they've made confidential submissions to this inquiry. They're credible. No committee member here who's read them would say otherwise. But you want to take them on notice. I'll lodge a series of supplementary questions that give you the opportunity under procedural fairness to deal with that, to check your records about the letters you've written to trainers and the like, and provide accurate information to the committee.
No, I welcome them because I don't think they're credible.
Thank you. Mr. Tudhope.
On a different tack, Mr. Valentis, we've heard evidence earlier today in relation to the funding model, which is made available to the ATC, and you gave some evidence about your support for the racing industry and the manner in which you spend. Can you just outline the manner in which funds are made available to the ATC in respect of ensuring that they remain a viable entity, and whether... and I'll come to a supplementary questions in relation to that.
That's a very, very good question, Mr. Tudhope. As I said before, the race clubs relied on the tab distribution, and that was their main source of funding, 80% of their funding. Because the tab distribution has gone down significantly, what we have done is we have supplemented them by giving them a payment to equate to what they've lost on the tab distribution. So last year, for example, we provided $20 million in additional funding to the clubs to ensure they received the same as they would have in a specific base year on the tab distribution. On top of that, we pay the prize money. So all the money that we receive from the sources, we pay the prize money. So to give you an example, we give the ATC above the tab distribution, we give them an additional $100 million, or around that mark, to pay the prize money.
How do you decide what that is, though? Is there a set formula for you deciding? So you've decided to give them $20 million more. Is there a formula for what they could expect to receive every year, which has been worked out?
Yes. Firstly, with the tab distribution, we've picked a base year, and if they received, for argument's sake, and these figures out off the top of my head, 80 million, and they only received 60, we would give them 20 to get them up to the 80, or whatever the amount is. So we always provide, and that's why there's a provision in our balance sheet, which was criticised, to allow us to be able to continue to pay those clubs any shortfall in the tab distribution. On top of that, we have a 5-year agreement with the ATC to pay at least 100 million, is it 125? $125 million in prize money. So on top of the tab distribution, on top of supplementing the tab distribution, we give them another $125 million.
Could there be a different funding model which gives them the level of certainty which they need in relation to the activities of the club, which they say that they need to use for the purposes of ensuring the viability of the ATC?
Well, on top of that...
could there be a different funding model?
I think the funding model at the moment protects the participants. As I said, we have to act in the best interest of the racing industry as a whole. By giving them the $90 million towards prize money, it guarantees that money goes to prize money.
Sure.
Otherwise, it could go to overseas trips, or could go to anything.
Well, who's overseas trips?
Sorry?
Who's overseas trips?
Well, the ATC, some of the board members, do attend meetings overseas.
Okay. Well, it was just the proposal we heard from the ATC earlier today was that they have considerable pushback to the funding model which they currently have, and they want to be able to ensure their continued viability. Isn't it the reality that the greatest impediment to their funding model is you.
No.
Racing New South Wales, who doesn't guarantee a proper distribution of, and you might say to me that it's governed by the intercode agreement and the like.
Intracode.
Intracode, at least, agreement.
Yeah.
And that is fine. Well, what about funds that you get from race fields, tax parity, point of consumption tax? Where are they distributed?
The $90 million in prize money.
But there is a different
there's
funding model which you could provide to them, isn't there?
No, there isn't, because at the moment there's the tab distribution. There's a 5-year agreement where they are with all due respects to the two board members that were here previously, they're unaware of the agreement that we give them $105 million extra to pay the prize money. They're unaware of that. The majority of the revenue the ATC have comes from Racing New South Wales. $105 million. We also have paid $9 million. We've paid for the
But you could make it better for them, couldn't you?
Because
you're the largest distributor. You're the largest distributor of funds in the racing industry. You could, in fact, make sure that the ATC, by having a different funding arrangement with the ATC, you could guarantee them the funding model which delivers the outcomes that they're seeking, potentially by way of this sale.
We do exactly what you say, Mr. Chidhay.
But could you increase it?
We could increase
a different funding model.
Sorry,
a different funding model.
Well, I can't see what other funding model there is when we already paid for all their capital improvements. We pay for all their prize money. We supplement the tab distribution.
Well, wouldn't you like to see that they had much more control over their arrangement, rather than having to wait cap in hand for you to come along and say, in the goodness of our heart this year, ATC, we will give you this amount. Isn't there a different manner that they could operate on to make sure that they have that level of certainty for the purposes of being able to deliver the product which they deliver?
Well, you've got to remember also that we've provided them a $150 million grandstand, which they need to get return on capital on. The racing isn't just their only function. They make revenue from sponsorships, events. They make revenue from catering. They make revenue from a licensed club. They've got all these other revenues. If we continue to increase the funding, it makes them inefficient. They've got to have some responsibility.
So you decide that, whether they're inefficient?
No, they decide that because, like to give an example, the investment in TVN, which was a complete and utter waste of money. If we continued giving them funding, they would have continued wasting it.
Have you asked Mr. McGoran about that?
Sorry?
Have you asked Mr. McGoran about that? Why he was wasting money you were giving them?
To be fair to Mr. McGoran, he wasn't there during TVN.
In any event, one of the propositions which has been put to us today, you're the organisation that gathers in all the cash, and you are the person who distributes that cash where you see fit, rather than having in place through Racing New South Wales, which is a regulator, a funding model which guarantees the continued existence of this body, which would, in fact, alleviate the necessity of selling this site.
No, let me say this. We're not just a regulator, we're also the commercial operator of the industry. So we were the ones that negotiated for them to get an extra $30 million a year for media rights. That's on top of all the other revenues that I've just told you about. So we have to set the strategic direction of the industry, and at the moment we believe that we need to make it attractive for owners to invest in the industry. And at the moment, the owners are losing $100 million a year, so we need to correct that disparity for them to continue to invest. With no horses and no trainers and jockeys, you don't have an industry. So the funding model at the moment is designed to distribute the maximum to participants. That's what it's designed to do, and that's what it's doing. As I've shown, which I was cut short, every participant has benefit, and the one that I'm most proud of is that the lowest paid worker in the industry, through our efforts, now receives 1.5% of prize money, and in the last, since we've introduced it, $30 million has gone to the lowest paid worker in the industry.
See, I don't quibble with your expertise and your desire. I just think that there is a model which, in fact, concentrates all the power in relation to the decisions in respect of the manner in which racing is operated in New South Wales with you. And in fact, they have to come if they need to have some idea, cap in hand to you for additional funding, rather than having a model which distributes that funding to them, allowing them to be the masters of their own destiny.
So that's where I disagree with you, Mr. Shidham.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You can
At
disagree.
the moment, there's an intricate agreement, and there's a 5-year agreement on funding. So they've got certainty. They know what their funding is because they've negotiated with us a funding agreement. And on top of that, they've got the tax
Mr.
distribution.
McGorran might not be such a great negotiator.
Well, he's not a very good godparent. I noticed that
well,
someone said
well,
that he was
I
my
didn't ask him
son's
questions
godparent. He's a
about that.
terrible godparent, so I don't know what it's like as a negotiator.
Miss Hurst.
Thank you, and thank you both for attending today, and thank you for your time. Mr. Vlandis, you mentioned in your opening statement that you agreed with me on animal welfare provisions. Does that mean you support the end of the use of the whip?
Well, let me explain the whip, because the whip at the moment does not hurt the... If the whip hurt the horse, I'd be the first person to ban it. But it doesn't hurt the horse.
So we've got somebody coming this afternoon who's a professor for veterinary science. His research suggests it does hurt the horse. Do you reject the evidence that he puts forward?
I reject his, because his findings. Mr. McCreevy, who you're referring to, has had this opinion and extreme view since I've been in the racing industry, so he's nothing new to me. Previously, there used to be a leather whip, and the leather whip used to hurt the horse significantly. And it was, and I've got to say, if it was a leather whip still, I'd be the first person in which to ban it. This whip is padded, and it does not hurt the horse. It doesn't leave any marks on the horse. It doesn't hurt the horse. The horse can hardly feel it. So, and as I said to you, I owe my life to the horse. If I believe, that's why I'm so hell bent in ensuring that horses aren't sent to knackeries. And there was a submission by...
With that in mind, sorry to interrupt, with that in mind, do you support whole-of-life tracking?
Well, yes. At the moment, it's hard once... Well, let me tell you this, Deputy Chair, that we're the only jurisdiction in Australia that inspects where the horse is at all times. We have vets. I think we've done 3,000 inspections. No other jurisdiction does that. So once a horse is... So we have to look at the animal welfare program as a whole. You can't look at it in individual bits. A lot of our cost is ensuring that those horses that have been rehomed continue to be well looked after. So we send our vets, and they go to these farms or where these horses have been rehomed, and they ensure that the minimum standard is set, that horse is well looked after. And if the horse isn't well looked after, we either seize the horse and take it back, or we put that person on an excluded list. And that means that person can never, ever get another horse. As I say to you, we have the best animal welfare programs in Australia. The Breeders' Association that Mr. Latham represents, the wealthy breeders, they put a submission into the aftercare that they want to continue sending horses...
But you do support the whole-of-life tracking
of
racehorses.
If I can just finish that statement, they support sending horses to knackeries. Their submission and these are the people that are smearing me at the moment, is because they are fighting me because they believe that they should be allowed to send horses to knackeries. I will not allow that in my tenure. They will not be allowed, because it's no longer a commercial proposition to these people. No matter how old the horse is, they want to send it to a knackery. Well, we won't allow that.
This morning, and I know that this is a sensitive question, but this morning there was a comment made around, and the exact term was scuttlebutt, gossip around sexual harassment complaints. Do you have a response to that?
Complete and utter rubbish. Again, it's a smear with no evidence whatsoever. I have never had a complaint against me for any situation at any time in my career. And for someone to suggest that is the lowest form of life. And the other thing it does is it takes away credibility from people that genuinely do have complaints about people, that they don't bring it forward. There has never, ever, 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 ever been a complaint about me.
So you have never entered into a private settlement with a former employee?
No, I'd like to answer that. Absolutely not. Never, ever, ever. I have never paid a cent. I'm aware before my time that there was a person at Racing New South Wales that did a non-disclosure agreement, but I've never had a complaint. Never, not once. So to do a settlement disclosure agreement is complete rubbish. This is not intended to smear me. This is intended to look at the sale of Rosehill. So at the moment, all it is a smear campaign with absolute zero evidence. There's no evidence that I've ever signed a disclosure agreement with any person, and I take great offence to it. That I've worked my life for 20 years. I have 3 young children. And they're going to hear from this inquiry that I've done this, which when I haven't. Did Mr. Latham do domestic violence? No, he didn't.
Well, what are you on about?
Well, no,
You're
but
saying that about me. You're complaining about people smearing you, and that's your best response.
I'm just giving you an example how you can be smeared, and I'm not saying you did, but you can be smeared that way.
back to the question, please.
No, but you don't understand my point, Mr. Latham.
Yes, I do.
No, you smear me with no evidence.
I've got evidence.
No, you don't.
Mr. Volandis, the question, Mr. Volandis, if I draw you back, you're being asked questions by the Deputy Chair at the moment. If you can address your response, if you can, well, look, to be fair, it was provoked. But if you can direct your response to the Deputy Chair, please.
Sorry, Deputy Chair.
Did you have anything further to say about it? Otherwise, I'll move on.
No. As I said, never, ever. And I take offence to it. That someone can make a wild allegation with absolutely no substance and affect me personally for working hard for the racing industry. It's deplorable.
I want to ask you about the Equine Welfare Fund.
Yep.
So according to New South Wales annual report, approximately 3.8 million was spent in 23 and 4.1 million spent in 22. Can I get an understanding of what that money was spent on?
Yeah, sure. I've got that here, if you give me 2 seconds.
Are you able to table whatever document you're going to look at in regards to that as well, please?
Look, the majority of... let me just explain how the program works, so it might give you an indication. The majority of horses are rehomed by the trainer or the owner, and that's their responsibility to rehome them. We get the horses that they can't rehome. We rehomed 3 horses of Mr. Latham's. He couldn't rehome them, so we rehomed them. So we got those horses and we rehomed them. So they're the hardest to rehome because, to be fair, those trainers or owners haven't been able to rehome them. So we've got, at the moment, we have 500 horses on our farms that haven't been able to be rehomed. And we take care of those horses because we will not send them to knackeries. We will not destroy those horses. So I can give you the breakup of the costs.
Please. And is that for 22 and 23?
Whereabouts is that?
I can answer the question pretty quickly.
Here we are.
Mr. Hinton, if you wish.
The staffing costs in the rehoming, which includes the investigators in making sure that the horses have been properly looked after, the vets, the farm staff, and all the other staff is $1.8 million. Administration costs for printing, phones, etc. is $12,000. Property costs, $190,000. Motor vehicle, $139,000. Now, the biggest expense is horse feed, which is $789,000. The retraining. We also have contractors that retrain horses for us. So we don't retrain all of them. We have other farms that retrain the horses, and that's $269,000 we pay those. The vets, and to ensure that the horses are kept in the best possible condition at all time, is $298,000. Then there's the replacement of all the capital infrastructure is about $391,000. And I noticed, Deputy Chair, you asked my director if we've ever paid for a farm out of equity. We never have. All the farms,
any property?
No property has ever been paid out of the 1.5% that's taken out. All the properties have been purchased through Racing New South Wales funds.
Can I ask why, you've just read me out a list of the breakdown of that expenditure. Why has that never been made public? I know a lot of people have asked, where is this money going to? And there's been no accountability of what the breakdown of that costs are. Why has that been kept so
That's a very good question. The way that that's presented is exactly the same as all our other expenses are presented in our accounts. We give a total figure in our accounts, otherwise the accounts would be 150 pages long. To give an example, we have a drug laboratory. It has line items of 200 expenses. We just put the total. We have steward's costs. There's probably line items of 10, 11 things. Now, let me say this, Deputy Chair. The reason people have focused, they've never focused on any other expense in Racing New South Wales, but they're focused on it. You know why they're focused on it? because they want to show that it's too expensive to rehome horses and that we should allow them to put them in abattoirs. That's what the campaign's about. The campaign is they want to get rid of me so they can put horses into abattoirs.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Volandis, but my understanding as well from someone in the animal protection space is people want to know where that money's being spent to make sure it's being spent in the right ways on animal protection. And those people also have, and they're not campaigning that horses should be killed, they're campaigning the opposite.
Sure. Yeah.
They also haven't been able to obtain that information.
Well, if anyone, as I said, our annual accounts have been presented like that well before my time. And those accounts are presented in accordance with Australian accounting standards. And I don't have anything to do with the presentation of those accounts. The way I purposely at Racing New South Wales do not sit on the audit committee. I wanted the audit to be totally independent of me. So I don't even know who the auditor is, because the auditor does it completely independent of me, and he reports to a subcommittee of the board. So the way the accounts are presented...
And would you support more transparency about how those funds are actually spent?
Well, what I'll do, I'll give you an undertaking. We'll in animal welfare, in the annual report, in the actual report under animal welfare, we'll break those... We've got nothing to hide. We're proud of what we do. You know, and transparency is your friend. It's not because we're not trying to be transparent. It's because it's the way that the accounting standards ask us to present our accounts. I guess what we should be doing is probably presenting that in the report. Every department has a report. So the stewards have a report, the vets have a report, equine welfare has a report. I will make sure that the breakdown of that expenditure is in that report.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask how many staff there are in Team Thoroughbred, if you're aware.
Well, Team Thoroughbred is more than just the animal welfare. Team Thoroughbred is also the training arm of Racing New South Wales, and we bought the TAFE at Scone to ensure that we have a training program for our strappers and our jockeys and trainers. So it's not. So I'd have to take that on notice because I don't know.
And maybe on notice as well, sort of how many specifically work in welfare would be useful.
There's quite a few that work in welfare because they're all on the farms, etc. There's quite a few staff, and there's dedicated vets that go to inspect the horses, and there's dedicated investigators in this. That's why the biggest expense. So that's why I say to you, you've got to look at the program as a whole. You can't take cherry little bits of it. Because one of the things that we take pride in is the fact that we go and check that the horse is still okay sometime after they have left racing.
Thank you. And I've just got one more question. I can see that my colleagues are desperate to jump in, and you might need to take this on notice as well. But could I also get, in the last 2 years, how many horses have actually been taken in as part of the program, how many horses have been rehomed, and how many are currently on the properties?
Yeah, sure. Look, each year in New South Wales, there's 2,500 horses retired. I've got those figures here. Whereabouts are they? Here we go. Of that, 1,492 get rehomed for equestrian pursuits. 613 stay within the industry for breeding. There's 148 that go into non-equestrian, and the ones that can't be rehomed is about 75 which stay on our property. So that's a total of 2,328 horses that are rehomed every year. Now,
Sure that adds up? You missed about 1,000 there.
Sorry, have I? 1,492. I'll repeat them just in case I've made a mistake, so I apologise. Equestrian pursuits, 1,492, 64%. Breeding, 613, which is 26%. Non-equestrian is 148, which is 6%. And Racing New South Wales retaining those horses at the farms is 75, for a total of 2,328. So I do apologise if they are wrong, but that's the number of horses that get retired each year, and that's the number of horses that we rehome. And none go to abattoirs.
Thank you, Mr. Volandis. Mr. Volandis, just for clarification and to assist Hansard, was it your indication that you would table those documents?
Yes. Which documents?
The documents you're referring to.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. I'm going to return a little bit more to core business now. Mr. Hinton, I wanted to ask you, in your opening statement, you talked about the brick pit proposal. Could I ask, who has suggested the brick pit as a racing site? Was that done before or after the suggestion that we sell Rosehill?
It was after the suggestion of Rosehill to be sold. I've prior to this inquiry, went back and reviewed my notes when I first spoke to some consultants about it and did a bit of my own research. It would have been late December, early January. I think we realised that an additional site in a racecourse was going to be a key part of this process. Wheelers, Peter and I actually looked at different sites around Homebush and thought, well, what's central to Sydney? Where do you have large open space? It's a pretty natural thought that you do look towards Homebush. We consulted the ATC, and the brick pit site is the largest space within that area, and we started some more detailed work after that.
So who's going to claim credit for the proposal to redevelop the brick pit? Who has the genesis of the proposal?
Well, in the end, the ATC would have to pay for that racecourse.
No, what I mean is who proposed it initially?
It was actually Racing New South Wales looking at an alternate site, and one of the requirements that we said we needed was to ensure that there was public transport and easy access. And at the moment, Homebush is an entertainment precinct,
yes.
And because it's an entertainment precinct and it's already got the infrastructure in place,
yes.
We saw that land and we thought, well, so we oversighted it with a racecourse to see if it fitted, and that's what we put forward to the ATC to look as an alternative.
So I asked Mr. McGoran whether the sale of Rosehill is contingent on a separate, so a new, I guess, Class 1 racetrack being built in the Sydney area. I don't mean another, like a Warwick Farm being amended. I mean a new racetrack so that Sydney doesn't lose any number of racetracks. It still has 2 Class 1 racetracks in its vicinity. Is that Racing New South Wales' position, that there will be no sale, no approval for the sale of Rosehill unless another site is identified and the engineering can be delivered?
The current board policy of Racing New South Wales is they need to replace Rosehill. That is a requirement, yes.
Okay. Mr. Hinton, you said that work's underway to develop, I guess, a strategy around preparing the brick pit to host racing.
Yep.
And you said the footprint can support a Group 1 track with wide turns, long straights, etc. You indicated that it would have to go outside of the brick pit precinct. Were you talking about into the mangrove area or to the north with the near the Wentworth Common area?
It's a combination of both. I think you've got to appreciate when you approach these things, sometimes you need to think big. We pride ourselves on having a can-do attitude and not short-term thinking, and we don't try and find problems why things can't be done.
Well, before you continue your answer, let me ask you then, what engagement has happened with Sydney Olympic Park Trust in order to develop this plan?
We haven't actively engaged firsthand with them because we first want to satisfy ourselves that it can be done, that it can fit, that it can work. And that's a process of surveyors, some engineering expertise, and also the ecological work. Because
do you not think that that's a bit premature?
No, because if the ecological work came back and the planning advice came back and said it can't be done, then the whole thing would have been
How
a
are you
moot
doing
point.
that ecological work?
How?
Yes.
So we've engaged an expert ecological consultant as well as a town planning consultant to provide that advice. We're yet to receive...
And are they going on site to look at this?
Yes. Yeah.
Because they'd have to talk to Sydney Olympic Park Trust to get access to the site, no?
Stage one of that engagement is to provide a planning pathway report that says to achieve the result you need to do A, B, C and D.
So I guess... Yeah, sorry.
If you're going to let me finish the question,
yes.
if you don't mind.
Yep.
And also to provide an outline of the ecological prospects of success. Now, we've only received early indication of that feedback. You've got to appreciate it's a pretty big project and a lot of moving parts, and we've had a lot of back and forth. The early feedback we've received is that planning pathway does have prospects.
Mm-hmm.
Your ecological report also has prospects subject to state, federal government support.
Yep.
And then stage two of that works is engage with the local authority, undertake significant on-ground studies.
Yep.
And that's where that's the next stage of this due diligence.
I've got 2 more questions.
Yep.
How much have you spent so far in engineering, environment, etc., on this proposal to have a racetrack at the brick pit?
Well, without breaking confidentiality, it's around $200,000.
Okay. Do you think you might have wanted to speak to the Sydney Olympic Park Trust first, because they've got their own development plan in relation to the area? They briefed us on it when we went to site, and I suspect that what you're planning is going straight over the top of their own development plans. Do you think you might have put $200,000 down the hole,
no,
given that you haven't actually engaged with them first, and perhaps should have, before you've outlaid all this money?
The $200,000 is the total due diligence. That includes all the valuation, all the funding, everything. It's not just that part of... So that part's about 25 grand.
Right.
And the first thing they're doing for that 25 grand is to look at the to make sure that we can coexist with the frogs and the... I think it's, ironically, the Latham birds. So...
Latham snipe.
Well, sorry. Yeah.
Appropriately named.
Aptly named.
No. I don't like. They're planning on having a number of thousands of homes built in that area. You've now gone and planned and outlaid, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a track which is probably going to cut over their plans. They've got light rail going in there. I just don't understand how these amounts of money are being spent on a proposal when it just seems that you've got ATC members seeking to vote on this shortly. I don't see how you're going to put a racetrack here. The government's planning on all this work happening. It's an absolute debacle, this whole program. Can you see from an outside perspective that the Labor government hasn't done their work? It doesn't seem like the ATC's done their work, and now it seems like Racing New South Wales hasn't done their work.
With all due respect, Mr. Fang, I thought that wasn't a question, wasn't an opinion. What the inquiry asked is a question. I already pointed out to you that we've only spent $20,000 on the Homebush site. The majority of the expenditure is on what's the value of Rosehill. And this morning, Mr. Charney mentioned a figure. The current valuation, without breaching confidentiality, is actually $23 billion. That is the what it's coming up over a period of time.
So how is there a discrepancy between $5 billion and $23 billion?
Defer to further questions, but just on that point, if we are to take it that development can occur on the brick pit site, why should there be a $23 billion dividend to the racing industry rather than the government leaving Rosehill where it is and undertaking its own development at the brick pit site?
Well, I don't think you can actually do housing development at the brick pit because of the environmental problems that are there. So the way you can put a track there because you'd put it around the perimeter of the brick pit, and you can coexist. And as I said, one of the beauties of it is that then you can provide it as open space for the residents in a high density area. That's one of the reasons and it's up to us to sell it to the community if it does go ahead. It may not go ahead, and it might be a different site. It might be at Penrith, it might be at Warwick Farm, it might be somewhere completely different. But the point is that Racing New South Wales requires the replacement of Rosehill in order for this to proceed. And as I said, at the moment, our study is showing that over, how many years is it?
35 years.
It's a 20, and you've got to understand. In this instance, there's 26,000 homes being built. They're not going to be built in 12 months. They're going to be built over a long period of time. So you have to net present value what it's worth over 30 years. And at the moment, it's showing it's worth $23 billion.
Have you got that valuation?
Sorry?
Have you got a copy of that valuation?
Not yet. That's what I've just provided to you is from our expert that's doing the due diligence.
Well, someone's given you a figure.
Yeah, well, it's a confidential document, but again, we can provide it if necessary.
Thank you. Can I just...
Mr. Nandra, and then we'll finish up with Mr. Tudor.
I wouldn't mind.
And Ms. Fenner. Sorry, I'm looking for hands as they
We
come.
did
Mr.
start
Nanda
late.
has been very...
I'm sure Mr. Volandis will volunteer some more time.
I'm sure
I'm
Mr.
getting a bit
Volandis
hungry,
will
Mr. Fang.
Thank you.
entertain a few more minutes.
Thank you, Chair. In a limited time available, it is widely accepted that there is a pressing need for the ATC to invest in training centres of excellence, upgraded tracks, stabling facilities, improved spectator experience. But what there is a disagreement on is how to pay for it, because their current revenue streams don't accommodate that. A panacea that's often presented is that presented by Mr. Tudorhope around renegotiating the funding agreement. How much of the funding agreement is predicated on gambling revenue?
All of it. At the moment, we receive all our revenues except for some of the media rights. This is Racing New South Wales I'm talking about, not the industry, is predominantly from wagering. So we receive racefield legislation, point of consumption tax, the parity, the PGI. And if it wasn't for us doing all that, if it wasn't for Racing New South Wales getting all those initiatives, well, that income wouldn't be here. If we didn't take the risk and go to the High Court of Australia to get racefield legislation, we wouldn't be sitting around at this table because there wouldn't be a racing industry.
So it doesn't matter how you slice and dice the funding agreement, the source of that revenue would be gambling.
Yes, and that's why, to ensure one of the things that we want to make sure is that the pays to our participants are maintained. We have got $100 million provision in our accounts to ensure that prize money can be paid in the next 3 or 4 years, because the wagering turnover at the moment has dropped nearly 16% in the last 12 months. So that means there's 16% less revenue. We're covered because we put $100 million aside. In Victoria, Racing Victoria has used $10 million of its reserves to maintain prize money. But we've got $100 million, which we haven't had to use yet. Now, can I just make a point about the training facilities, etc.? Mr. McGoran made a very good point this morning that the ATC subsidised the training by $7 or $8 million. There isn't rent there that is commercial. So the rent they pay is not commercial. So if you're going to go and build $40 or $50 million worth of stables, you're going to have to get commercial return on those. And there's no trainer that will pay the rent on those stables on a commercial return of at least 5 or 6% on return on capital, because it's already subsidised by I think he said $7 million. So if you go and build $40 million worth of stables, are you going to give a handful of trainers the use of $40 million worth of industry funds and be subsidised for another $10 or $20 million, while the other 500 trainers get nothing? You've got to look at it as an overall model.
Could I put to you, Mr. Volandis?
Like Kieran Marr.
Yeah, Kieran Marr. Kieran Marr has made more money for New South Wales racing than any other trainer for a long time.
Mr. Volandis, could I put to you?
Explain that later.
Could I put to you that it would be grossly irresponsible for any organisation, including the ATC, to pin its future viability on one source of revenue, particularly if that source of revenue is gambling, and not seek to diversify its income streams?
Couldn't agree with you more, and that's why we said at that meeting that Mr. Latham refers to, that there should be a legislation to have skilled persons on that ATC board that know how to invest money, because they can make $200 million a year out of those proceeds in additional revenue and not have to rely on wagering revenue. And that's one of the attractions for Racing New South Wales. If the ATC can sustain itself by getting $200 million out of investments every year, we can look after the rest of the industry. So, and that's what we mean by the best interest of the industry as a whole. If they can sustain themselves with $200 million worth of revenue or interest, because if they invested $4 or $5 billion even on government bonds, they'll get a return of 5%. That's around 180 to 200 million. So I agree with you wholeheartedly. One of the attractions to this, without doubt, is the reliance on the wagering revenue is a risk moving forward. The federal government at the moment is looking at providing ideology in restricting corporate bookmakers in advertising, which has absolutely no factual evidence to justify it, because the majority of problem gamblers are actually poker machines, is I think 70%, and lotteries are 20%. Yet wagering for racing and sports about 12%. Yet all the regulations are coming on sport and wagering, so it's all ideology. But nevertheless, that's going to have an effect on our wagering revenues. And unless we have, as you say correctly, other sources of revenue, we could be in trouble.
Could I just clarify, finally, I suppose public criticism that has been made that if this proposal does go through, the asset, $5 billion is realised. Now you're claiming it's over $20 billion, but $5 billion is realised. One of the public criticisms has been that the ATC and its members will not see that revenue, and that it will be seized by Racing New South Wales. Now, just to be abundantly clear, you have absolutely no appetite nor the legislative power to seize that revenue, other than perhaps repayment of loans.
No, we've never wanted to seize the revenue, but we have said that we want to see the revenue spent on racing infrastructure. We don't want to see it spent on indulgence for members that contribute $6 million when the racing industry contributes $256 million. So it's got to be an equitable share on how the money is spent. And our view is that the majority should be invested, so the ATC gets this revenue and not be reliant on gambling revenue.
But you have neither the appetite nor...
No, none at all. And I won't be, to be quite frank, I won't be around. And the way Mr. Latham's going on, I probably won't be around tomorrow. So okay.
So well, the cheers on racetracks everywhere.
Final question from me.
Yeah, final question from Mr. Namber.
The
doubt
final
it's
question
delayed
from me.
Okay, let's. Okay, Mr. Namber's asking the questions. You can have an exchange afterwards.
Mr. Volandis. Is it a risk that if those investments are not made, if this proposal does not go through, alternative revenue streams aren't found, and we don't see the upgrades in infrastructure, facilities, in the spectator experience, is there a risk that New South Wales could lose its competitive advantage to other jurisdictions, like Victoria, if those investments aren't made?
Absolutely. And the thing is, at the moment, racing in New South Wales is the leading jurisdiction on every key performance indicator. Even though Mr. Latham thinks that every key performance indicator in New South Wales is not only in Australia but the world leading jurisdiction on everything. Prize money, returns to owners, animal welfare, we're number one. So if we lose revenue, absolutely, we could go backwards.
Thank you. Ms. Fairman.
The Premier's office has got to do better with
Thank
the
you,
fixes,
thank
mate.
you, Chair. I just wanted to just get clear on the dates around when you first learned of the proposal to sell Rosehill Racecourse. You said you were in Washington, I think, and
Yes.
your COO phoned you.
Yes.
When was that?
So that was on Thursday, the 26th of October. Graham called me in Washington.
October.
That's 2023, sorry if I didn't say that. And I asked Graham to immediately call the chair, because Graham was the acting CEO while I was away, and he contacted the chair. The chair then I don't know what he did, but he contacted, I think, Mr. McGoran and Mr. McMahon, etc., because I wasn't here, so I can't speak as to who he contacted. And then on Wednesday, the 1st of November, when I came back from overseas, we were briefed by Mr. McGoran and Mr. McMahon on what their plan was with Rosehill and seeking our support. And we've always said from day one, we'd only support it with a due diligence process to ensure that everything that we're being told actually comes to fruition and that we're not just being told wobbly figures.
And so, thank you, Mr. Hinton, that came from Mr. McMahon, did it? A call
Correct.
to you?
Correct.
And so you phoned Mr. Volandis.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
No, that's all I need, I think, for that. Mr. Volandis, when did you speak to the Premier about it?
I don't think I spoke to the Premier until the day before the announcement.
Anyone?
So I never had any communication with anyone in government, and I think I spoke to the Premier a day before the announcement.
And what about, but there was a meeting on the 17th of November. I understand that's not with the Premier, but you said any conversation you didn't have any conversation with anyone in government, but you did have that meeting on the 17th.
Sorry, I rephrased that. I thought you meant minister or member of parliament.
Okay, and so no discussions with anybody from the Premier's office before that meeting on the 17th?
Not me personally, no.
And so then that meeting on the 17th, before then, did you speak to the Racing New South Wales board?
No, because one of the requirements of that meeting was that we sign confidentiality agreements, and I consulted my chair.
When did you, in terms of signing a confidentiality agreement, when were you notified that you had to sign a confidentiality agreement for that meeting?
My recollection was that we were told right at the beginning on the 26th of October that we, in order for us to move this forward, would have to sign confidentiality agreements.
And so who told you that? ATC?
Steve McMahon.
It would have been by the 1st. I think the 26th was still very early. Would have been by the time we had a proper briefing on the 1st. It was a case of, before this goes anywhere, an NDA would need to be signed.
So the ATC didn't kind of consult with their board didn't know about it, Racing New South Wales's board didn't know about it. You all signed confidentiality agreements, went to this meeting, and on the 17th of November, that meeting, you're suggesting a completely new structure for the ATC, including, I think, something around governance and increasing board capability. But your board didn't know. It's kind of a bit hypocritical, isn't it?
No, because I know the policies of the board, and all we said was that if this was to proceed and move forward, they would have to have expertise on the ATC board, and at the moment and it's probably not necessary to have legislative change because the ATC board, there's 4 elected members from the membership and there's 3 independent directors. And the way it's supposed to work is it's supposed to be a matrix of skill, a skill matrix of the board, and whatever skills aren't on that board are made up by the 3 independents. So, in essence, you could have done that without having to do the other.
So, just one final question because I'm very conscious of time. Yeah. So between November 17 and the announcement on December 6th then, what discussions did you have at that point with Racing New South Wales with the board?
Well, we couldn't have any discussions because we signed a confidentiality agreement.
But you could, but you went...
No,
no discussion with your board before it went to the media.
I
don't know why people haven't got the courtesy to let people answer. First off, my chairman may have contacted some of the board members. I didn't because I had signed a confidentiality agreement. I'm sure the chairman at the time had contacted a number of board members. So, but I can't speak for him because he's not here.
So just to be clear, that the media found out before your board was formally briefed?
No, I don't think the media found out before the board was briefed, no.
You don't think so?
I'm not sure, but I can't remember when the media, if it was leaked or whatever it was. That's why we signed confidentiality agreements, so it wasn't leaked.
I can tell you the first piece in the media was Chris O'Keefe, which was the day prior to the announcement. And I know that because I spoke to him.
And the board was certainly aware of it at that stage.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm conscious of time, so I'll try and be brief. But Mr. V'landys, thank you for nominating that $23 billion figure. Can I ask, is that improved value before costs taken into account? Is that the top line revenue?
That's the top line revenue, and that's a percentage of, I think it's 26% from memory of the total proceeds.
All right, thank you. That was my question.
And that's after construction costs. So that's
over what time period?
35 years.
35 years.
Okay, thank you.
Because
That's very helpful.
that's how long it'll take to construct 26,000 units. And that is dependent on the availability of builders and tradesmen, etc., which there is a shortage.
Mr. V'landys, what's the first charge fee?
The first charge fee has been reduced dramatically.
Now, what is it?
What it is was when in the original funding model, Racing New South Wales's costs were taken out of the tab distribution as a first charge.
That's right. So what I want to put to you is this. If you put all the funding together, all the wagering funds, and they were all pooled together and allocated in line with the scheme of distribution under the intra-code agreement, what would be the impact in terms of the distribution to the ATC? So again, put them all in. This is a new funding model. So all those funds which we indicated earlier, including first charge fees and the like.
I'd have to do the calculation, Mr. Shooter, but I would suggest they actually get more.
The ATC would get more.
No, they get more now.
Well, but
I'll do the calculation. But I would
could you take that on notice?
I'll take that on notice. But I would suggest now, can I just say this? The way the intra-code is formulated, the ATC gets 55% of the distribution, yet it only generates 49% of the revenue. And they set that in stone at the time. Now, the provincial and country clubs naturally object to that because they believe that it should be done on market share. But I'll do the analysis for you and give it to you. But I think you'll find they actually get more money now, if you pro-rated it, than they would have under the tab distribution model.
Thank you. Mr. V'landys, just one last question from me to the evidence you provided to Mr. Namber in terms of the money staying within the ATC. On that meeting you had with the Cabinet Office in November, you indicated some suggestion of transferring the ownership of, ignore the bells, transferring the ownership of Kembla Grange to Racing New South Wales. Subsequently, in a meeting held with the ATC in February of this year, they indicated that Racing New South Wales wanted Kembla Grange to be part of that suite of upgrades. How does that fit in with that position?
That's a little bit misleading in those minutes. Let me explain why. Kembla Grange was owned by the racing industry. Before Racing New South Wales was formulated, Kembla Grange Club itself went into receivership. The racing industry paid the monies in order to pay the mortgage out. So the racing industry paid it. for some unbeknown reason, because there wasn't a Racing New South Wales at the time, the Kembla Grange asset went into the government. We have said to government, in my whole time at Racing New South Wales, that they should rightfully transfer Kembla Grange back to the New South Wales racing industry because they actually own it. The government doesn't own it. It's not Crown land. It's owned by the racing industry. At the last, and it was going up to ERC meetings in the last government where it was going to be transferred over to Racing New South Wales. Unfortunately, that never happened, and we're just trying to get justice in getting our land back, which is Kembla Grange. It's got nothing to do with the ATC, and it's just a long-standing situation where the government took the land it didn't own and put it in its name, and the racing industry wants it back.
Thank you, Mr. Volandis. Thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you. Now, can I just ask one question, Mr. Chair? There's a Skerrigan media outside that are going to be asking questions. What am I allowed to say and what am I not allowed to say?
Well, your evidence stands here today, and you can say whatever you wish outside.
No worries.
But you will not be afforded parliamentary privilege with anything you do go and say outside.
Well, everything I say, I will say outside. I'm not a coward.
That's fair enough. So you can say whatever you wish, Mr. Volandis. Mr. Volandis, if I can note before your departure that you have taken things on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you to determine how those are responded, and Mr. Hinton as well.
Thank you.
Oh, and Mr. Volandis, you also indicated that there be certain documents you would table. If there's Okay, thank you. The Secretariat will determine that. Okay, we will now recess till 2 o'clock. Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, folder is gone. Oh no, it isn't. Sorry, it's here. It's my eyesight that has gone. Thank you very much. We'll resume the hearing now, and thank you to Mr. Abrahams and Ms. Ritchie for your attendance here. Welcome. Would you each, starting with Mr. Abrahams, be able to state your name, your position title, and then take either the oath or affirmation, please?
Sure. My name is Jason Abrahams. I'm an ATC member, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Abrahams. Ms. Ritchie.
My name is Julia Ritchie. Pardon my voice. It doesn't normally sound like
Happens
this.
to all of us.
I've been a foundation female member of both the AJC and then the ATC. I've served 19 years in racing administration at club level. I am also a horse owner, a breeder, and we also work in rehabilitation and welfare of some racehorses as well. Oh, the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give you both the opportunity, if you wish, to make a brief opening statement before the committee.
If it's all right, I'd like to make a brief one, and then Jason will actually do the formal one in front of, on behalf of us.
Fantastic. If that could be brief as well, but
it is brief. Trust me, it's very short.
Good.
I promise. Before we start, we're not here to talk about issues. We are here to talk about the issues. We don't want to delve into the personal stuff. The fact that the accusations of intimidation, we have no further evidence to add to that regard. But I would just like to say that any of you who were in the room at the last session, the CEO of the regulatory body, described people like us who have genuine concerns about this proposal as cheats, liars and torturers of animals. So we reject on that and we reflect on that and ask yourselves whether you think this is an industry where people are afraid to speak out. Thank you. I will now let to Jason.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Mr. Abrahams.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today regarding our submission on the proposed sale of Rosehill Racecourse. As representatives of the Save Rosehill group, we're here to voice our deep concerns about this proposal, and in particular its potential impact on the thoroughbred racing industry in New South Wales. Our group is established by ATC members and industry stakeholders and is supported by many respected leaders in racing, including former chairs and committee members of the ATC, AJC and STC, as well as prominent owners and leading trainers. We and many, many others in the club and in the broader industry are steadfastly opposed to this sale. It is an insult to the members who have supported the ATC and its predecessors for generations, a violation of the cultural norm of a member-based sporting club, and a warning to all of our peers across the city whose golf courses, tennis courts and football fields might stand in the way of the next development. Let's be clear. As it stands, there is no credible alternative to Rosehill that will sustain premier racing in metropolitan Sydney. Both Rosehill and Randwick are crucial to maintaining our current racing ecosystem, and the loss of one would catastrophically undermine the industry. This will have ramifications for all of us, from breeders through to country race clubs. Our concerns about the proposed sale have been underscored by information released by the government on the order of the Legislative Council. In those documents, we've finally been able to get a glimpse of the process behind the proposal, but this little sliver of forced transparency has only raised further questions. Some of these have already been raised this morning, but in particular we would like to highlight what were the motives and machinations behind the extraordinary rapid change of heart by the ATC, who told the government they would not countenance selling Rosehill, met with the Premier and 1 week later submitted a proposal to sell? Why were their discussions conducted behind closed doors and apparently given preemptive endorsement by some ATC board members and executives and Racing New South Wales before proper due diligence by the full ATC board or members' consultation? What is the end game for Racing New South Wales, who have suggested to the government that the governance of the ATC be reformed and funds diverted away from the club in the event of a sale? Will the proposal entrench the consolidation of power and hoarding of industry revenue by an unaccountable entity that has arguably exceeded the remit as regulator. Can we count on the word of the Premier and the ATC chairman when they say that ATC members will have the final say on any sale, given that compulsory acquisition has been mooted and the unsolicited proposal process continues at a pace despite vehement opposition from members? Rosehill Gardens hosts 21 premium Saturday race meetings annually, including 2 major carnivals. It's a track of the people, home of legends of New South Wales racing and some of our country's most storied events, including the Golden Slipper. It's a foothold in the geographic centre of Sydney, a stone's throw from the second CBD, and the envy of many of our peers in racing and across the sporting landscape. It's more than just a racecourse. It's a vital part of Western Sydney's cultural and economic fabric. We believe there are alternative options that could assist with housing delivery without compromising the future of thoroughbred racing in New South Wales. We also believe this proposal highlights broader issues with industry governance that warrant a formal review of the Thoroughbred Racing Act. We appreciate the committee's consideration of these critical issues and we look forward to discussing them further. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your evidence. Now, when did your organisation come into being?
I will answer that one. Basically, straight after the press release in early December, it obviously started to galvanise members' opinions about it and became quite a discussion point at the races. Early January, I think it took on much more momentum at that point, especially because we have horse sales on racing at the same time, where we had a much bigger critical mass of people at the races and at racing. So I would say it started that. We formulated mostly to start seeking out support, I would say about February, March.
Thank you. And with respect to, are you a membership-based organisation or are you a mailing group or?
We're building.
How do you determine your membership, so to speak?
We've actually put it out to all ATCM members primarily because obviously this is a members' issue. However, we're also looking for support for the greater community because the loss of Rosehill is a bigger issue as well to Greater Western Sydney.
Okay. But ideally your membership is largely targeted at the ATC membership, is
Absolutely, because this issue lies in their purview.
And how many ATC members are there?
Last heard from the Australian Turf Club was about 11,500, which we're building on our database as we speak.
Okay. And from your estimations, how much of that 11,500 will be supportive of the sale of Rosehill at present?
My voice is this way because I have talked to that many of them. However, I would say on average every race day I would speak to 150, 200 people, and so far I've not found one person to support it. And we're now actually getting approached via correspondence and emails about finding out more about this issue and to support the campaign.
So your evidence before the committee is that effectively nobody who's a member of the ATC actually supports this?
I think there are 3 submissions that you may have received from members that may have supported, but they're the only ones we're aware of. I've yet to meet anybody who has actively said, yes, we're all for this. Obviously, I think it's raised earlier in the sessions that people are obviously batting it a bit blind with some of the information that we have, but as it's been delivered to members at the moment, there is no support that we can see at all.
And now there were members' forums held, were there not, earlier this year?
Jason.
There was 2 members' forums held, of which members had to apply to visit. You had to put your membership number down and attend. And I attended the Randwick version of the forum. It was standing room only, so that tells you how engaged the members were. And there was vehement anger in the room towards the submission and the proposal, and there was a conga line of people wanting to give their thoughts before the microphone to the board.
Thank you. Now, you've heard evidence today with respect to the genesis of the proposal. Was the first time membership heard about this when it was announced by the Premier on the back end of December or the early part of December?
Yeah, absolutely. No one had any idea. It was a blindsided approach. There was phone calls going back and forward between all participants in the industry as soon as they they saw that press conference. No one knew anything about it at all.
And was the sale of Rosehill something that had ever been contemplated before, or
Never.
no?
Never.
And you've also heard evidence today with respect to the investigation of alternative sites. We've heard from Racing New South Wales that that would be a prerequisite for them in terms of being able to have an alternative site, and main identification being the brick pit at Sydney Olympic Park in Homebush. I note you've got some analysis of the brick pit in your submission as well. What's the perspective in terms of the viability of the brick pit as a Group 1 racing track?
I think, as we've already heard, the brick pit really is a laughable proposal. It's not big enough in size. We've got ecological issues there. There's wastewater issues there. It's 7 kilometres from where we already are. So there has to be questions as to why we need to move 7 kilometres away when we're actually in a better location in Parramatta, close enough to Parramatta's CBD. But honestly, as a premium track, which Rosehill is, the brick pit is not going to be large enough. Doesn't matter how much earth moving you do to make it a premium track of Sydney. And for racing to exist in Sydney, you need at least 2 premium tracks for your Saturdays.
Thank you. Now, I guess the argument goes, so to speak, that if the ATC doesn't do this, then racing in New South Wales will die because there will not be a sustainable funding source. What's your response to that?
I believe the funding model needs to be looked at again. As has been mentioned earlier today, the funding for racing changed in 2012, and from that point onwards, corporate wagering went to Racing New South Wales. The ATC continued to receive funding from the TAB. The TAB's revenues have decreased whilst corporate bookmaking continues unabated. So it's more about the model for funding for the clubs as opposed to how the wagering is going to continue. The best example I can give you is that at the forum, the chairman said that to continue the maintenance of the ATC on a per annum basis, they would need $12 million to keep the 4 tracks going, and they could only afford $4 million. So therefore they had a shortfall of $8 million for the maintenance of the 4 tracks. And yet we see that Racing New South Wales has $286 million sitting in term deposits. So there's a funding issue for the clubs, most definitely.
Also, the ATC has previously had proposals in terms of the redevelopment of other non-core parts of Rosehill Racecourse, for instance. Is that something that your organisation would be supportive of?
Absolutely. We're not against assisting with the housing crisis whatsoever. There's been previous submissions where non-core property could be used for housing. The housing crisis and the racing industry are not mutually exclusive. They can coexist. And there's plenty of space around Rosehill and Canterbury which can be used, which have been previously suggested to the government.
Thank you. Mr. Latham.
I think we've all heard from this morning's evidence, and thank you, Jason and Julia, for coming in, that there's nothing to commend the project for selling Rosehill, either in the absurd governance that's been around it. The brick pit is a sad, ridiculous joke. As a replacement track, the finances don't stack up. I think the main issue is how we put together a sensible alternative for upgrading infrastructure and spectator facilities at Warwick Farm, Canterbury, and the issue about the stables at Randwick. So what's the view of the Save Rosehill group? There seems to me to be 4 options that are available as an alternative to selling the major asset. The first of those is what was just mentioned, the 3,000 dwelling plan along the spine of James Roos Drive on the current car park. And ironically, the ACC was saying that would raise $600 million, which is exactly the amount they need to upgrade Warwick Farm, Canterbury and Randwick. So why didn't they just go ahead with that? The second available funding source has been identified by Tony Harris in his submission, the former Auditor General, that there are hollow logs unspent at Racing New South Wales to the value of $260 million. The third source would be other ATC assets. Matt McGrath has put forward ideas about selling the bowling club at Rosehill, the circus site, to raise capital funding, and the final source, and I'd seek your comment on this, is why Racing New South Wales over the last 7 years has spent $125 million acquiring 50 properties, one of them in Bathurst Street, Sydney. I don't know why Racing New South Wales needs to own inner city apartments. You certainly can't put retired horses there. But I'm particularly interested in their purchase of a whole number of properties in Manning, Ball and Stroud Streets, Warwick Farm, where they seem to be buying up stables. Why isn't that money being put into the upgrade of the facilities at Warwick Farm Racecourse itself? So how do we explain this misallocation of resources and the complete neglect of tracks like Warwick Farm, which basically have become a museum from the 1970s?
You can't explain it. There's no rhyme or reason. No one is aware of what's going on or why it's happening. There's apparently, well, there clearly is land banking going on by Racing New South Wales. So a lot of funds are going towards that. So there's properties all over the state that are being acquired by...
What do you believe to be the purpose of that land banking? No one can figure it out.
Well, no one can figure out. We thought it was for the rehoming funding, but we've got no clarity on that. Many people have asked for clarification and transparency on that issue, and we'd love to get it, because as horse lovers we want to know where the horses are they getting looked after, and where the money's being spent. The owners contribute a lot of money to the Equine Welfare Fund every week through prize money, so we'd love to know where that money's going and how it's being spent, for sure.
But do you believe there are 4 valid alternative sources of funding? There's
many alternatives, and also utilising our existing assets such as Rosehill better, and we already are doing that through non-race day events. But absolutely, we need to be able to find out where we can best utilise the funds.
We've run out of time, but a supplementary question I'll put to Mr Volandis is the due diligence looking at these logical alternatives to selling the major asset, which will be rejected by the members.
Could I just add also, Mr Latham, that mostly 2 to 3 years ago, the board at the ATC did undertake a complete property asset analysis to understand exactly what the club owned, what could be realised to benefit the club for future either a sale or development. And we did all 4 racetrack, everything that the club owned. So we had a clear understanding, which obviously Rosehill was part of it, Canterbury was part of it, Warwick Farm identified a lot of the ancillary properties as well.
A comment was made by the chairman of the ATC about the problematic demographics around Parramatta. Is that something you experience with racegoers? I would have thought Rosehill is a great location in the centre of the demographic of Sydney and accessible to the western spine out to Penrith on the M4. Those of us in the southwest come up the M7 and the M4. The West Connects makes it more accessible from the eastern side, and it's also got good access from the northwest population spine, so it's been a very good demographic for racing, hasn't it?
It's a geographical centre of Sydney. Yeah. Racing's been happening at Rosehill since 1885. It has a long and proud history. Speaking to horse racing participants around the world, they know of Rosehill, they know of Winx, they know the Golden Slipper. It's a well-renowned racetrack worldwide. It brings a lot of money to the local community. It brings a lot of money to the state. I do not understand where that comment about racial backgrounds came into the equation from the chairman.
Right, and how do we explain the bias against Warwick Farm? Because it is also ideally placed on a railway station for the great population expansion in the southwest corridor, which is now stretching down to Appin. And it's a great location, increasingly better, accessible with the M5, people coming to the city, eastern suburbs, North Shore. How do we explain the bias against Warwick Farm, where the neglect of facilities by Racing New South Wales and the ATC, quite frankly, is a disgrace? And I just draw your attention, some of the comments that were made at our first day of hearing, that Melbourne has 3 Group 1 quality tracks, Flemington, Caulfield and Moonee Valley. But they say Warwick Farm, the straight is too short. It's a hell of a lot longer than Moonee Valley. And Warwick Farm traditionally had wonderful Group 1 racing, Farlap winning the Chipping Norton Stakes onwards. And I can't see any reason why especially when you look at the Moonee Valley precedent with the Cox Plate, why Warwick Farm, with the current track configuration, can't take Group 1 racing. It just needs the track, the facility upgrade, the spectator facilities to make it worthwhile. People will attend there. Apparently Liverpool Council put on a concert on New Year's Eve and they had 50,000 people there. Well, what's wrong with racing that we can't get people to Warwick Farm with that huge population base that's available?
There has been a funding shortfall for Warwick Farm for a long, long time. It's like stepping back in time 50 years for sure. We can't explain why Racing New South Wales or the ATC haven't put more into Warwick Farm. They have invested into the track surface there, but there is no other explanation for it. In saying that, the ATC, in their memorandum of understanding, did say that they did not believe Warwick Farm was a Group 1 track in Sydney and it wasn't a viable alternative.
Well, ask Farlap, you know, he won races there, and we had the Chipping Norton Stakes there up till about 15 years ago. But whatever happened to the money that Inglis paid for the Riverside? $25 million was promised for the upgrade of Warwick Farm. That seems to have disappeared as well from when the ATC sold the very successful Riverside stables. And I understand Inglis would love their special race, restricted race opportunities for horses sold there to be run at Warwick Farm, to complement the wonderful investment they've made in Riverside. So where'd that $25 million go? Do we know?
Do you know?
I can't speak to it because it happened between AJC and ATC for me under a different regime. Definitely it was applied to certainly, I think, improving some things, but I can't speak to that. You'd have to actually ask the club for the appropriate paperwork on it.
When we're talking about Rosehill being sold and developed, and yet I believe when the ATC sold that parcel of land to Inglis, they actually lost money on the deal because they had to provide infrastructure subsequently. So I think if we're talking about the ATC being property developers, their history's
the
not
only
great.
infrastructure added is a set of traffic lights to get in there.
Yeah,
How do you lose money on that?
it's a good question.
Thank you.
Ms Fanman.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for both appearing today. Mr Abrahams, in your opening statement, you said something around the motives, questioning, the motive of the sale. What do you believe are the motives behind the sale to begin with, and the reasons it's being kept from the membership? And I'll go to you, Ms Ritchie, as well.
Yeah, we don't know the motives behind it. We'd love to know, because at this point in time, the proposal does not make any sense whatsoever. What I can say is that there has been a concentration of power and wealth by Racing New South Wales at the detriment to all clubs, not only the ATC. In the submission made by Racing New South Wales to the government, they mentioned that they would like to divert proceeds from the sale away from the club to other areas. So that leads you to think, as an ATC member, that ATC members won't get the full sale proceeds because Racing New South Wales look to be elbowing in on the proceeds of the sale of an asset which, frankly, they don't own.
But everything we've been told here, of course, is that the genesis of it wasn't Racing New South Wales, was ATC after the meeting with Department of Planning, apparently. Steve McMahon and the chair had a discussion, and that's what we've been told. So are you suggesting that Racing New South Wales had a little bit more involvement at that time?
Having been in the industry a long time and hearing some of the submissions, I would say nothing happens in New South Wales racing without Racing New South Wales having their fingerprints all over it.
Ms Ritchie?
The question of the genesis of this is really what you're asking.
And the motive, yeah.
And the motive behind it. I do think it mostly started earlier than last year, obviously, as it keeps developing, as over the years, the club had applied for source funding to assist in capital investment and development, and often that was denied, or it was taken to a certain point and then not followed on by the regulator. But we always sought to collaborate with them to get money from them to develop things for the club. That had started long before this period. After I left, I can't speak to what that relationship became after it, to find out what happened to those requests and support for those funding requirements. Warwick Farm was part of them, looking at realigning some of the track, redoing the chutes, doing things like that to actually improve the quality of our racing surfaces. The wing stand was actually funded by the club itself. It was money that the club was entitled to get through PGI, and it was a very good negotiation done by our then chairman. And that was the club paying for something themselves, which by rights it should have mostly been a joint venture. However, that is the money it was chosen to be put into what was called the Randwick Development Fund. And that gets back to the funding issue that, in fact, what we don't have anymore is a racecourse development fund of some stature with some guidelines, so the industry would have some certainty on how they would plan their capital investment and maintenance programs. So at the moment, we have to, obviously, on a regular basis, have to go and say, please, can we have some more? I think that's what we're looking for. Maybe prize money should be frozen for a while. I know it was mentioned earlier today, the commitment to prize money. However, that money could be better spent on the long-term and longevity of our industry. Some of it, anyway.
Yeah. So I get, Mr. Abrahams, that you've said you're not sure of the motives, but I'm sure you're within the ATC. A lot of people are speculating around what that would be. Would you care to share just even the speculation, what people are suggesting has happened? Again, highly unusual for the action to be taken in the way it was, I think, by one of the ATC's paid staff members and the chair, without any consultation with the board or any consultation with the members, clearly. So why have they done that? It's not. You're saying it's not for it's not in the best interests of the ATC. Is that your view today? That this isn't in the
proposal?
best? Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay, so why would the chair then, as well as the COO, is he? Why would they put forward the proposal then if it's not in the best interests of the ATC? The head of membership and corporate affairs, Mr. McMahon.
Yeah. I think they've mentioned they have a duty to look at all options that may come before them. However,
Do you think the option was put before them then?
If you look at the history of what's happened, and within that 2-week period, starting at the beginning of the 2 weeks, they were vehement that Rosehill was not to be sold. 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, they're submitting a proposal to sell. Unsolicited proposals, I don't know much about it, but, someone else might be able to tell me the answer to this one.
Politically motivated, do you think?
There was meetings with government individuals, so maybe, yeah.
Do you think the Premier had anything to do with it?
I have no idea.
We can only go on what was said today. None of us were there at the time. Some of that was quite enlightening for all of us as well, I might add.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tudor.
We heard earlier today that the ATC so far have spent $300,000 of ATC members' money in pursuing the unsolicited proposal. Have you got a response to the wisdom of that investment?
Well, we've been talking about the finances of the ATC, and now we find out today they've already spent $300,000 on a proposal that I haven't met a member who would be supportive of. You can dare say that at least the chairman and potentially some members of the board are severely out of touch with their membership group.
in view of the meetings which took place where this proposal was considered and the members were significantly alarmed by the proposal, should the board have gone to the members, in your view, with the issue about lodging an unsolicited proposal at all?
I think if you gauge the room at the forum which they held, now keep in mind they cancelled the forums after the first two.
Correct.
Given the feedback they were provided with. I dare say there was no need for the proposal in any way, shape or form. So yes, it's
See,
clear.
one way to further damage the racecourse, of course, is to start winding it down. Now, you may have heard evidence, and certainly the Premier's comments to the New South Wales Farmers Federation, that they'd have to look for a new venue next year to hold their conference. Do you have any concerns that, in fact, the ATC, in pursuing the unsolicited proposal, may have in mind just letting the asset deteriorate?
There's every possibility that would happen. I mean, if they do plan to sell, they're not going to spend more money on it. That's for sure. At the forum, they mentioned a 5-year period before Rosehill would close, which, in my mind, triggered alarm straight away because they haven't found a replacement location. And if you think of how long it would take you to find a location large enough to hold a racetrack of the size of Rosehill somewhere else in the Sydney metropolitan area, procure it and develop it within 5 years and have it presented, I thought that was a fallacy.
That's not going to happen.
Correct.
So,
so for the chairman to stand up there and support such a proposal with those comments, it made a lot of members irate.
did you hear him make any comments about the wrong demographic of people in relation to the location of Rosehill Racecourse?
I didn't hear any of those comments. From what I heard this morning, I don't think that was at the forum meeting, but I'm not sure where that was.
It was an explanation to Rosehill trainers as
Right.
to why they had to leave.
Yeah.
So that's never been made?
Not at the forum in front of members, no.
How many members were at that forum, do you recall, or the two forums?
Well, the Ramwick one, there would have been probably 150. It was held up in one of the rooms above the in the grandstand before the first race, but there was standing room only up the back, like the seats were full.
So it's the first one?
That was
the second
one.
How many attended the first one?
I was at the first one. I'd say about 140, give or take. It was also scheduled on a day when a horse sale was on, so a lot of people were tied up in other venues. So they had coming back from the horse sales to get there as well. The repercussion of all of it, though, I think the members were waiting to see the outcome of the first two. And as soon as the next two forums were cancelled, the whiplash effect was amazing. Everyone was saying, but I was planning to go to the next one. So it was building momentum amongst the members to find out more because they were hearing less and less about really what was being offered.
And were you given any reason why they were cancelled?
No.
Sorry, Mr. Tudor.
No,
Sorry,
that's okay.
no.
It's a question.
Cut to the chase, no.
Yep.
So you've made some submissions today about the funding model, and New South Wales Racing have too much control over the funding, and I think you put it adequately when you suggested that every time the ATC needed to cover expenses or cover some project, they would have to come to New South Wales Racing, cap in hand, to ask for that funding. What do you suggest is the appropriate funding model?
I have to say the industry itself are actually starting to talk about it because it affects all of us and our future. I do think at the moment the only pre-existing agreements we have are the old parimutuel tab agreements where there is some certainty of certain percentages of numbers. Beyond that, there is nothing. We need to sit down and actually work out where the money needs to be allocated. We're not saying, I think it should be welfare, it should be other things as well. But at the moment, we do not have a racecourse development fund to actually invest in infrastructure. And that's where everyone's suffering the most, whether it's at racetrack level, facility level, which impacts obviously on the race day experience and safety of people and animals.
So rather than Mr. Volandis, if you were making a decision about the development of racecourses, you say that there should be a separate body called the Racecourse Development Fund, which have certain monies distributed to it on an annual basis, say, on a formula, which would give certainty to the development of racecourses generally, and would make provision for the deterioration of those, or prevent the deterioration of those racecourses.
Well, I do agree. The previous regulator always had a racecourse development fund.
Yep.
That's how most of the country tracks, and that's in fact where the interminable loans came from to pay for certain things at Rosehill and at Randwick and stands. So I do think it has a validity. Again, I'm not representing everyone, but it has been the topic of conversation with all of us now for quite a long time.
And separately administered from New South Wales Racing.
Or have a group that should actually determine. We need to determine guidelines, what actually should fall into that, because I do think you actually have also, it has to fit into a strategy, because at the moment we are due to have a revisit from an overall strategy of our industry, which it's now been over 5 years since we've had a strategy to look at where our industry is going and what we could be delivering on anyway. But I do think it would align to delivery of our future that way.
Just one final one. Are you surprised at the level of incompetence at the ATC in the handling of this? I'll just give you one final example. We've had so many today. We, as a committee, visited the Horsley Park site where they think they're going to put in a new training facility, and the map that the ATC distributed took in the southern part of this proposed area. We found out at Horsley Park from the Western Sydney Parklands Authority that the southern part there belongs to the parkland. That to have the full training facility that the ATC's proposed, you'd have to take substantial wooded parkland areas, knock it all down, and according to this plan, build tie-up stalls, horse walkers, accommodation, float drop-off, veterinary facilities, feed area, waste storage. So the ATC can't even get their maps right as to what is a SIAC land, as opposed to intruding, basically appropriating Western Sydney parkland. And I'm not known for my green credentials, but I'm pointing this out to say, let's keep the parklands and not proceed with this nonsense based on incompetence. What do you think, Kate?
And I know they've spoken to about Horsley Park about servicing it with obviously your labour force and transport. And access to all the other facilities as well. I mean, the SIAC site is really a cross-country course.
Yeah, they said they'd pretty well have to abandon the cross-country school competitions and the equestrians that they've got, certainly during the building of this. And it's not practical to have a shared facility, is it? Because you've got a horses stable there for security reasons. People breaking in, letting the horses free, or doping the horses or whatever. You don't want people around, do you? It'd be a high security area where
it's
the
a
horses
massive
are.
open area to make secure. Exactly. So, I mean, there are some existing facilities, but that's a hangover from the Olympics as well, that whole site.
Thank you. Ms. Hurst.
So I've only got a couple of questions. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just want to ask you, you note in your submission, you talk about term limits for organisations like Racing New South Wales. What do you think those limits on a term for a CEO should be? And I'm not sort of asking you to comment on the specific CEO that is in place now, but generally what term limit do you think is appropriate?
For the ATCs to speak specifically to that, or do you...
Racing New South Wales, sorry, term limits. So your submission talked about, your submission says there's an importance of term limits in organisations like Racing New South Wales who act as a regulator.
Well, I think term limits, with active succession planning, I think sometimes we can shoot ourselves in the foot by having maybe too short. You actually, especially in the horse industry, there, I think it was said earlier today, it takes you 2 or 3 years to get your brain around it, 2 or 3 years to make a contribution. And then the last few years to actually making sure you've got someone who's going to be coming in to replace you that will carry forward strategy. So if that's from the board perspective, again, personally, I think refreshing it, as I think if you talk to the AICD and certain other financial groups, they would say 10 to 12 years tops.
I think the issue we're referring to as well is the extension twice of the chairman of Racing New South Wales and an attempted third occasion. When you have a chairman there that long and a CEO there even longer, the query we would have is around corporate governance for a body which has taken on a lot of assets, has a lot of power, and that can lead to, issues and potentially why we're here today.
Absolutely. And another recommendations from your submission was that the Thoroughbred Racing Act be amended to make sure that Racing New South Wales is subject to the direction of the Minister, subject to audit by the Auditor General. They are consistent with amendments passed by the Legislative Council that were put up last year. Can you explain why you think that greater transparency and accountability is needed generally within Racing New South Wales?
I think we just spoke about the strategic planning for Racing New South Wales. As part of the Thoroughbred Racing Act, that's meant to occur every 3 years. I think they've skipped the last one and there's no sight of the next one. Members, or either the chairman or the CEO are meant to attend monthly meetings, which they haven't been attending. They've been outsourcing that. So when you talk of governance, I think the shorter terms, the reducing, the reviewing of the Act will ensure that corporate governance is adhered to in a more appropriate way ongoing.
And would you also support, say, mandatory reporting standards? I know you mentioned the spending of that welfare fund, for example. Would you like to see more transparency and accountability around how that money is being spent?
Absolutely. I mean, most of the ATC members and a lot of industry participants are paying for those funds out of their own prize money. So I'm sure they would all like to know where those funds are going.
Do we know how many horses are being rehomed?
I know Mr. Volandes sort of made rough reference to it. We were told at Kapiti there are 300 horses out there at the moment, which is the property they bought out at Lithgow. We were told by someone who worked there, which, considering it's over 2,000 acres to have 300 horses. This is the problem with all of it. I know this morning that's the first time we've heard any of the transparency on where the prize money that has been taken off owners particularly to go to welfare, which we're totally supportive of. We do believe in that level of accountability. And yet there were still no numbers of the actual horses really based on really what's happening out there.
And what would you like, sorry, just to follow up, what numbers would you like to see? So if there was a change for mandatory reporting standards, what numbers would you like to see in that in regards to the rehoming and the welfare funds?
Look, I think it's such a big issue. I think we actually have to sit down and work out really what are the numbers we're dealing with. I do think part of the traceability will give us the data to do that. At the moment, we're often anecdotal with how we're doing some of our stuff. And as for me, as a property owner, I know I rehome wherever we humanly possible with the appropriate homes for certain horses. But I do think it warrants much more strategic thinking about it, which needs to be done now.
Thank you. And you also, Mr. Volandes this morning said he supported whole-of-life tracking of racehorses as part of that. Was that something that you would support as well?
For me, personally, I think the traceability, without making it onerous, which some of it is at the moment, if you move it from one yard to the next yard, sometimes they try to track you down. However, I do think it gives us the data we need to actually address our horses as they go through the system. Because at the moment we go, yes, oh well, there are 3,000 who are retired this year. It will give you a much better idea of the type of horses, where they go, what we're missing, what we need to still look at. Because I do think it's a very big problem to fix, and it's not going to be fixed overnight.
What is the big problem that we don't
the
know
rehoming, absolutely. Only just the numbers of it. Let's be practical about it. But we're an industry that want to collaborate on that. I don't know anyone really yet in my 50 years of doing this, who don't want to care for a horse or ensure its future is protected in some form or another.
Just on that, I was quite stunned by Mr. Volandy saying there's 1,400 thoroughbreds per annum that go to equestrian. Now, thoroughbreds are very sort of more a highly strung type of horse. They're certainly not pony club horses, are they? I know there's some that are put into equestrian, but that would be 14,000 over a decade, which I can't believe we've got that many equestrian horses anywhere near that number in New South Wales. I'll be asking Mr. Volandy's on supplementary what definition is used for equestrian. But just as a long-term racing person, have you got a sense of disbelief about that number?
I think the broad description of equestrian is where I think we're getting lost in it, because that could be, well, most racehorses actually only translate to certain forms of riding after racing anyway.
Yeah.
So
I'd imagine it's jumps and
cross-country and jumping, but you've got to remember still, you talk to most people who are capable riders, they like to retrain their own horses anyway.
Yeah.
So I was surprised by that number this morning.
Yeah.
I'm a member of EA and I'm actually going to ring them, which is Equestrian Australia, just to get a handle on what they're seeing as rehoming, because that took me by surprise as a number as well.
It's a big number, isn't
We
it?
can defer, Mr.
Sorry.
Namper now. Sorry,
No.
not on you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. If I could just turn to the funding model. Doesn't matter how you splice or dice a funding model, it is all still predicated on gambling revenue, is it not?
Having worked on administration on the club has diversified its sources of income over the years, which is looking at substantial non-race day hospitality businesses now, which they never used to have. They have also a lot more community-based programs from the point of view of conferences and events like that. We have the Stitcher show, the Caravan show. It's embedded much more on non-race day events as well. They also, as I said, sponsorship. Beyond membership as well. So the club is always actually looking at alternative sources of income. Obviously, the prime driver had always been our TAB money, and that's been going on forever.
I accept that, but the significant proportion of the industry's funding comes from gambling.
Yes.
If the funding agreement were to be renegotiated in order to put the ATC on a more sustainable financial footing, that would be predicated on shuffling gambling money around, would it not?
Yeah, well, it'd be the income coming into Racing New South Wales.
But gambling.
Yes.
Ms. Searcy has stated in an interview on ABC Radio, and I quote, "We all know the government is putting all sorts of regulations into place as far as wagering is concerned. All of those things threaten the industry." Do you agree? Searcy. Do you agree with that statement?
Over to you.
I don't know the context of what you said that, but I mean, clearly...
Is gambling... Let me put it another way. Is it not a risk to the future of the industry to have a business model that is almost solely predicated on gambling without a desire to diversify revenue sources more than is currently the case?
There's definitely a desire to diversify the income streams, but the industry has run off wagering turnover for 150 years, and it's not only the case here, it's also the case around the world. So,
just because it has been doesn't mean it can continue, though.
No, but I don't understand what the issue...
But are we splitting wagering and gaming? Because the other side of it is there's the whole pokey side of it is perceived on that level of it as mostly a higher profile area of that. I ask.
Final question, Chair. If there were a proposition or a proposal, and I ask this in your capacity as a former ATC Vice Chair, if there were a proposition that were put to the board that would result in the ATC's core assets significantly increasing in value, would it not be that board's fiduciary duty to put that proposal to the members?
only after doing due diligence and actually assess it within the strategy of the business model of the club as well. And
I accept that.
Yeah.
But there would be a fiduciary duty to, at some stage, put that proposal to the
Only
membership.
if it goes through the due process, which at the moment we're not quite going that way at all.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your evidence today. I can't recall whether you did take anything on notice, but if you did, the Secretariat will be in discussions with you about getting answers to those questions. So thank you very much for your attendance today. And
Thank you for
your submission
today
as well.
too. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our next witnesses, which one is online and one is in the room. Sorry? Oh, sorry, 2 in the room and 1 online. Apologies. Welcome, Dr. Elliott and Dr. McGreevy. And
Thank you.
Dr. Harvey, I believe we're getting up online momentarily. Hello, Dr. Harvey, welcome.
Hi.
Okay, we might start with you, Dr. Harvey. If you could state your name, your position title, and then take either the oath or the affirmation, please.
Yep, so I'm Dr. Andrea Harvey. I'm a veterinarian and animal welfare scientist. I'm an associate professor at the University of Sydney, and I'm here today on behalf of Sentient, the Veterinary Institute for Animal Ethics. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Dr. Elliott, would you like to do likewise, state your name and your position title, and then take either the oath or the affirmation, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm Dr. Rosemary Elliott. Excuse me, I've been very sick and I don't sound good. I'm the president of Sentient. I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elliott. And Dr. McGreevy.
Hello, my name's Paul McGreevy. I'm Professor at the Sydney School of Veterinary Science at the University of Sydney, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. I might start in the room to see if anyone would like to make a short opening statement. I might we'll work backwards on this one,
Okay.
And afford you the opportunity, Dr. McGreevy, if you wish.
Thank you. So I think this inquiry offers an opportunity to consider the impacts of current thoroughbred breeding and racing practices. It should cover practices that are similar to those in other horse breeding and equestrian activities, and those that are unique to thoroughbred breeding and racing. I've submitted a co-authored peer-reviewed scholarly article that explores the evidence relevant to these practices using what's called a one welfare lens that considers the industry's impacts on animals, humans and the environment. My co-authors on that article are a geography scholar and a public health scholar. The stakeholders we include in this article are those horses directly affected by these industries, including breeding animals, horses in preparation for racing, racing horses, and where possible off the track issues for racing horses post-racing lives. As a veterinarian and animal welfare scholar, I'm delighted to guide the committee through the use of the 5 domains approach to animal welfare assessment. This framework is explained in the article and it's been embraced by the International Federation of Horse Racing Authorities, of which Racing Australia is a member. It's fair to say that Racing Australia has been slow to embrace the 5 domains approach, preferring instead to focus on the outdated five freedoms construct. The novel aspect of the article I've submitted shows how we can actually use the 5 domains approach when considering the welfare of not horses alone or in a virtual vacuum, but the welfare of industry workers and the environment.
Have you concluded?
Beg pardon?
Have you concluded?
I have. Sorry,
Yes,
that was
sorry,
a
I wasn't sure if it was a pause and you were looking for another
No,
page on your phone. Apologies.
No, that was it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Elliott.
Thank you. This inquiry arises from what is described as an unsolicited proposal process for the sale of the Rosehill Racecourse by the Australian Turf Club to enable, in consultation with the New South Wales Government, a mixed-use development including 25,000 new houses and a new railway station. The ATC stands to obtain a $4.8 billion yield from the deal, with real estate experts canvassing a yield more in the region of $10 billion. Whatever the true figure, and assuming the proposal proceeds, the ATC will need the support of the New South Wales Government. On December 7, 2023, the Premier described this proposal as a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Sydney. The inquiry addresses the circumstances in which the proposal came to be undertaken and questions such as whether the sale proceeds should be applied for the wider benefit of the racing industry. Sentient's contribution is to the broader issue of animal welfare and integrity. In 2020, the Thoroughbred Aftercare Welfare Working Group, known as the TORG, was established by a collective of industry participants. This followed the ABC's 7:30 footage of the brutal treatment of thoroughbreds at processing facilities. In 2021, the working group released its report entitled The Most Important Participant, a Framework for Thoroughbred Welfare. This contains 46 recommendations with the potential to provide a robust framework to improve the welfare of and aftercare of thoroughbred horses in Australia. Despite this, there has been virtually no response from the Australian racing industry. This is disappointing and provides further evidence that this industry is not committed to improving the welfare of racehorses and cannot be relied on to do so voluntarily. The range of practices that continue to harm the welfare of racing thoroughbreds is extensive. Images of catastrophic falls, deaths on track, whip use and horrific handling in knackeries have been firmly planted in the public memory. These suggest an industry focused on profit and not prepared to honour its obligation to protect the animals enlisted as the mainstay of its business model. Government intervention is long overdue. We respectfully submit to the committee that it recommends to Government that some meaningful portion of the sale proceeds be earmarked and designated to racehorse welfare as follows: an independent task force to review thoroughbred welfare in New South Wales to identify and address key issues, including the number of horses born to the number able to be rehomed annually, reducing injuries and deaths, ending the practice of racing young horses, exploring ways to improve the management of horses, such as being maintained on pasture, actively lobbying state and federal governments of the urgency of a national horse traceability register, facilitating the development of thoroughbred racehorse welfare standards and guidelines, and providing responses to the recommendation of the TORG report in relation to how and when they could be implemented in New South Wales. We also recommend the proposed Centre of Excellence training and stabling facility at Horsley Park becomes a training hub for teaching equitation science principles to all industry participants, offers thoroughbred rehoming initiatives such as retraining horses who may be retrained for recreational riding, and makes CT imaging available to identify subclinical conditions. Sentient further urges that the Government stipulates, as a condition of its support of sale, the prohibition on the use of whips and tongue ties. The use of devices that cause pain and injury to horses signifies to the public an indifference to suffering. A government-enforced ban would demonstrate to the wider community and the wider industry and the community that the welfare of these magnificent animals must be paramount. The proposed sale of Rosehill Racecourse would not only be a once-in-a-generation opportunity for Sydney. We believe the New South Wales thoroughbred racing industry has a unique opportunity to become the leading jurisdiction in Australia to achieve genuine improvements in racehorse welfare. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elliott. Dr. Harvey.
I don't have an additional opening statement.
That is fine.
Rosemary speaking on behalf of both of us.
Great. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Yeah. Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming today, and thank you, Dr. Elliott, for coming, even though you still sound like you're recovering from something. So thank you for your time today. I'll start with a question to Dr. Paul McGreevy. This morning, the CEO, Peter V'landys, came and gave evidence, and he said that he didn't support ending the use of the whip because whips don't hurt. And he said that a padded whip is now used and it doesn't hurt, and he rejects your research that suggests otherwise. Can you tell us about your research into specifically the padded whip, and can you tell us if it really does hurt?
Certainly. Thanks for the question. So the padded whip is padded at one end. The distal third is padded. Our studies of slow motion videos have shown that more than 65% of the time the unpadded section hits the horse. The padded section nevertheless can leave wheals on the horse, leave welts. And our studies of a comparative study of human skin and horse skin shows that anatomically you would assume that the horses are feeling an equivalent amount of pain to the humans when struck. And that's because horses have thick skin, but the layer at the outer surface, the epidermis, is as richly innervated in horses as it is in humans. So the padded whip is not a get-out-of-jail-free card at all. And having been struck by the padded whip because I couldn't get ethics approval to do that to an animal, I can tell you it does hurt.
Why do you think the CEO of Racing New South Wales could be so off base here?
Beg your pardon, could be so?
Why is he so off base here if you're saying that the evidence suggests one thing? Why is he here?
I assume that he's not been trained as a scientist.
So he doesn't have the qualifications to sort of put those statements forward?
That's correct. But I have done my best to articulate the science in conversation articles, for instance. So I can't really explain his resistance to the evidence.
And is it just you that's sort of talking about the pain that's caused by the padded whip, or are there other welfare experts or changes worldwide that's recognising that these whips need to actually be removed?
So yes, worldwide, there's an organisation called World Horse Welfare. They are friendly with the racing industry in Britain, but they have now withdrawn from the suggestion that the whip is a source of encouragement. They're accepting instead that it is a source of pain. And the late racing writer Patrick Smith in The Australian noted that if it didn't hurt, they wouldn't use it. It's not neutral, it's not attractive, it's aversive.
Okay, thank you. There was a lot of support for whole-of-life tracking, and that's something that's come up a bit in this inquiry. There has overall been quite good support on it, and I'll throw this to either of you. Is that something that we need to see implemented? And if so, why?
I'll speak, but I don't fully understand what the proposal is in terms of whole-of-life tracking. What we support for Sentient is a national horse traceability register. That is, it's national. So I think it would be very difficult to have responsibility for a horse until the horse dies after being retired. That could be 20 years. If we had the register the national register, which never got off the ground and which I believe the racing industry should be lobbying for, then perhaps an owner rehomes a horse, they have to complete forms for New South Wales racing, etc. But that horse could then be moved on and on and on interstate. The horse is lost, we know nothing of the horse's outcome. If you've got a national register, we can always trace what happens to that horse. Because the risk is that horses are then just sold on to somebody who neglects them. They may be sold on for some awful use. They may go to a dodgy knackery and be slaughtered inhumanely. There are so many risks to these horses. So whole-of-life tracking, I think, can be supported by the National Horse Traceability Registry, and that's one of the recommendations that we are making to the industry, is to actually lobby really hard for that at both state and federal levels.
And sorry, Dr. Elliott, you said it never got off the ground.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that it nearly did and then something happened? Can you explain what you mean there?
You might want to speak to that, Paul. I know we made a submission to this. We're never called to give evidence. What happened
Well,
to
my understanding is that traceability was core to the TORG report, and none of the TORG report's 46 recommendations have been acted upon at all.
It is recommended by the TOR report. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And so just to jump back to the whip quickly, my understanding is that there were other states such as Racing Victoria that were eager to actually phase out the use of the whip, but Racing New South Wales was blocking that. Was it Racing New South Wales under the CEO Peter V'landys actually blocking that welfare reform, or is that just a rumour?
Well, I can't speak to that.
You're not aware?
I've heard that rumour as well.
Okay, so you've only heard it as a rumour, but you don't have.
No, but I would say that Racing Victoria is showing great leadership on whip reform. They're trying to.
And what do you mean by they're trying to?
They're trying to embrace the science and accept that there's a strong case against the whip.
And is there any other racing authorities in other states that are also looking to change that as well?
I'm not aware of any, but internationally there are countries that do without the whip.
And where's that?
Norway and Sweden.
And have they phased out the whip in those areas now?
Yeah,
or?
so Norway's done without the whip for at least 35 years.
Right, thank you.
That was through an act of Parliament, not the industry-led change.
Both of your submissions reference the 5 domains model, sets out the minimum standards of care required to achieve good animal welfare. Do you feel that the racing industry in New South Wales is currently meeting those 5 domains?
Well, really, to meet those 5 domains, the most important domain is the 5th domain, which is the mental state. And so the 4 physical domains each have a mental state consequence. And so what you're looking at is the animal's life are they leading a life worth living? Are they getting enough agency, enough satisfaction? Are they able to perform natural behaviours? Are their interactions with humans safe for them? Or are they being harshly handled? And it covers everything from nutrition to stabling. I mean, I could really talk at length about that, but I think you have to look at once you look at all of the other 4 domains, they're quite suboptimal, which means that the ultimate 5th domain, which is mental state, and that's what we base our overall assessment on, is also going to be suboptimal. I know that Dr. Harvey is an expert in this area, so I don't know if you mind if I...
Yeah, of course. Dr. Harvey, sorry, did you hear that question?
Yes, I did, and I think it's a really good question, and one I've been listening to the previous hearing, and obviously there's a lot of he says, she says, we know that there are a lot of welfare challenges that thoroughbreds face. People in the industry, often say those aren't an issue with the horses we're working with, and from an animal welfare science point of view, what I feel is that we need to actually get out and be scientifically assessing the welfare of these individual horses, and the 5 domains model provides a perfect framework to do that. So in other words, instead of theoretically discussing what the different welfare challenges of the horses are, we need data on those horses and actual scientific assessments of, okay, what is their welfare? What are the welfare challenges of each individual horse? How many racehorses in New South Wales are experiencing, good welfare or poor welfare? And that's a very neutral and scientific approach. Like, until we do that, we can't really answer that question. There could be a lot of improvements that have been made that we don't know about, but unless we can actually, have an independent animal welfare body that can go out and actually do on-ground scientific assessments of these horses, we can't really answer that question. And I think if the industry, does feel that they have been making improvements, then and that they do have good welfare of these horses, then they should be embracing that kind of activity to demonstrate that they are doing a good job. So I think that's sort of a win-win situation, that something like that should be done. And indeed, that was one of the recommendations in the thoroughbred aftercare welfare working group that, well, in fact, they recommended setting up a single national organisation for the development and implementation of a national welfare strategy that they suggested be called Thoroughbred Welfare Australia, and they outlined suggested key functions for that body, but there's no reason why a similar body couldn't be formed at a state level as well, and that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. Elliott, you mentioned in your opening statement, and I know you've mentioned it in your submission as well, that if the sale of Rosehill did go through, that some of the money should be allocated specifically towards welfare. Do you know how much the industry is currently spending on welfare or where that's going to?
It's a bit inscrutable, but I did look at Racing New South Wales, and I noticed that, and I didn't realise this, that they have a 1.5% an equine welfare fund, which will be increasing to 1.5% of all prize money, and this will be going to welfare, and this is to
There's
help
been some
the horses.
questions today about we don't know where how much of that money and where it's going to. There's
Yeah,
sort
it's
of
for
some
rehoming.
transparency.
So that's a great initiative. Across the board, I don't know. And I might go back to my previous question about the welfare overall. So my comments about saying, and I totally agree with what Dr. Harvey said, you actually need to get in there. There may be better welfare here, dreadful welfare there. Without this being assessed, as Professor Harvey is advising, we can only go by metrics that are published. So if we have peer-reviewed articles that say by 4 months of training, 80% to 100% of racehorses have gastric ulcers and are being treated with medication, that is not good welfare. So, yeah. So it's hard to get data on a lot of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you think the priorities for welfare spending should be, particularly if there was more money for welfare spending? What should that money be specifically targeted at? And I throw that to either of you or both of you.
Well, the beauty of the 5 domains approach is that it will tell you where the low-hanging fruit are for improvement. So, at a glance, you would tackle metrics of gastric ulceration, and also shin soreness, which is thought to be around 80 to 90% in 2-year-olds, where they're taken out of work because of damage done. So you'd apply the 5 domains model, and you would work out where you get the biggest bang for your buck. But it could be in the way the animals are confined for 23 hours a day, the way they're denied contact with the members of their own species. There are rumours that many trainers have to sedate horses for track work and for even leading horses to the horse walker. That's a reflection of the intensity of their management. They're being confined, they're fed inappropriate diets and lack of forage, so they're boiling over with energy and contained energy. That means that people can only handle them safely with sedation, which I think is remarkable, that people are being asked to ride horses that are sedated.
Can you just explain that a bit further? So, are they still under the effect of some kind of sedation?
Yes, that's the purpose of the intervention. We've bred horses, these amazing animals are bred to run, but we don't want them just kicking around a paddock and burning off energy without our say-so. So we put them in stables and we feed them concentrated diets instead of forage, instead of hot fibre, because we don't want them carrying bulk on the racecourse. And then we're surprised when they're popping out of their skins when we take them out of the stable, and then members of our profession are asked to sedate the animals to make them manageable.
We might provide an opportunity for Dr. Kane to ask some questions.
Yes, of course, sorry. Thank you for your evidence. Professor McGreevy, in one of the earlier questions, or perhaps in your opening statement, you spoke about not being able to get ethics approval. I know what ethics approvals are like. They're hard at the best of times. But I wondered if you could let the committee know why it would be that an ethics committee wouldn't allow you to run your experiment?
Okay, so the ethics committee, animal ethics committees at universities work under what's called the code. That's the National Health and Medical Research Council code for the use of animals in teaching and research. And that the premise of that code is that they apply the precautionary principle. And that is, if something hurts a human, you should assume that it hurts an animal. And therefore, applying to whip horses is very tricky because the assumption is that it will hurt them. And the scientific gain is minimal.
Okay, so the assumption is that it is going to hurt, that
That's
there's
right.
a risk to the animal.
Yes.
A risk, yep, okay, thank you.
Mr. Latham.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel for participating. Can I please thank, in particular, Dr. Harvey for the work and research he's done about the Brumby horses in the Snowy Mountains, which continue to be slaughtered under the policies of this government. Can you give us an outline of a comparison of the longevity of the Brumby versus the thoroughbred racehorse? The thoroughbred racehorse obviously has better nutrition, vet care, lower rates of infection, and I understand that 28% of the general horse population dies of colic, but among racehorses it's less than 9%. And I think generally my understanding is that the thoroughbred can live to 25 years, but the wild horse is more likely to live to 10 years of life.
Thank you for that question. It's a good question because actually I don't think there's good scientific data comparing the two populations, and the outcomes would be extremely variable. We actually don't have, in terms of the Brumbies or wild horses more generally, we don't have good data on their longevity. I think it would be fair to say that their duration of life is going to be very variable depending on the specific context that they're in, and probably one of the biggest causes of death in wild horses is ultimately going to be lack of feed, and so that's going to be very dependent on environmental conditions. And we do, I think, it's very hard to speculate about what the average lifespan of a wild horse is. There's certainly been horses in the wild found at 20 plus years. I suspect, based on my research, that the average lifespan is lower once they're removed from the wild, if they are well cared for, and that's mainly nutritional and care and preventative care. They certainly can have very long lifespans, and the same would be for thoroughbreds. At the end of the day, it's going to be dependent on how well they're looked after and what happens to them after their racing career. And I actually have an old thoroughbred myself. He's 27 years old. I look after him very well. He has very good vet care and has needed some quite extensive dental treatments, and he's fed very well. That can be costly, so understandably not all owners of old thoroughbreds are prepared to put in that effort and cost to keep them very healthy into to meet their natural lifespan with that added care. But there certainly will be a lot of old thoroughbreds out there. I think we don't, I realise that's not really answering your question, because I think that the bottom line is it's very variable, and we don't have good data comparing the two populations, but absolutely their lifespan is going to be longer if they can receive good preventative veterinary care, and good nutrition would be the main things I'd say impact lifespan.
Yeah, well, that is an experience for a lot of thoroughbred horses. Dr. Elliott, the Sentient website says that 30% of thoroughbreds born in Australia get to race, only 30%, but the real figure is 74%, according to the official stud book data. How have you got it so badly wrong?
Unless we would, I think what we're referring to in that figure was foals, the percentage of foals born who get to race.
Yeah.
So that was
the industry wouldn't exist if 70% of the horses you bred didn't race, because you'd have to get prize money.
No,
so.
But then I guess of those foals who do get to racing, so we're talking about, what did I say?
30%.
40% or something of them.
74%.
Yeah, so say 30-40% don't get to race. Of those who do get to race, there's quite a high dropout rate each year.
Oh, some of them are slow. like the rest of us.
Well, that's right, because it's all about that, isn't it? It's all about speed, and
well, of course, they're speed animals.
And because of the focus on speed rather than such as perhaps durability, what you've got is pressure on the breeding industry to keep pumping out foals. Now, what we need to improve welfare, and this is going back to a question that Ms. Hurst raised, was we need a formula about how many can we rehome before we just keep breeding the number that we're breeding.
To you and Dr. McGreevy, do you acknowledge that there is microchipping of every foal? If you want to register for the stud book, it's got to be microchipped, and then it's traced. But it's not practical for the thoroughbred industry to trace horses that are sold outside the industry. I mean,
I'm not
every
talking
day in
about
Australia,
that.
there's
I'm
thousands
talking
of
about
animals bought and sold, and no one traces any of them.
Yeah,
And it's not practical for thoroughbreds once sold out of the industry for whatever purpose to be the responsibility of the industry.
I agree there. That's why I think a national register is the way to go. But I guess the concern I was expressing was you can't. The number of foals you breed should not just be because of wanting to sell all these foals. There's got to be a match between the number bred and the number of horses who can ultimately be rehomed.
Yeah, well, that's that.
And that's I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't believe the industry has a formula for that.
I've questioned the rehoming number, 1,400 equestrian in New South Wales, so we'll get some more data on that.
Yeah.
And perhaps your point is verified there. With regard to your point about the tongue tie, the tongue tie is used to help horses breathe, the horses that get their tongue over the bit. So if they do that, they can choke when they run. So the tongue tie is there to help them.
Well, a recent study actually disproved that.
What do you mean? Horses get their tongue by habit.
Well, there
get
are
their
two
tongue over
reasons
the
for a
bit.
tongue tie.
So
One
you've got to tie it back down. Sorry.
So there are two reasons for a tongue tie. One is, I feel like I need, one of them is because the bit pressure can be so strong, horses are uncomfortable, so they try and get their tongue on top of the bit to avoid that pain. Now, gentle riding doesn't produce that, right? So we've got constant pressure on the reins, constant. It would be painful or uncomfortable. But the other thing is to stop soft tissues going back into the back down into the windpipe and choking them. The study that I came across said that there was actually no evidence that the use of tongue ties keeps the airways open during.
Would you be able to table that research paper for us on notice?
Yeah,
that would be really useful. Thank you.
I will table that.
Thank you.
And finally, with the whip, whether it's padded or not, and the argument whether it's painful or not, do you acknowledge that in race environments in the straight, jockeys with the whip sometimes use it to straighten the horse and avoid accidents? Like horses can run erratically, especially young horses, so the whip is there to try and help the jockey straighten the horse and avoid.
The evidence is it doesn't help them, but
it doesn't help them.
Well, the argument is that you could steer a horse with a whip, and the evidence is that whip-free races show no difference in deviations of the trajectory of the horses. So, fortunately for the science, because we can't get permission to whip horses through an animal ethics committee, we can look at the data from the UK, which allows us to compare whip-free races with whipped races. And incredibly, when the industry is arguing that they need the whip for safety, they in the UK for decades now they've been conducting races for apprentice jockeys where there is no whip use.
Right.
So, and we've done a study looking at the stewards' reports, and we found no difference in safety issues, no difference in steering, and no difference in race times.
Okay. Well, have you interviewed jockeys? Because they'll obviously say when a horse is running out, they switch the whip to the left hand to straighten it. If it ducks in, they'll switch it to the right hand. As a race observer, and you know, maybe you got your money on the erratic horse, when they do that, it obviously helps because they do straighten.
We've looked at hundreds of images from racing, and we found that despite the fact that horses race in two different directions, New South Wales versus Victoria, which would make you predict that the whip hand would change in two states, it doesn't.
Oh no, they don't necessarily.
So
when they go the other way, they don't necessarily.
The evidence, I think the peer-reviewed evidence suggests that the whip is not necessarily used for steering.
How often do you go to the races to watch this?
Well, I ride horses almost every week. So,
But how often do you go to the thoroughbred races?
Mr. Latham, we'll defer to Ms. Fairman now.
Okay.
My question's pretty much, I was just about to ask about whips as well. So with the evidence of Mr. Volandis this morning about these amazing padded whips, that his evidence this morning was that the horse essentially pretty much doesn't even feel them anymore. Why would a whip even be needed then if the horse can't feel them? I was going to ask why a whip was needed at all, like what happens, and I think you just answered it in your previous evidence. So if Mr. Volandis is saying a whip is needed, it would be because the horse is responding to it, wouldn't it?
That's correct.
Clearly the
Yes.
horse does feel it
Yes.
and is responding to it
Yeah.
because it's causing it
Yes.
some kind of distress or pain.
Yes, yes. We're pushing horses to the limits in racing. That's what racing's about. But there is a human welfare aspect to whip use. There are two studies from the UK.
Sorry, Chair. It's very difficult to hear.
Yeah. Well, I think everyone heard you in silence. If you could pay them the same courtesy, please.
Sorry.
Thank you. There are two studies in the UK that have shown that whip use is associated with catastrophic falls. So we're asking jockeys to push horses to their limits in the knowledge that the vehicle, if you like, the animal they're riding, could actually crash to the ground, because we're pushing horses to the physiological and physical limits. When a horse knows that it's done its best and it's beginning to feel its legs, it will begin to slow down, and that's when it attracts whip use to please the punters. So we've got a horse welfare issue and a human welfare issue, and that's why I commend the one welfare model to the committee.
Thank you.
Can I just raise a point of order, Chair, just in terms of your rulings?
Yes.
Why is any of this relevant to the sale of Rosehill when earlier
it's
on
in
you
the
ruled
terms of
out of
asked
order?
questions
No,
about this
you
as
ruled
well.
out of order
There
my
actually is a
questions
point of,
about the
there is a
administration of
reference
racing
to
New South
animal
Wales.
welfare.
There is a term of reference with respect to animal welfare in terms of this
Specific
inquiry
terms
as well.
of reference about animal welfare.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any further questions for these witnesses?
I might just throw one in if
And I will note as well, Dr. Harvey has to go right on
right.
3:30, so we will finish it in a minute.
She's online.
Sorry, Dr. McGreevy, you provided a copy of an academic article, Enhanced One Welfare Framework. And within that paper, you identified that racing can actually negatively impact human welfare. Can you talk us through that a little bit?
Yes, certainly. So I've mentioned the association with catastrophic falls and whip use. That's one emblematic example. In the paper that I've presented to you, there from page 11 onwards, there are 11 through to 16, I think, that we're talking about the impact on humans. Obviously, we use the 5 domains approach again because we're trying to be consistent. We talk about the effect of weight limits on young people as they try and retain a position in the industry, and the use of diuretics and laxatives is quite prevalent. The rather astonishing statistic for me was that a fairly recent New Zealand study shows that the average working life of a jockey in New Zealand is only 2 years. So those young people are leaving with a sense of failure, but also some health consequences. They're riding very powerful animals with limited deceleration provision, so that the brakes on a racehorse are not good. So we're asking them to do some fairly dangerous things.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Just when you mentioned that, I just thought of something else too. Obviously there's the railing in New South Wales is metal, whereas in, say, Victoria it's plastic. Does that propose a risk for both the human jockeys and the welfare risk for the horses if they ride into those railings?
Yes.
Okay. it being 3:30, we will have to leave it there. Thank you very much for your attendance today. I do note that you took some questions on notice, so or to provide some documentation. So Secretariat will be in touch with you about answering those questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committee will now recess for 15 minutes and return at 3:45 for the last session today. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much to Mr. Waller and Mr. Freedman for your attendance here this afternoon. This will be our final session for the day. I'd like to invite you, starting with you, Mr. Waller, to please state your name, your position title, and then to either take the oath or the affirmation before us.
My name's Chris Waller, horse trainer at Rosehill. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waller. Mr. Freedman.
My name's Richard Freedman. I'm a racehorse trainer at Rosehill. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Freedman. Now, the opportunity is afforded to either of you. If you'd like to make a short opening statement, we might start with you, Mr. Waller.
Thank you. My name's Chris Waller. I'm a horse trainer at Rosehill, and I'm also on the board of the New South Wales Trainers Association. I was born in New Zealand, raised on a dairy farm, and moved to Australia in 2000 with no money, but I was given the opportunity to train at Rosehill by the then privately owned Sydney Turf Club. I'm still training there today and have been fortunate enough to establish one of Sydney's leading stables. I now employ approximately 100 people, the majority of whom do not have any tertiary education, but they all love working with animals and they enjoy the satisfaction of what this brings to their life. Also appreciate the huge challenge of young people needing to buy their own homes and the challenges this provides to the New South Wales Government. My wife Stephanie and I have faced this challenge, and that is the reason we moved to Sydney's West. We were excited when we bought our first home and apartment in North Parramatta in 2010. I do not think giving up the Rosehill Racecourse for housing is the right way to go when you consider the great loss this would be to the entertainment and life of so many who live in Western Sydney. Once Rosehill's gone, Western Sydney has lost one of its greatest community attractions. To suggest it can be replaced or another satisfactory site can be found to build a racetrack is fanciful. Although I'm totally in favour of the tension of Rosehill, I'm open to suggestions of alternative proposals such as selling off part of the Rosehill precinct for housing. Areas such as not regularly used car parks and also for Rosehill to be the community, regularly used car parks and also for Rosehill to be used by the community during non-racing and training hours. There are several parts of Rosehill that could be transformed into public parkland and sporting fields to be utilised for many hours of almost every day. A study of Sha Tin Racetrack in Hong Kong, Flemington in Melbourne or Doomben in Brisbane would show how high-rise apartment blocks can exist on previously racing-owned land. A rebuilt Caulfield track in Melbourne is going to have parkland in the centre of the track open for community use as well as housing. Horse racing has to move with the times, but it has to be remembered what the horse and horse racing has done for the communities of Australia and New Zealand since it was first introduced at Hyde Park in Sydney in 1810. It has provided so much entertainment to so many, and indeed the history of horse racing flows freely through the history of Australia. It includes all nationalities, all religions, and it brings all of these people together as one from the day of their birth until their final days. Horse racing, besides being a great part of so many people's lives, has had to move with the times, and it has. Racing stables have a great responsibility to care for the thoroughbred horses in the best possible way. I'm grateful that the RSPCA has taken up the offer to stable visits to see how well these horses are looked after and cared for. I welcome these visits. Through good administration and good leadership, strict rules are in place for those that mistreat horses, and I feel that that is a large part of the reason why racing in Sydney continues to be accepted by so many people. If racing closes at Rosehill, the enjoyment of racing will be lost to the people of the greater part of the Sydney metropolitan area, as it is not practical for these people to have to travel to the eastern suburbs to get their enjoyment and entertainment. Racing lovers are just as vital a part of the community as football fans or patrons of the arts. To repeat, I'm fully aware of the housing shortage, but to have homes and limited entertainment for those that live in these homes seems to me to defeat the idea of a good community. Despite being born in New Zealand, I'm now a proud New South Welshman and a resident of Western Sydney. I respect all parties that have a presence in this hearing. I hope we can find the right balance and have a major racetrack in the west, affordable housing and responsible green areas for all to enjoy. In closing, I acknowledge the Indigenous community and their elders as the original owners of this land.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waller. Mr. Friedman.
Yeah, my name's Richard Friedman. I'm a racehorse trainer, one of the 7 racehorse trainers at Rosehill. And that may seem like a small number, but we represent a much larger community, as Chris has alluded to. Amongst our community are the people that we employ, the people that supply us with services, the people who we contract, and we would represent hundreds of people, and they're all very concerned about what's going on with Rosehill. Because I think we all feel like we're flying blind. You know, even the 7 trainers, we don't have the same opinion. I agree with a lot of what Chris says there. We don't agree on every part of it. My view is I'm a little more open to the idea of a new racetrack and a new training facility, but I don't have the information at hand to make any sort of informed decision, and I don't know how anyone has. All the detail that we would need to know to put our minds at ease and put the minds of our employees at ease, we don't have. I mean, I can go through a laundry list of things that we would need to know before we could possibly support the sale of Rosehill and the building of a new racetrack and a new training centre. I mean, from a trainer's point of view, particularly the training centre, where will it be located? What will the stabling be like? How many trainers will be there? Which trainers will be there? How many stables will we get each? What sort of tracks will we have? What will the surface be like? Will we have swimming pools, dry walkers, vet facilities? Will there be farrier facilities out there? We don't know any of these details. You're asking 7 trainers, if this proposal proceeds, to uproot their entire lives. Some of them have children in local schools. Many of our staff have children in local schools, and move to another place. That place has got to be better, and significantly better, than what we've got. But we don't know what it will be. You know, I understand that this process is a staged process, and we've had stage 1 where we've had an idea. And that idea was conveyed to all the trainers at Rosehill, Chris and I included, by Peter McGorran. He came out and told us personally, we're going to propose this. This was the afternoon before a statement came out in the newspaper. It sort of broke in the newspaper then. And it was a broad idea of what might be achievable and what we might be able to have. And of course the number of 5 billion was floated then. Since then, it's been some months, we've only had one briefing as trainers, which Chris and I both attended, where we saw a couple of slides with what could be achieved at a training centre, but it was very rudimentary. So all these things we don't know. I don't know how anybody has come to a conclusion on this, including Chris, and Chris and I have had this discussion before, without any of that knowledge. It's just, we're flying blind. So, you know, while I'm open to the idea, there's so much I don't know. And that really is where I come from, is that I don't know why we're having this, even an inquiry, when the people who are most affected, which are the Rosehill trainers, their staff and their contractors and all the people who depend on them, we don't have the information to really make a judgment. It's like buying a house without even inspecting it. So, you know, I do have those concerns. The concern I have is and Chris and I differ on this as well, is that, in my view, if you try and sell off all the land around Rosehill to developers to develop apartment buildings, 20,000 dwellings around the perimeter of the racetrack, if you plan on keeping the training centre there, those horses are going to be living in a major construction site for a decade, because that won't finish in a decade, building 20,000 dwellings. So you'll have staff put at risk by what we already have there, which is construction over the back fence, which will go on for another couple of years yet, and you can add a decade on top of that. Those staff are at risk every time something goes crash or bang over the fence. Fit racehorses put them at risk, and we're mindful of that, and we're mitigating that risk as best we can, but that'll go on for a decade, and I just don't think that's fair to make Rosehill trainers carry that burden for the benefit of the the rest of the industry. And, you know, I know some of my colleagues who live across town, they're probably, let's say, less concerned about that than we are at Rosehill. So it's a very easy option to propose from afar. But it's once you face up to the reality of living in a construction site for a decade and trying to train racehorses in there, I think you would understand that I've got major concerns about that. So, you know, from an industry perspective, I understand the opportunity. I understand that there's a very large number and it could underwrite, you know, a lot of the costs of the racing industry for a very long time. If the number's right, I have no idea whether the number's right or not. If they can get some sort of guarantee that those numbers will be right, because the people who pay the penalty if the numbers are wrong and the money is not there are the Rosehill trainers who will have foregone their training facility as it is now and be in a facility that perhaps the industry can no longer afford. You know, maybe a new training centre never gets built, so we just get uprooted and move to a different racetrack. I don't know. I don't have any of these answers. So I don't really know how anyone can make a judgment with the little information that we have at the moment. And they are my major concerns. To get a guarantee even on a number that big, there's no developer who would have a balance sheet that could give you that sort of guarantee. So there's only one entity that could give that guarantee, and that'd be government. They're the only ones with a big enough balance sheet. So, you know, these things, if you want people to embrace the idea of selling Rosehill and, you know, people in the racing industry, people who are trainers like me and Chris and everybody else who trains there, if you wanted us to embrace it, then you've got to give us some information. And that's where I'm at a loss to know how we're talking about it, because I just don't have that info.
Thank you, Mr. Friedman, and thank you, Mr. Waller. To both of you, are you both members of the ATC?
As members of the club?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay.
Yes, I am.
You are, Mr. Waller. So, in your respect then, Mr. Friedman, do you have any say over this proposal at all as a trainer if you're not a member of the ATC?
Well, that is a very good question. I would have thought that we would have been, you know, the people who are doing the heavy lifting, we might have been considered quite important to the process, but legally, probably not. I probably don't have a vote because I'm not a member. I could join now and have a vote, I suppose, but as it stands right now, no.
And Mr. Waller, I take it your only say will be as a member of the ATC, is that right?
Yeah, it would be, yes. Obviously, we get well heard in the media, which we're very grateful for. Media follow racing, it's a good story, and we get our view across through the media, which is pretty fair.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Friedman, as you indicated, if there is going to be a new facility, it needs to be an upgrade on what you've got at present at Rosehill. Have you been to the Sydney International Equestrian Centre, and have you got any understanding of the facility that's proposed for trainers there?
I have been there. It's quite some time since I've been there, but I have been there on a number of occasions. Once again, if you have enough money, I'm open-minded on what can be created. You know, it's a greenfield site. Does it have enough water? I don't know, because these things soak up massive amounts of water to water tracks and keep the whole place green and running. Once again, I don't know enough about that site to have any opinion on whether it's possible, whether it's financially viable.
And Mr. Waller, do you have any perspective on?
I think we've got to be
site?
looking towards the future and the next generation well beyond us, and I just don't really see a place of that size of Horsley Park really being good enough. I think that's why I'm suggesting they do need some money, and maybe a partial sell-off is helpful, because they need to start from scratch, from blank canvas. There needs to be everything considered. Suitable housing for horses, a suitable racetrack to be able to host big events, big amounts of people, the welfare of horses, so we don't want to be having them in an enclosed area. And yeah, I think it also needs to be an asset for those beyond us. So yeah, with Horsley Park, I think it's Crown land, and it wouldn't really be an asset for the industry either.
Thank you. And Mr. Waller, you mentioned in your submission and in your opening statement today as well that the proposal for Sydney Olympic Park or or another track was fanciful in the centre of Sydney. Have you heard the evidence this morning from both the ATC and from Mr Volandis that it seems that Sydney Olympic Park and the Brick Pit site is a goer in their perspective? And what do you say to that?
I only heard mixed parts, sir, of this morning's evidence. And we have to respect what the leaders tell us. We've got to have confidence in those people to be telling us that these places are big enough. I heard questions from the Parliament in relation to the suitability of the size, and it raised my eyebrows.
Okay. Mr Freeman, do you have any perspective when it comes to the Brick Pit site for its suitability for racing?
No, I have no idea of what that site looks like, whether it's possible, whether it's large enough. No, the answer, no.
Thank you. And now, with respect to the proposals, and this is where you may differ as well, Mr Waller, you indicated some support for development around the site of Rosehill Racecourse, and of course, as we've heard in evidence, there has been continuing discussions by the ATC with planning about developments around there. One of the challenges that came through that documents was the stable site was identified for a new school in the precinct. Had you had any discussions prior to this proposal with respect to that identification from the Department of Planning?
No.
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Other questions? Mr Tudor.
Thank you. What's the value either of your facility at Rosehill? If I had to put a figure on it.
I'm not sure, sir.
Do you own the...
No, we lease.
Do you lease?
Yeah.
We're rent payers.
And how long's your lease for?
We have to sign a document every year.
So it's an annual. It's an annual licence fee.
We have to abide by their rules. Yeah, it's a pretty high
and
rental.
It's between you and
the Australian Turf Club.
And then the construction of the facilities. Who did that?
The Sydney Turf Club. They started
the
building.
Sydney Turf Club, and part of the fee which you pay gives you an entitlement to occupy those stables.
Yes, sir.
And that's the same for you as Mr. Freeman?
Yes. Part of the licensing arrangement from the ATC is that you rent your stables and you have the right to use the track, which they charge us a rent, they charge us a fee for using the track.
And how many horses do you have in training at Rosehill?
140, just over.
And Mr. Freeman?
No, we're much smaller. We're about 35.
Now, in respect of the proposal, we had evidence given by John O'Shea on a previous occasion. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
He seemed to indicate that you didn't appear on a last occasion because someone spoke to you and encouraged you not to appear.
That's not true.
Not true?
No, that's not true, sir. No, I get a bit emotional and decided to put a submission in.
Yep.
And it's a little bit intimidating. I'm a horse trainer. And then when I got a second letter, I decided I should come, and other people have actually suggested I should come.
So you made a submission to the inquiry when you saw the terms of reference for the inquiry?
The submission was what I read out.
Yeah, that's right. So when you saw that there was an inquiry into the proposal to sell Rosehill, you made a submission to that inquiry. So what motivated you to do that?
Because there would be some self-interest. Obviously, I train at Rosehill.
Yep.
I also firmly believe that the size of Sydney, which I'm told in 10 years' time will be 10 million people, and when you've got Rosehill as the heart of Sydney and the greater Western Sydney area would be 5 million people, we need a racetrack. And that racetrack is, as I said, a community centre if used properly, and it attracts a lot of people for the future of the industry, and that money and investment flows on to a lot of people. We need a presence and a footprint in one of the greatest cities in the world.
And Mr. Freeman, you didn't make a submission.
No.
Why not?
I take the view that I knew Chris was making a submission, Chris is by far the largest trainer at Rosehill, and an extremely important cog in the wheel there. And I think if I didn't want to make a submission that would make the Rosehill trainers seem that we were not united in our view. We are united on a lot of it. We differ in parts of it. So I just thought it might be a little confusing, but I didn't feel the need to put my view at that time. I can put my view publicly.
Did you attend the public meetings which took place that the ATC organised? And
no.
Did you, Mr. Wall? Did you attend both of them?
Yes, I did, sir.
And how would you gauge the mood of both those meetings?
It was very emotional for the members and communities of those areas, and it showed overwhelming support that everybody was against the sale of Rosehill.
Now, we've heard a lot of evidence in terms of the funding model for the ATC, and would you agree with the proposition that the ATC is beholden to New South Wales Racing for all of their funding?
I don't know. I used to work at the AJC before it became the ATC for
ATC.
a brief period of time, but I'm not aware of what channels the ATC these days. It was many years ago I worked there. I'm not aware of what their funding channels are now.
Are you aware at all? If you want work done, for example, do they? What's the process that you have to go through to upgrade a facility, or to have?
We'll go through our Trainers Association and try and go direct to the committee of the ATC, and that's managed to get us upgrade and training tracks. Dare I say it, we're a little bit spoilt in the city. We probably are the first trainers in the food chain.
Yep.
But I think to respect racing in New South Wales, it is flowing through to the provincial and country areas. But obviously everybody wants more than they can get. I was here in 2000 and things to me were good because as I said, I had no money and it was a great opportunity for me. But I could soon see early in the 2000s that things were a struggle and there needed to be good leadership, and I've heard the debate, good and bad, towards leadership in Racing New South Wales, but overall it's put racing in a very good place, and it's now our job to continue it.
I'm not arguing potentially with that, but what I'm putting to you is
funding.
The funding. Is there another model which could, in fact, guarantee?
It's beyond our expertise, in my opinion. You get differing opinions from both sides. It's as simple as that. It gets quite confusing, and we just want to focus on training horses.
Focus on training.
I'm a coach.
Having horses that win.
Yeah, if I could ask a few questions. Thanks, Mr. Waller and Mr. Freedman, for coming in. In terms of gathering information, that is the purpose of this inquiry and assessing evidence. And we did visit the brick pit, and the idea that you could put a race course around the perimeter is laughable, because the experts there said that the cliffs, which have been man-made, it was an industrial pit, 90 degrees shear, and they won't stabilise until it's a 30-degree gradient from all the erosion and landslips over time. So if you build a racetrack around the perimeter, it will slip into the pit, which is obviously a bit of a problem, isn't it? So that doesn't look to be viable. I don't think anyone on the committee saw an attraction there. Could I just ask about your knowledge of the ATC proposal at Horsley Park? Have you seen a map of what they're proposing with the detail about the straight track, the oval track that they build, and all the accommodation, the stables? Have you seen the map that has been produced, I think, at the end of last year?
I saw it briefly at the trainers' meeting. If it's the same one that Peter McGoran showed us, then yes, I have seen that.
Right, and there seems to be a major problem with it, because when we visited Horsley Park, the southern part of this proposal, which would have the tie-up stalls, the horse walkers, stable accommodation, float drop-off, dedicated feed, veterinary facilities, shared equine, aquatic training facilities, and the admin building is actually part of the Western Sydney Parklands. It looks like the ATC has messed up its boundaries of what is SIAC, and as a consequence, I don't think any government's going to knock down trees and parkland to make this facility complete. So it looks as ridiculous as the brick pit. And in that circumstance, if they go ahead with the sale of Rosehill, the brick pit's not a goer and the Horsley Park's not a goer. Someone like you, Mr. Waller, what do you do with those 140 horses? Do you expand your operation in Victoria, say at Macedon Lodge?
Yeah, well, you've got to look at alternatives, and yeah, I wouldn't want to leave Australia, but
well, New South Wales is Australia, but so
that's right.
Victoria still is not under Dan Andrews. They were threatening.
Or you're telling us you'd go straight to New Zealand, back home.
It would be it'd be a sad state of affairs. It would be, as I said, personal interest aside. I think, yeah, the history behind Rosehill. I think as a government, I think as a community, I think we're a bit better than just selling off your key asset. Yes, we could do something better with that land, with the community.
But you'd have to move your horses to Victoria, Brisbane, increase your
You would,
your numbers where you've already got a presence.
That's right.
Elsewhere. And what would you do, Mr. Freedman, with your 35?
Well, if what you say is correct, and I'm not questioning you on that, the opportunity is not really. I'm not really thinking for me. I'm in partnership with my son, who's 32 years of age, and with his whole career ahead of him. My main focus is to provide him with a platform that he can train from. If simply to support the proposal, there has to be a training centre that is viable, that is better, that is world class, that is perhaps along the lines of the Japanese training centres. That I don't know if anyone's ever seen Rito or Miho. They're outstanding training centres, purpose built for training. I think the Victorian government, the Victorian Racing Victoria have gone down that path in Victoria of having dedicated training centres. I would very much like to see a dedicated training centre for racehorses in New South Wales. Whether that can happen without this proposal moving forward, I'm not in a position to know.
The other site that the ATC is looking at is Penrith Lakes. Would you move as far out as Penrith? A question to both of you.
If there was no other alternative.
If the opportunity was good enough.
At least the size of the land's big enough. And you could start from scratch. But again, you need to be able to connect with the general population on race day as well as training.
It's lake land, so there may be flooding issues, but that's what they say. And I suppose the other option's Hawkesbury. What's your view of an expansion of Hawkesbury, doing a bit better with the alignment of the finishing post and the grandstand?
Hawkesbury's been there for a long time and it hasn't attracted the mass. There's some really good horse trainers there and there's some good horses trained out of there, and it's another track that we need. But we need more racetracks so it's a safer racing surface, not less racetracks.
It's flood prone, isn't it?
I trained there for a little while at Hawkesbury.
Right.
And it's I think it's a very good racetrack and potentially could be a lot better. I don't know how much land there is there to accommodate a large number of horses in training. I would hate to see us leave a facility at Rosehill to have something basically the same at Hawkesbury. It would want to be better than what we have at Rosehill.
I think the difficulty with Hawkesbury is it would leave large tracts of Sydney's population from Parramatta south a long, long way viably from a racetrack.
That's right.
Randwick's a hike and Hawkesbury is worse.
Well
but given they don't want to upgrade Warwick Farm to Group 1 status.
All the tracks
Thank
need
you.
an upgrade. All the tracks need an upgrade, but yeah, we've got to make sure it's done properly.
Yeah. Well, can I just ask you about Warwick Farm, Mr. Waller? You became legendary by training the great Winks to win 4 Cox plates. They say Warwick Farm's a problem because of the short straight and the short circumference, but it's a lot longer, isn't it, than Moonee Valley? Why do we honour Moonee Valley with its 250 metre straight, and they take off at the 500 to jostle and get a position, but we think Warwick Farm's a problem?
I think Moonee Valley's a rebuilt track, a new track. It's like a velodrome, so the horses have got an advantage. Well, not an advantage, but at less disadvantage because of the beautiful curves. So
the camber.
Camber. Warwick Farm's a great track, and as you touched on, Farlap, I heard mentioned raced there. But yeah, it needs
and
money.
Winks.
A lot of money
And
spent
Winks.
on it. But I think she did. But the
the tracks need some upgrades.
Right, so you put Canberra on Warwick Farm, and
facilities.
it's got the potential to be as good as Moonee Valley.
For sure.
Yeah.
I just might add in there if I can. I'm not in favour of promoting any more small racetracks in New South Wales. I've trained in Victoria. They've got quite a large number of large racetracks. In New South Wales, we've got quite a large number of small racetracks. Gosford, Wyong, to a degree Canterbury, Warwick Farm. The trouble with them is, and you will notice this, horses draw wide at those tracks. They get scratched. So you end up with small field sizes, which is not good for betting turnover. Your owners are not happy jumping from wide gates. We need tracks where the shape of them allows horses to jump from wide gates and have a chance, and that they are essentially the larger tracks. And Rosehill and Randwick obviously fill the bill there. Newcastle, Kembla, Scone, Goulburn, they're all large tracks where you can jump from wide gates. So you simply get bigger fields, and bigger fields generally bring bigger turnover.
Thank you. Ms Hurst.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both for coming here today. Mr. Waller, you mentioned in your answers to questions to the Honourable Damien Tudor-Hope that you had been planning to come to the first inquiry, but then you felt intimidated. Can you tell me what you mean by that you felt intimidated?
I think I said I get emotional. Yeah. I'm a horse trainer. I'm not really.
Cut out for this.
Yeah. This is quite intimidating just being here. I respect you people, and you lead our state, and it's a big part of Australia's economy, and you're the decision makers. It's quite overwhelming to be here in front of you today and telling you what we think, and we appreciate the opportunity. And I've made myself pretty clear in media and got my voice across and did my submission. I was hoping that would be enough because I could see there was a weight of support behind what I would be saying anyway. So you didn't need me telling you what 10 other people have told you. That's how I saw it.
And did you speak to Mr. Richard Callender and discuss the evidence that you're going to give at this inquiry?
No.
Did you have any discussions with him before the other inquiry about concerns?
I raised I raised it with him that I was going to the inquiry and asked what would the questions be asked, very basic jargon. And I remember him saying that he thought I should go because he felt I was a good spokesman for the industry.
He's told us this morning that that the two of you had discussed animal welfare and concerns that animal welfare may come up. Can you sort of expand from your perspective what that was about?
He and others that I spoke to, including an advisor that I used, Mr. Jack Lake, suggested that there would be a range of questions. It could range from animal welfare to the amount of horses I train and all sorts of things. So just briefing was only evidence only jargon I had with anybody.
And did Jack Lake encourage you not to attend at any point?
He encouraged me to attend. He said I should attend.
Was there anyone that did encourage you not to attend?
No.
At the previous inquiry or this one?
Definitely not.
When we're talking about some of the animal welfare issues coming up and some of the concerns around that, was any of that to do with the sale of Little Caesar, which we talked about with Mr. Callender this morning, or the Group 1 race where you had a horse disqualified for testing positive for drug use?
No.
They weren't the concerns that were on the table?
No. I had nothing to do with the sale of the horse you mentioned, and that was just a legitimate mistake when the horse had the positive swab. It happens in racing, unfortunately, and it was disappointing.
Can you explain what you mean by that?
We race 1,500 horses a year, and there was a man-made honest mistake that happened, and a horse had a substance in its system that it wasn't allowed to race on. It's not a banned substance, but you're not allowed to race on it, and it had it in its system.
And so, sorry, what was the mistake?
The horse can't race without it's got to be free of the substance that it had, and it got disqualified.
Right.
That was about 10 years ago,
Mhm.
and I've had probably 2,000 winners since, and probably 10,000 runners since, and I think our record's pretty good.
Have you ever directly reached out to Mr. Volandis over any integrity matters?
No,
No. Would you say you owe Mr. Volandis any favours?
no.
And you're quite close with Richard Callender, is that correct?
Well, I'm on the board with him.
Mhm.
I'd speak to him very regularly.
But the two of you are friends?
Yeah.
I think he
Yeah, it's fair to
indicated
say.
this morning that you were close friends as
That's
well.
right. Yep.
Can you confirm on the record that you didn't know about the money from the sale of Little Caesar and that you didn't financially benefit from those actions?
On the Bible, I can, yes. And I just had two people turn up at the racetrack one morning and said, we've done a very silly mistake, and that was the first I knew of it.
Yep.
And that's on the Bible, and I appreciate you asking.
Good. There's an accusation as well, which came to my office, that as part of that investigation you declined to give your computer to Racing New South Wales. Did you want to put on the record what your side of that is?
No, that's not true.
It's not true. Okay. Thank you.
Further questions? Mr. Namber.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question from me. If we just put aside the proposal that's on foot at the moment, I just have a more general question, and that is if there were no substantial injection of funds in the medium to long term to upgrade facilities, tracks, stadiums, stabling facilities, spectator facilities, what do you think the future holds for the industry?
It's a pretty big question. It's I'm sort of trying to get my head around what you're asking. If there's no money in the future to upgrade facilities or maintain facilities, what would racing look like? Is that what you're saying?
If we don't have I suppose I'm asking, if we don't have a substantial injection of funds to improve the facilities, the spectator experience, develop a training centre,
well,
what do you think the future holds?
I guess with the current funds and the funding model we've had for quite a long time, we do get constant upgrades to training facilities. And certainly the training facilities at Rosehill, since I've been there, I've only been there 8 years, a lot better than they were. So we have been improving the facilities, and we have been improving them not only for the training aspect, but for the horse welfare aspect as well. They've laid a lot of rubber around so horses don't slip. The tracks are maintained, I think, better than they've ever been. So that has been an ongoing process. And every track I've trained at, and I think I've trained at half a dozen, maybe up to 10 racetracks in Victoria and New South Wales and at times in Queensland, there are constant upgrades to it. So it is part of the current funding model, and provided nothing substantially changed from that model, I would expect that things would continue to improve.
Can I just ask, are you aware of racing jurisdictions overseas that have wonderful facilities, viable industry, and no gaming revenue sources at all? I'm thinking there of China and the UAE.
Yeah, I'm aware of them.
Yeah, we don't have to have, gaming revenue is not necessarily internationally the only way in which you can fund a racing industry.
Yeah,
we need Sheikh Mohammed to visit Australia.
Yeah, there's a lot of money still behind those race clubs.
Who trains his horses?
James Cummings.
Yeah,
Is that
look,
right?
the Japanese model is probably the leading model in the world at the moment. It is funded to a degree. I'm not sure of the exact proportions, but it is funded by wagering. And I think the UAE is quite unique in that they have a very substantial benefactor there. The Chinese model is a mystery to me. I don't know how that is actually operating at the moment. It seems to be burgeoning.
But other cases like rugby league get huge amounts of government funding for Allianz Stadium, Bankwest, Penrith Stadium, don't they? There's more than one way of funding an industry.
Well, their funding probably comes from TV rights more than anything, and that's not the case in racing.
We had a bloke we could have asked earlier.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions from committee members? No? Well, Mr. Waller and Mr. Friedman, thank you very much for your
Absolutely,
evidence.
mate.
I don't think you took anything on notice, but if I'm happen to be wrong, the committee secretariat will be in touch with you. Thank you very much. And
Thanks.
that concludes our inquiry today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.